We will now begin the IHRA Forum 2025 Tokyo, Painting the Future Landscapes with High-Speed Rail, Bridging to a Better Tomorrow, hosted by the International High-Speed Rail Association. We sincerely thank you all for joining us in Tokyo. We would also like to extend a warm welcome to everyone joining us online. Thank you very much for being part of this forum. ただいまより一般社団法人国際高速鉄道協会主催 IHRA 国際フォーラム2025高速鉄道と描く未来の風景より良い明日への架け橋を開会いたします。皆様本日はご多忙中のところご参集いただき誠にありがとうございます。なお本日は会場だけでなくオンラインで視聴されている方もいらっしゃいます。オンラインでご参加の皆様にもお礼申し上げます。First, on behalf of the organizers, International High-Speed Rail Association Chairman, Mr. Masafumi Shukuri will give us his opening remarks. まずはじめに、主催者を代表いたしまして、国際高速鉄道協会理事長、Shukuri Masafumiよりご挨拶申し上げます。
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Masafumi Shukuri, Chairman of the International High-Speed Rail Association, IHRA. Thank you very much for joining us today at the IHRA Forum 2025. It is a great honor to host this grand event, the first IHRA Forum in 3 years, with so many participants from 13 countries and regions around the world. Despite his busy schedule, we are honored to have Honorable Mr. Shigeru Ishiba, who until the day before yesterday was engaged in the demanding duties of Prime Minister, joins us as a distinguished guest. I'd like to express my heartfelt gratitude. Also, we are honored to receive greetings from Mr. Kaneko, who was appointed Minister of Land, Infrastructure, Transport and Tourism the day before yesterday. IHRA was established in April 2014, coinciding with the 50th anniversary of the Shinkansen's inauguration. IHRA's founding purpose is to contribute to the global development of safe and efficient high-speed rail through the information sharing, international sharing of information, knowledge, and experience regarding the world's safest and most reliable Shinkansen system. Since its founding, IHRA has steadily pursued its activities over the past 11.5 years, made possible through the warm support and cooperation of our directors, advisory board members, full members, associate members, the Japanese government, related organizations, and all involved countries with keen interest in high-speed rail. We have built trust with government and parliamentary officials, railway, media, and countries interested in introducing high-speed rail. The successful hosting of the 5th IHRA Forum owes to the support of all concerned, and I would like to take this opportunity to express my deepest gratitude. This year marks the 200th anniversary of the opening of the railway in the United Kingdom in 1825. Meanwhile, Japan followed 47 years later. In 1872, Japan introduced British railway technology through British engineers. Tracks were laid right next to the site of this Takanawa International Conference Center. This place used to be the sea. An embankment was built, and Japan's first railway opened between Shimbashi and Yokohama. I am truly delighted to host the IHRA Forum at this commemorative time and location, welcoming all of you here. Before discussing this year's IHRA forum, I would like to briefly look back at previous IHRA forum. At the inaugural IHRA forum in Tokyo in October 2014, when we were honored to have former Australian Deputy Prime Minister Tim Fisher deliver a special keynote address. Mr. Fisher praised Shinji Sogo, the fourth president of the Japan National Railway, as the father of the Shinkansen, carrying on the legacy of Stephenson. He stated, as the creator of the Shinkansen, he became a game changer for the world, an equivalent to the Industrial Revolution. As you all know, in the early 1960s, before the rapid development of highways and aviation, he pioneered a new path for the world's railways, then becoming obsolete as the main intercity transport by introducing high-speed rail. Subsequently, the adoption of high-speed rail became a global trend. The second IHRA forum, held in Kyoto in November 2016, engaged in multifaceted discussions on the universal challenge to truly harness high-speed rail for society over the long term, requiring a continuous challenge for transformation to revolutionize economies, societies, and people's lifestyles, and to significantly reshape nations and regions. The third IHRA forum, held in Fukuoka in November 2018, we deepened discussions under the theme Developing a Challenge in a Complex World, while looking ahead to the future of the Indo-Pacific region. The fourth IHRA forum, originally scheduled for October 2020, was postponed due to the COVID-19 pandemic and was held 2 years later in October 2022 in Nagoya. Under the theme Beyond the Period of Turmoil Towards a New Future with High-Speed Rail, we discussed the fact that facing prolonged restrictions on freedom of movement worldwide, participants were able to meet each other. We reaffirmed the joy and value of face-to-face encounters. We shared the potential for high-speed rail to foster diverse human connections and generate innovation that shapes the future. Now, the theme of the fifth IHRA forum is painting the landscape future landscapes with high-speed rail, bridging to a better tomorrow. This venue, Takanawa, served as the gateway to Edo along the Tokaido Road connecting present-day Tokyo and Kyoto during the 265-year Edo period from 1603. As mentioned, it is also the site where Japan's first railway opened in 1872. As we advance the development of Takanawa Gateway City, the embankment used during the railway's opening 153 years ago was found for the first time intact and became a major topic of discussion. These ruins are currently being carefully preserved by JR East, and with plans to open part of them to the public in the future. Furthermore, in this Shinagawa-Takanawa area, railway development and urban planning are currently advanced in tandem. While a large-scale rolling stock depot once occupied this area, recent reorganization of the depot and railway network, along with a review of the operational system, it has created a vast strip of land spanning approximately 13 hectares, where redevelopment is now underway. The land once a gateway to Edo is now transforming into a gateway to the future. Adjacent to Takanawa, Shinagawa will host the starting station for the SC Maglev, along with a new Tokyo Metro line. With excellent access to Haneda Airport, this area is advancing urban development aimed at becoming a new gateway to the world. At this new gateway, we wish to discuss with you painting the future landscapes with high-speed rail for bridging into a better tomorrow. Today, we will deepen our discussions through 4 sessions. First session 1 will explore the theme, What the World Expects in Reliable, Rapid Connectivity for Global Growth. Session 2 will explore Shaping the Future Together, Railway and Urban Development. And next, Session 3 will address Present State and Future Outlook of High-Speed Rail Projects. The final Session 4 will focus on driving the evolution of high-speed rail, technology and talent. And following today's conference, the grand reception will be held at Happoe. We hope you will enjoy the beautiful Japanese garden and the diverse Japanese cuisine. The Japan Shinkansen, which commenced operations 61 years ago in 1964, now forms a high-speed rail network exceeding 3,300 kilometers nationwide. Furthermore, the superconducting maglev Shinagawa to Nagoya, as well as the Hokkaido Shinkansen, are currently under construction, including other planned routes. The development of 4 new lines, totaling approximately 850 kilometers of high-speed rail, is scheduled. We believe that safe and highly reliable high-speed rail optimized by the Shinkansen is an international public good. Its value should be widely shared across borders. I believe that contributing to the world's further development through the international deployment of safe and highly reliable high-speed rail is the very essence of IHRA's activities. Finally, I sincerely hope that the 3-day IHRA International Forum 2025, starting today, will foster many new exchanges and lead to innovation. I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude once again to the many distinguished guests present today. On this note, I would like to conclude my remarks. Thank you for your kind attention.
Chairman Shukuri, Shukuri 理事長、ありがとうございました。Next, we are honored to invite former Prime Minister of Japan, Mr. Shigeru Ishiba, to deliver his remarks. 続きまして、前内閣総理大臣、石破茂様よりご挨拶を頂戴したいと存じます。それでは、石破前内閣総理大臣、よろしくお願いいたします。
皆様。
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you very much for the kind introduction. I was Prime Minister until the day before yesterday. I am Shigeru Ishiba, a member of the House of Representatives. It is my great pleasure to address you here and extend my sincere congratulations on the 5th IHRA Forum 2025 being held on such a grand scale and with so many participants from around the world. There are so many parliamentarians, but people who are really rail fans, rail fanatics, there are some of them. One is a former transport minister, Seiji Maehara. He's a close friend. And he loves steam locomotives. He takes photographs. That's what he strives to do. And we call them toritetsu. Those are those photographers who really want to take pictures. So that's Seiji Maehara. Another is also a former transport minister, Tetsuo Saito. He's from the Komeito. Now, Mr. Saito is actually an engineer. He has a PhD in engineering, and he loves looking at the train timetables. Every month, he buys that. I'm not sure what's so interesting about that, but he loves that. He finds that fascinating. So we call them yomitetsu, reading the timetables. So that's another genre of rail fans. So that's Mr. Tetsuo Saito, the head of Komeito. So where do I fit? I like to ride trains, enjoy the views, scenery, and have a drink. So we called it nomitetsu and noritetsu. Nomi means drink, nori means ride. There are actually a number of schools in this community. And maybe we will come to this later. We are really focusing on India, and we hope to bring the Japanese high-speed rail system to India. And the government has worked hard in tandem with the JR companies to really make that happen. At the end of August, Prime Minister Modi came over to Japan, and I attended for 2 days. So we spent 2 days together. And so we went to the expo in Osaka and TICAD. So there was TICAD. So with those international events, I had the opportunity to meet 90 heads of states. But Prime Minister Modi is one of the leaders that I most respect. So we took this Tokaido Shinkansen together from Tokyo to Sendai. And we discussed how the Japanese Shinkansen technology is changing the world. And Prime Minister Modi had this to say: riding a train is like a festival, something special. It's a special event. And I thought that was a great story, and I still remember that very vividly. When you think about railways, I think the unique factor is that it's something special. It's not just moving from A to B. It's a journey. It's a travel. And it's not just a simple mode of travel. It's a system that actually works integrally. That's a very essential part or feature of railway systems, I believe. In Japan, we call high-speed rail Shinkansen. And as Chairman Shukuri just mentioned, this was opened 60 years ago thanks to the wisdom and efforts of our predecessors. So in 1965, exactly 60 years ago, that's year 2 of Shinkansen operation, I was in 2nd grade. And I took a ride for the first time on that Dream Super Express train, and I cannot forget that day. I come from an area called Tottori. It's a small prefecture on the Sea of Japan side. First, I rode this train, which was led by a diesel locomotive, and we traveled to Osaka and then to Shin Osaka, and stepped on Hikari, that Dream Super Express. And I was so impressed to see such something that looked so futuristic in Japan, in my home country. Safe, punctual, very environmentally friendly, and it has remained at the forefront of the world. And it has supported Japanese economic growth. It is the Tokaido Shinkansen that supported the rapid growth and changed Japan forever. The maximum speed has increased by approximately 1.5 times since operations. The average number of trains per day was initially 60. Now, they operate an average of 383 trains per day. So that's grown more than 6-fold. No passenger fatalities since it's opened. We have extended the length of Shinkansen network. It extended more than 3,000 kilometers, so that's, again, a 6-fold increase. And there was inflation, and prices are actually considerably up during that period. But in comparison, the rail fares have risen only marginally. And when I had this discussion with Prime Minister Modi, he was interested, obviously, in the engineering part and technology, but He also asked a question about how many more people are using the Shinkansen, how many more trains are running, and how much the fare was raised, or how was that controlled. So that was his point of interest. And it is also, the Shinkansen, another feature is that it is disaster resilient. Even after the 2011 East Japan earthquake, the Shinkansen was one of the first pieces of transport infrastructure to recover. And we also have Shinkansen in Taiwan. Over the 18 years, the annual ridership has risen by 5 times, and that's a great success. And I understand that there's further growth in demand expected in Taiwan, and Taiwan High-Speed Rail is planning to introduce the new N700 ST rolling stock, I hear. So it's not just India, but there are other countries introducing high-speed rail, and we will continue to make our efforts so as to support that. With regard to the SC Maglev Chuo Shinkansen, we are continuing with the construction. This is also a national project. As Mr. Shukuri mentioned, this is effectively where the train will start, and the train will run at more than 500 kilometers per hour. Now, going forward, we expect more high-speed rail systems to be constructed in the world, and I think there could be two maybe flows or trends. One is like Japan did during the high economic era, more demand than supply. So in Japan, the Tokaido line, the conventional line, was saturated, so we built the Tokaido Shinkansen. So in some areas, there are demands that are larger than supply, like India, Malaysia, Indonesia, and Thailand. Obviously, their situations may be different, but the Shinkansen technology can support the economic development of such countries. So that may be one trend or one line. The other type would be similar to Japan or Europe for mature economies. And what would be the role of high-speed rail in such economies? They have cars, they have airplanes, other modes of transport are well developed. In that context, what can high-speed rail do? And in such a situation, speed, mass transport capacity alone may not suffice. There could be more. We will also need to think out of the box, not just think about the producer and the labor involved. Maybe you have to think about the consumer, convenience, comfort, and smaller environmental footprint. That would be the driving force for that type. I think that high-speed rail can come in many forms that suit the different conditions of different countries, and we would like to support that variety of developments. By the way, back in 1960s, in West Germany, there was this major coalition led by Kiesinger, and the transport minister then had this idea: equal footing. So back there in West Germany, the rail system was in decline, and just looking at capitalistic views would not allow for rails to survive. And then, so this minister came up with the idea of equal footing. Obviously, the truck industry was dead against it, but they introduced these new transportation tax so that rail and cars can coexist. That's what happened in West Germany in the 1960s. At the same time, UK also went through the rail reform. Now, equal footing may not be an idea that works or is popular in Japan, but for example, if you ask airliners to foot the bill for building airports, I don't think the airlines would be happy. Or if you ask busing companies or trucking companies to foot the bill for building roads, I'm sure they wouldn't like it and oppose it. But if you think about this separation of infrastructure and superstructure and the rail system, I think equal footing may be something that will become more and more relevant. And so in that context, we'll need to think about how to realize a modal shift. When I was younger, I was actually chair of the transportation committee of the Diet, and I actually had a lot of discussions with Sukuri-san on modal shift. Maybe I'm getting too long, so I'll try to come to an end. I'm sure everyone in Japan knows, but rail built in the Meiji era and the new rails built in Reiwa are actually running next to each other. We are building this SC maglev that travels at 500 kilometers per hour. But if you look at the Sea of Japan side in Sain, the rail systems there were built in the Meiji era. So that's like a late 19th century to early 20th. Is that right? And then we also see that technology has evolved, society has evolved, and we might want to think about cargo transport using Shinkansen. It is only done in a limited scale in Japan, but we might want to think about that more seriously going forward. Or you don't need maybe 300 kilometers per hour everywhere. Maybe 200 kilometers per hour, that would be actually quieter, and then there would be no issue of noise. So maybe you could think about night services. I mean, the electricity bills are cheaper during nighttime, so maybe you might think about night trains running on the Shinkansen, maybe at a reduced speed to reduce noise. So there are new ideas that can be implemented. I don't want people to suspect that I'm looking for a next opportunity to implement all those as policies, so I won't do that. But the point I'm trying to make is that rail has so much potential, and it's a kind of a mode of dreams, and I'm sure rail would change the world. So I would like to close by wishing the success of this forum and its contribution to developing a new world. Thank you very much.
Our sincere thank you to Mr. Shigeru Ishiba, former Prime Minister of Japan. 石破前内閣総理大臣、ありがとうございました。Mr. Ishiba will now be departing the venue. なお、石破前内閣総理大臣はここでご退席されます。Next, on behalf of the Minister of Land, Infrastructure, Transport and Tourism, Minister Yasushi Kaneko, who is unable to attend today due to official duties, we are honored to have Mr. Yoshimichi Terada, the Ministry's Vice Minister for International Affairs, who will kindly deliver the message on the Minister's behalf. 続きまして、国土交通大臣金子恭様より来賓挨拶を賜る予定でしたが、ご公務の都合により出席がかなわないため、寺田義道国土交通省国土交通審議官より代読いただきます。それでは寺田国土交通審議官、よろしくお願いいたします。
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Terada, Vice Minister of Transport, Tourism and International Affairs of the Ministry of Land, Infrastructure, Transport and Tourism. Minister Kaneko is unable to attend today due to official duties. I have been asked to convey his message for this forum, which I will now read out on his behalf. It is my great pleasure to extend my sincere congratulations on the IHRA Forum 2025 being held on such a grand scale, which has brought together representatives from governments, the business community, academia, the media, and other sectors from around the world. Since its establishment in 2014, the International High-Speed Rail Association, IHRA, has connected countries around the world that aspire to advance high-speed rail, providing a venue to share the knowledge and technologies of Japan's Shinkansen system and thereby contributing to the worldwide development of high-speed rail. I would like to express my deepest respect for the dedicated efforts of everyone at IHRA. I understand that the theme of today's forum is painting the future landscapes with high-speed rail, bridging into a better world. Looking back at Japan's journey in 1964, the world's first high-speed rail, the Shinkansen, opened, running approximately 500 kilometers between Tokyo and Osaka. For more than half a century since then, the Shinkansen has played a major role as core infrastructure supporting people's daily lives, promoting exchanges between regions, and driving economic development. There are countless features that capture the excellence of the Shinkansen, but most noteworthy are its safety with zero passenger fatalities since opening and its outstanding reliability with average delays of less than 2 minutes. Despite the repeated disasters that Japan has faced, such as earthquakes and torrential rains, Shinkansen technology, which bridges together and integrates Japan's technology and expertise, has fulfilled its role as a bridge connecting people and cities. At present, in Japan, construction of the SC maglev, operating at a maximum speed of over 500 kilometers per hour through the use of innovative superconducting maglev technology, is underway between Tokyo and Nagoya. Looking ahead, the line will be extended to Osaka, envisioning a future in which the three major metropolitan areas are connected within 1 hour. We believe that the opening of the SC maglev Chuo Shinkansen will transform Japan's spatial structure, disseminate growth potential across the country, and lead to socioeconomic development and enhanced international competitiveness. Outside of Japan, with respect to Taiwan high-speed rail, the introduction of new rolling stock that employs Japanese technologies, the N700ST, is scheduled for next summer. In India's high-speed rail project as well, local construction is progressing toward the adoption of Japan's Shinkansen system. Takanawa, where today's forum is being held, adjoins Shinagawa Station, which will be the starting station for the Shinkansen SC Maglev Chuo Shinkansen. This area where high-speed rail development and urban development are moving forward in an integrated manner. Having once flourished as the gateway to Edo, as Tokyo used to be called, this area is now embarking on new challenges towards a future in which it becomes a gateway to the world. At today's forum, I understand that discussions will be held on very important themes: the roles expected of high-speed rail, the integrated promotion of rail development and urban development along railway corridors, the current status and outlook in countries undertaking high-speed rail projects as national strategies, and the technologies and human resources that underpin the evolution of high-speed rail. I would like to close by expressing my sincere hope that here in Takanawa, leaders in various fields that have come from all around the world will engage in lively and meaningful discussions on these themes, and that the sharing of international knowledge and collaboration will lay the cornerstone for future innovation. October 23, 2025, Yasushi Kaneko, Minister of Land, Infrastructure, Transport, and Tourism. I read out his message on his behalf. I congratulate you on this occasion. Thank you.
Mr. Terada、寺田国土交通審議官、ありがとうございました。どうぞお席にお戻りください。It is now time to commence Session 1, What the World Expects in Reliable Rapid Connectivity for Global Growth. I would like to invite the moderator and panelists to kindly take the stage. それではこれよりセッション1、世界は今高速鉄道に何を期待するかを始めさせていただきます。モデレーター、パネリストの皆様はどうぞご登壇ください。 Our moderator is Dr. Taniguchi. それではモデレーターの谷口様、どうぞよろしくお願いいたします。
Welcome to IHRA 2025. As moderator of session 1, I thank you all for joining us today. I also wish to pay my sincere respect to the IHRA Secretariat, which has brought us all this far, and to Ms. Akiko Nakamura and her team for their tireless work behind the scenes. IHRA was the brainchild of the late Mr. Yoshiyuki Kasai, not only of Central Japan Railway, but truly a legendary visionary of Japan's railway world. It has been just over 3 years since his passing. He was also my mentor, and it is thanks to him that I stand here today with the honor of serving as your moderator. This opening session features 1 expert from Japan and 4 outstanding speakers from Australia, India, Indonesia, and the United Kingdom in alphabetical order. Each holds a central position in his or her country and brings deep experience and insights. All these nations are now striving to build or expand high-speed rail. The United Kingdom, the birthplace of the railway, and in a sense, the mother of Japan's own railway tradition, continues that effort. Indonesia, India, and Australia too share a common dream to reshape their economic landscapes through high-speed rail and to meet the challenges that stand in the way, which with courage and determination. I used word dream. High-speed rail shortens dramatically the time difference between regions and cities, between people and knowledge. It makes us feel that something yet unimaginable awaits in the future. We may not know what it will be, but when we sense that something beyond imagination lies ahead, our hearts begin to beat. High-speed rail is, in that sense, a national engine of dreams. No 12-year-old girl can drive a car at over 200 kilometers per hour. Yet, with high-speed rail, even an 8-year-old boy can travel at 200 or 300 kilometers per hour. In that new landscape, people experience a speed unknown before. From an aircraft, one sees only a sea of clouds. From a high-speed train, the world outside changes like a living film. One can see the earth rushing by, and that sight alone feeds the imagination. To create such a dream requires committed politics, patient capital, and sustained technology. It demands not only construction skill, but also the daily discipline of maintenance. Fortunate is the country that can provide all these things. Fortunate, too, its political order. Put differently, a system capable of building a dream generator like high-speed rail must be one that rejects and despises terrorism and internal strife. That's why the IMEC project, linking India, the Middle East, and Europe by rail, carries meaning. It symbolizes peace through connection. So today, as we begin with Japan's experience, and then hear from Australia, India, Indonesia, and the United Kingdom, let us think of each as a report on how nations generate dreams. Now, Mr. Terada, the floor is yours.
Once again, this is Terada from Japan's Ministry of Land, Infrastructure, Transport and Tourism, MLIT. I'm very happy to be here. It's a great honor to have this precious opportunity to give a presentation before such distinguished participants from around the world and across Japan, all deeply knowledgeable about high-speed rail. I'd like to express my sincere gratitude to Chairman Shukuri and all members of IHRA. Since our time is limited, let me go into the main part of my presentation. I have been given about 20 minutes, so I'll make an effort to end within that time frame. And Japan's Shinkansen is famous for its punctuality, so I shall not tarnish that reputation, and so I'm going to strive to end in time. This is today's outline. I will first introduce the Shinkansen, then discuss its construction, the social value it brings, and finally, the features that make Japan's Shinkansen outstanding, so Shinkansen's strengths. Shinkansen, the world's first high-speed railway, started operation in 1964, as previous speakers have already noted. Shinkansen literally means in Japanese, new main railway. It initially connected only Tokyo and Osaka, operating at a maximum speed of 210 kilometers per hour. Since then, the network has expanded to more than 3,000 kilometers, and for maximum speed, we have some trains operating at 320 kilometers per hour. Japan is not a large country, and this network has been serving as a highly efficient and effective network, and efforts are continuing to further expand this network. The Tokaido Shinkansen, the first to be built in this slide, it will be the orange line in the middle. So the Tokaido Shinkansen and the Sanyo Shinkansen to the left in blue. They connect Japan's most densely populated and industrialized areas. Particularly along the Tokaido Shinkansen corridor, 65% of Japan's GDP and 61% of its population is concentrated. So these two lines, Tokai and Sanyo Shinkansen, serve as high-frequency and high-capacity transport arteries. There are other lines, the Tohoku, Joetsu, Hokuriku, Kyushu, and Hokkaido Shinkansen. They also connect major regional cities and play a vital role in supporting local development. Going on to the next slide. As the Shinkansen network has expanded, ridership has continued to increase year after year. Although passenger numbers temporarily declined due to the COVID-19 pandemic, they've since been recovering. Currently, annual ridership is around 400 million passengers. Given Japan's population of about 120 million, this means the Shinkansen carries more than 3 times the country's population each year, roughly 1 million passengers per day on average. As mentioned earlier, further efforts are underway to expand the Shinkansen network. In the upper right, the Hokkaido Shinkansen is being extended from Shin Hakodate Hokuto Station to Sapporo, the central city of Hokkaido. Construction is ongoing. So, middle and upper left, for Hokuriku and Nishi-Kyushu Shinkansen lines, there are extension plans. And you see at the bottom of the slide, from 2014, construction has been ongoing for the linear Chuo Shinkansen, a superconducting magnetic levitation maglev line. So it will connect Tokyo, Nagoya, and Osaka at the maximum speed of 500 kilometers per hour. Currently, the fastest train between Tokyo and Osaka takes 2 hours and 21 minutes, I believe. With the maglev, this journey will take about 1 hour. Next, I explain how the Shinkansen is developed. In Japan, the National Shinkansen Railway Development Act was enacted in 1970 to provide a legal framework for constructing Shinkansen lines. So this is a summary of how the law works. So the MLET determines the basic plan and then instructs organizations such as the Japan Railway Construction, Transport and Technology Agency, JRTTT, to conduct studies. Based on these studies, MLET designates the operator and the constructor of that Shinkansen line and then determines the official development plan. After that, the constructor, in many cases that will be JRTT, prepares a detailed construction implementation plan that defines the specific scope of construction. Although not on the slide, the implementation plan requires MLET's approval. Once these steps are completed, Shinkansen construction begins. So for the linear Chuo Shinkansen, JR Central acts as both the constructor and operator. For all other Shinkansen projects, JRTT is the constructor, and each JR company serves as the operator. Before the start of construction by the constructor, MLET verifies that 5 conditions are met. Specifically, secured prospect of stable funding. Second, profitability, so balance between income and expenditures. 3, investment benefits. 4, consent of JR as the business entity. And then number 5, consent from local governments. So when a new Shinkansen line is built, there is the conventional line, existing line, that run parallel to the new Shinkansen. That is usually handed over to a regional railway company, usually established by local municipalities. So only when all 5 conditions are met, the start of the Shinkansen construction is officially approved. So this slide shows the current construction scheme for Shinkansen development. As I explained, the scheme applies to the lines designated under the act that are constructed by JRTT. Specifically, JRTT handles land acquisition, civil engineering, and electrical works. Upon completion, the facilities are leased to the JR company, which pays a leasing fee. The financial resources for construction, of course, you need money to build these things, that is covered jointly by leasing fees from JR and contributions from both the national and local governments. Now, Shinkansen lines that have been developed under this system have generated diverse benefits for Japan's society and economy. With the Shinkansen network, various cities are connected and travel times are drastically reduced. And that brings about various benefits, which are summarized here. It builds a sustainable and vibrant national land structure. It boosts economic growth. It revitalizes regional economies and promotes local development. So it encourages regional vitalization, and it encourages urban redevelopment.
So let me explain some examples. So first, with the Hokuriku Shinkansen. The Hokuriku Shinkansen connects Tokyo to Osaka according to its plan, and it goes through the northern part of the Honshu Islands, which is referred to as the Hokuriku region. In 2015, the line opened between Nagano and Kanazawa. The time from Tokyo to Kanazawa actually has been reduced by 79 minutes compared to travel by conventional lines. There's been new builds of hotels near Kanazawa Station, and the land value of the region has increased by 17%. With the opening of the Shinkansen, the Kanazawa Station, Ishikawa, which is located in Ishikawa Prefecture, the prefecture has seen an economic impact of 67.8 billion yen, according to some estimates. And there has been increase of visitors as well, but also for the three prefectures along the wayside, tourists, especially international inbound tourists, have increased by 50%. So there has been a significant, dramatic increase. With the opening of the Shinkansen, there will be expansion of tourism and as well as a vitalization of the regional communities as well. With the Hokuriku Shinkansen, it has already extended to Tsuruga, and it will also be extended further to Shin Osaka. When this section is opened, the exchange network will further expand, and there will be yearly increase of visitors to the Kansai region by 16.5 million people. And this will be an economic spillover impact of 270 billion yen per year, according to some estimates. Next, I'd like to give some comments about an example for the Tokaido Shinkansen. As was mentioned before, Shinagawa was the place where we had the first railways in Japan in 1872. In 2003, the Shinagawa Shinkansen station started operations. As with this, there has been many office buildings that have been constructed in the vicinity of the station. And also, we have Shimbashi Station in the vicinity, and the Minato Ward, which is the municipality where Shinagawa Station is. The overall number of offices has actually declined in those regions or areas overall, but the Shinagawa Station has shown a significant increase. So I think the photograph speaks for itself. On the left top, we have before Shinkansen station opening, and after is shown on the right bottom. As you can see, it's a major hub within Tokyo as well. It's a major area. And we can see that Shinagawa has developed significantly. Also, another example from Tokaido Shinkansen, a little further out from Tokyo, this is Shin Yokohama Station. Originally, it had a lot of rice paddies and fields, but with the opening of the Shinkansen in 1964, there has been numerous high-rises that were built and has become a modern city. The surrounding population, the ridership of the Shinkansen, and the number of commercial complexes has also increased drastically. With the Tokaido Shinkansen, it goes without saying that it connects the three major cities of Tokyo, Nagoya, and Osaka, and has contributed significantly to the economic and social development of Japan. In addition to the Tokaido Shinkansen, I have mentioned the Chuo Shinkansen that will connect these three cities, and the construction is underway with the Chuo Shinkansen. With the linear Chuo Shinkansen, there will be the Japan Central Corridor that will be constructed, and the various economic and social activities will be further promoted. The Chuo Shinkansen and Tokaido Shinkansen will form a double network to ensure redundancy of the system as well. Also, in terms of the transport capability of the Tokaido Shinkansen, there will be more room for adjustment, and there may be changes to the stations that it stops at, therefore increasing the convenience of the Tokaido Shinkansen. And finally, I'd like to talk about the advantages and benefits of the Shinkansen. One of the advantages of the Shinkansen, first and foremost, is its safety. Safety, reliability, high density, and the life cycle costs, the maintainability. So these are the advantages, characteristics of the Shinkansen. In terms of safety, since the Shinkansen started operations in 1964, there has been 0 fatalities due to a Shinkansen accident that involved passengers. And there has been 0 fatalities due to a train accident. And in Japan, we do have earthquakes from time to time, and we do have countermeasures for seismic events. And there has been very advanced development of these technologies, and therefore ensures a high level of safety. In terms of reliability, the average delay time is extremely short compared to aircrafts. I think it's quite clear that of this, but the overall average delay of Tokaido Shinkansen for all services is on average 1.6 minutes. The Shinkansen is very punctual, and there's very little delay. But if there is a disruption in the timetable due to some kind of natural disaster, it actually is covered heavily in the news because it's so rare. Another aspect is high-density operations. For Tokaido Shinkansen, they have maximum of 17 services per hour. They operate with 16 trains in a rolling stock and 1,300 passengers per train. And so it's really capable of mass transport. And I mentioned this before, but there are 1 million passengers traveling per day with Shinkansen on average. Another point is the low life cycle costs. Slab tracks are used, as you can see on the right bottom photograph. Slab tracks are technology born in Japan. It achieves maintenance efficiency and also ensures stability during the travel of the train at high speeds. I'd also like to talk a little bit more about different technologies. The first one is regarding seismic countermeasures. Even if there is a large earthquake, we need to ensure that there's no critical damage to structures. Earthquakes are detected early and the train is stopped. Derailment deviation is prevented, and safety measures are ensured for the evacuation of passengers. In 2011, the Great East Japan earthquake occurred, and at that time, the early earthquake detection system was activated, and 19 of the Shinkansens all stopped with an emergency stop, and there was no single injury or fatality of the crew or passengers. And as I mentioned before, one other technology is the slab track. Concrete panels are laid down in a continuous manner, and the rails are laid on top and fixed on top, and it's very high precision and in terms of the construction speed as well. The slab track, compared to ballast track, has high initial costs, but in terms of the lifestyle costs, it is less. For the Sanyo Shinkansen, it shows that the slab track is actually reducing the maintenance fees by 1/4 compared to ballast tracks. And from here, this is just for your reference, but the Japanese Shinkansen's technology and know-how is expanding overseas. The Taiwan high-speed rail, the rolling stock system has been contracted out to the Japanese team, and the new rolling stock procurement is going to be going forward with the Japanese companies as well. And also, the former Prime Minister Ishiba mentioned also the India project with Mumbai Ahmedabad high-speed rail project. The Japanese government and the private companies are working together for this project as well. These photographs are just examples, but for example, JR East is training the operators for the India high-speed rail, as you can see with the photographs. And as Mr. Ishiba mentioned, there has been various opinion exchanges between with the Prime Minister Modi as well, and we will continue to extend our cooperation as well. So that is a brief description, but that is all in terms of my presentation. And I hope that this was useful information for the forum participants. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you so much, Mr. Terada. We all know that you can join Central Japan Railway because you've been so much punctual. Thank you. Now, Jill Russo, your turn.
Good morning, everyone. Really pleased and delighted to be here representing the Australian High-Speed Rail Authority. Before I start my presentation today, I would like to let you know that everything that I say today is subject to a decision by the Australian Government. Today I'll provide some background on the High-Speed Rail Authority and the East Coast Corridor and talk about our expectations and proposed approach. The High-Speed Rail Authority is an independent statutory authority established by the Australian Government as a Commonwealth corporate entity under the High-Speed Rail Authority Act, and it has an independent board. In 2023, we commenced planning for a future high-speed rail network on Australia's east coast. And this is a pivotal, once-in-a-century opportunity to shape Australia's future. And like we've heard from previous speakers today, it would be a strategic investment in our future productivity, livability and resilience, transforming cities, regions and communities. So what does Australia expect from high-speed rail? We expect the same proven benefits that have been experienced by others over the past 60 years, increasing opportunities and choices for people where they live, work and spend their leisure time. All of that supporting Australia's economic growth, particularly regional economies, including through skills transfer, regional manufacturing and tourism. And importantly, supporting the path to net zero emissions. Subject to the decision of the Australian Government, a future high-speed rail would connect Brisbane, Sydney, Canberra and Melbourne, and the regional communities across the east coast of Australia, and that covers a total distance of around 1,800 kilometres. Line 1, which you can see in the yellow, will connect Newcastle and Sydney with rail journeys at least twice as fast as the existing rail today. We would envisage world-class trains travelling up to speeds of 320 kilometres an hour which would take about an hour to travel from Newcastle to Sydney and place Newcastle and Sydney within about half an hour of the Central Coast. Over time, it's envisaged that the network would expand and connect more regions and communities. A journey from our national capital, Canberra, would take about 90 minutes to Sydney, and from Sydney to Melbourne and Sydney to Brisbane would be about 4 hours. So the High Speed Rail Authority is the government's principal advisor on the development of high-speed rail, and our purpose is to develop a nationally integrated high-speed rail network. And as I mentioned before, connecting key cities and regional centres. And our role as well is to enhance long-term rail investment through policy development, national coordination and strategic planning. Developing this vision will require very strong partnerships across all levels of government. At the High Speed Rail Authority, we are working very closely with state and territory governments to align the planning, infrastructure delivery and strategic outcomes to maximise the benefits of the network. So where are we right now? As I mentioned earlier, the Australian government is currently, we are awaiting a decision from the Australian government, and it has completed its assessment of our business case, which was delivered late last year. So we are awaiting a decision and of course ready to move forward with our high-speed rail journey. Learning from our peers and many of those who are in the room today over the last few years, National High Speed Rail would be delivered as a dedicated, standalone rail system in manageable stages. And we would expect, as the delivery chain matures and gains experience, that productivity and efficiencies would continue to improve, leading to lower relative costs in subsequent stages through that continuous improvement and innovation. Our aim is that each stage would deliver immediate benefits, with successive stages then enhancing the benefit of the broader network, and all the while expanding that connectivity, access, and increasing economic value. And we would ultimately want and expect a system that grows into a unified, interoperable national network. We see this approach as enhancing reliability and adaptability and creating resilient infrastructure with innovation and ultimately competition that will drive long-term success. On this slide, it is evident that Australia's growth is outpacing that of many developed countries. Our East Coast population is forecast to increase some 33% by 2051, or an extra 7 million people over the next 25 years. Stretching from Brisbane to Melbourne, the East Coast is a thriving arc of vitality and potential. And this corridor is the powerhouse of Australia's economy. It's home to more than 21 million people, 60% of our nation's population. It contributes around 1.3 trillion Australian dollars, or 70% of gross domestic product, and yet just 2% of the landmass. The corridor is evolving in line with global megatrends: urbanisation, digitisation, and energy transition. So further integrating this East Coast corridor and economies would unlock significant national and global opportunities. And we see that high-speed rail would play a pivotal role in supporting future growth, boosting productivity, and also enabling more housing opportunities. So why Newcastle to Sydney first? This corridor is a nationally significant route for both passengers and freight. It connects the two largest cities in New South Wales, which is our most populous state, We're expecting significant population growth across the Newcastle and the Central Coast. In fact, 22% more to nearly 1.2 million by the early 2040s in that regional community. The existing Sydney to Newcastle line is one of the busiest intercity routes in Australia. It has over 14.9 million passengers per year, passenger journeys per year. The existing rail line was built in the middle of the 19th century. It is also one of the slowest, with current travel times more than 2.5 hours. There is a major M1 motorway, and that has significant constraints, with over 91,000 trips on weekdays and significant congestion during peak periods and holiday times. The option of boosting existing rail services is difficult. The terrain is harsh, the line is shared between passengers and freight, and this impacts reliability, which is currently below 80%. Importantly, high-speed rail will also be instrumental to Australia's transition to a sustainable and resilient transport network, contributing to the Australian government's goal of reaching net zero emissions by 2050. Currently, in Australia, the transport sector is our third largest source of greenhouse gas emissions. It accounts for 22% of Australia's total emissions. With our population and economy projected to grow, so will transport activity increase. So our challenge is to reduce emissions while the sector grows. And as other sectors continue to decarbonise, without further action, transport would be the biggest emitter by 2030. On resilience, with modern infrastructure and enhanced climate resilience, the high-speed rail network would be designed to withstand shocks and stresses, including bushfires, flooding, storms, as well as extreme heat. We've undertaken a lot of work on the high-speed rail customer product over the past 18 months, including with tremendous input from our peers in the room and globally. And we've tried to incorporate lessons learned from around the world. This would be a dedicated high-speed rail line and a new corridor, and it would integrate with other transport modes that would make it easily accessible, deliver high punctuality and reliability, and the fast journey times that I've spoken about. And on this slide, the high standards of amenities and services on board, and we would be targeting fares that are competitive with alternative transport modes. Finally, engaging with the community has been a key component of our work to date, and it will prove vital as we move forward. Since we don't yet have high-speed rail in Australia, it's essential that we make sure that the community and our stakeholders are well informed of the benefits along the way. So to this end, we opened our Community Information Centre in Newcastle last year. There people can visit, find out more about high-speed rail. Engagement has been very strong during our business case and planning period. We've had more than 6,000 people across all age groups from across New South Wales and beyond. As the high-speed rail continues on its journey, we see this wide engagement continuing to be a really critical part of our work. By leading the planning, development and delivery of high-speed rail, the High-Speed Rail Authority is at the forefront of a transformational shift in Australia's transport landscape, unlocking new opportunities for regional development, economic growth and sustainable mobility. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed, Jill. That the East Coast Corridor of Australia is much more densely populated than perceived has been a revelation for me, and I think for many of you as well. Now, we're going to hear from the three gentlemen, and after that, we're going to go to the open Q&A session. So the next turn is Mr. Odo Manu Hutu from, Mr. Achal Kare from India. I'm sorry.
Good morning to you all. My sincere thanks to IHRA for this opportunity to speak on this important and very relevant topic. So as we all know, transport sector plays a vital role in economic growth of the country by connecting people to essential services and other developmental activities. Therefore, no economic growth can be expected without the growth of the transport sector. As the topic says, the expectation for the rapid connectivity comes with many challenges. These challenges are contribution to rail pollution, accidents. The statistics tells us that about 1.19 million lives are lost every year in road crashes. And already transport sector is contributing about 20% to the air pollution. And if we don't check it, it may go as high as 60% by 2050. Further, developing countries like India face a dual challenge of balancing and increasing demand with fiscal and environmental concerns. A reliable and rapid transport network is expected to connect emerging economic hubs and rural regions by expanding passenger transport to ensure well-connected cities, by providing integrated urban mobility with nearly net zero emission, development of HSR network on selective routes, complementing with other transport modes, may achieve economic and environmental goals simultaneously. Let's see how India's first HSR project is placed to meet these expectations. With high-speed rail between Mumbai to Ahmedabad, the travel time is expected to go down to 2 hours as against 8 to 9 hours by road as of now, and taking the total travel time by air, which is about 4 to 5 hours. The HSR services between Mumbai and Ahmedabad will be offering a lot of flexibility, as we will have services every half an hour, as against very limited options available by air travel. The carbon emission level, as we may see, is expected to reduce to 1/12 when compared to air travel, and 1/8 when compared to road travel. This is a typical map of state of Gujarat with many circles showing the industrial hubs and clusters. So this corridor will serve Financial Tech City at Ahmedabad, Knowledge Corridor at Anand, and various industrial clusters and route bringing ease for commercial and business activities. The corridor is expected to, another state which is connecting this HSR is Maharashtra. So Maharashtra is expected to get big boost in regional connectivity. As of now, around 500,000 commuters travel daily from Thane to Mumbai and spend almost 3 to 6 hours in traveling time. So Bombay region has a lot of suburban regions and satellite towns like Boisar, Virar, Dhanu, Palghar. With HSR, they will get integrated with Mumbai. Now, Mumbai region and suburban Mumbai has very high population density of about 20,000 persons per square kilometer. With the services of high speed, the time will reduce to 11 to 37 minutes, and it is expected that this Mumbai region will be decongested by shift of population from Thane to Palghar. Another area where we expect a big boost is tourism. So in Gujarat, we post some photographs. There are many important tourist areas which will be easily approachable with the high-speed train. And in Maharashtra, the statistics which was done pre-pandemic, it is seen that about 112 million people, the domestic tourists, are visiting Maharashtra, and about 500,000 foreign tourists. And a survey which was done on the tourists indicated that the tourists were not happy with the transport arrangement. Mostly they traveled by taxi. So with the high speed being serving the Maharashtra and Gujarat, we expect that the tourist expectation on good transport system will be met with, and it will give a lot of boost to the tourism, particularly in the region of Palghar, which has many good beaches, but they are not connected as of now. So with high speed, it will get a big boost. During the construction phase, as we are already witnessing, we expect that about 90,000 direct and indirect jobs will be created, and more jobs will come in tourism sector and other sectors once the high-speed line becomes operational. Now, Government of India has already embarked upon a detailed project report for 7 corridors, which have already been completed. I'm not reading the names of these corridors, but National High Speed Rail Corporation has completed the survey of 7 corridors, and 1 more corridor is expected to come, where survey is already ongoing. But the implementation of some of these corridor will largely depend on the success of first corridor, which is being built between Mumbai and Ahmedabad, besides other socio-economic considerations. Thank you for your patient listening. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kara. It's always good to be enlightened about what's going on in India, a vast country. Next panel, Mr. Manu Hutu from Indonesia, please.
So I'm sorry, I'm a bit groggy this morning because I just arrived at 6 a.m. From Jakarta. So thank you, Pasukuri-san, for facilitating our visit. So I start by saying minasan, good morning, ohayo gozaimasu, dear colleagues. Ladies and gentlemen, let me express my heartfelt gratitude for the invitation to speak before this special session. Please accept the warmest regards and apology from His Excellency Mr. Agus Yudhoyono, our Coordinating Minister for Infrastructure and Regional Development, who is unable to join us today, but convey his appreciation to all delegates and hopes to meet you in future IHRA gatherings. And His Excellency Pak Agus has been designated by the President to oversee the extension of the high-speed railway in Indonesia. So as we try to reflect on today's sessions, and the theme is what the world expects in reliable, rapid connectivity for global world. And one word comes to my mind, kirei. Kirei in Japanese means beautiful. And when I was in university, one of my majors in English, and I was attracted to one girl who's studying Japanese language, and I asked my colleague, how do you say beautiful in Japanese? And he mentioned, if you meet a beautiful woman in Japanese, you have to say, anata wa kirei desu. So, anata wa kirei. So until now, that two words still stuck in my mind every time I visit Japan. So anata wa kirei. So when I say kirei into the Japanese means beautiful, I think it perfectly captured the essence of Japan's high-speed rail: precision, innovation, and pursuit of excellence. I think these three words represent Japan high-speed rail: precision, innovation, and pursuit of excellence. And building a high-speed rail must go beyond constructing a fast train. If the aim is merely to speed, we lose sight of the greater purpose. I think the theme captures that. The theme captures the essence of building high-speed rail. It's about growth, about bringing economic growth, especially for developing countries like Indonesia. Let me start by highlighting that Indonesia's current economic directions rest on three pillars. First is high economic growth, equity, and dynamic national stability. And transportation plays a vital role in realizing all of the three. And high-speed rail serves as a major stepping stone to enhance human capital, advance research and innovation, and create a sustainable value-added ecosystem. From this perspective, Indonesia embarks on its high-speed rail journey. Now, if you look at the next slide, next slide. Strengthening Indonesia economic growth through railway infrastructure. Now, Indonesia has one of the lowest rail densities among the G20 countries, only 3.6 kilometers of rail per 1,000 square kilometers, far behind UK, Germany, and Japan, each extending 50 kilometers. Per 1,000 people, Indonesia operates only 0.02 kilometers of railway compared to over 0.4 kilometers in developed countries, a tenfold gap. I think this is an opportunity for bringing more investment, either local or from our partners. Too much, and I think since we have a meeting in Japan, I think we want to use Japan as the baseline. To match Japan's network maturity, Indonesia must develop at least 3,000 to 90,000 kilometers of new railways and revitalize existing lines. And we are thinking far behind that, and the government is committed to extend that. And later on, I'll explain furthermore. And expanding and attracting investment in rail infrastructure is essential, given its proven impact on productivity and GDP. Indonesia's first high-speed rail, the Jakarta-Bandung line, represents a milestone toward modern, efficient, and sustainable connectivity. The ongoing draft government regulation on high-speed rail reflects our vision to foster integrated rail industry, advancing technology, research and innovation, and human resource development. I think the former Prime Minister mentioned about that, and the Vice Minister as well, that the IHRA, the high-speed rail, is all about innovation and bringing economic growth. And we just, I chaired a meeting on drafting the current government regulations, and we look at many of the regulations from Japan and some other countries as a benchmark, and how we lay down the foundation for expanding the high-speed rail in Indonesia. Now, that's the first one. Indonesia has to invest more in railway infrastructure. Second one is strengthen national equity through balanced regional growth. That's the next slide, please. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Now, railway development has long been concentrated in Java and a little bit in Sumatra. And to ensure balanced growth Expansion we must reach Kalimantan, Sulawesi, and Papua, region rich in resources and economic potential. I can understand why one can have an idea why most of the investment is in Java. Namely, half of Indonesia's population, over 100 million, lives in Java. So one of the reasons that the government invests a lot in the Java region, because most of our population lives in Java. And also the new capital city Nusantara is envisioned as an economic super hub and a catalyst for accelerating development in Eastern Indonesia through transportation infrastructure. Now the Jakarta-Bandung has already generated around 69.2 billion yen in tax revenue, and 14 billion on non-tax revenue, and raised regional GDP, namely two cities, Jakarta and West Java, by 0.6%, and created over 13,000 jobs. And this proved that railway infrastructure delivers economic benefit. And I think I want to highlight the economic internal rate of return is around 12%. I think it's much higher in many countries. And this shows that high-speed rail has economic benefit. And when we think about, when we discuss about our current draft regulation, we think not about the investment, but think how we can multiply the economic impact. Now, the third, this is the development of Indonesia high speed, the current one, with passengers in 2024 around 6 million, and it cuts the travel time Jakarta-Bandung to 45 minutes. So this is the benefit of the high-speed rail from Jakarta to Bandung, and the president has clearly stated that we will plan to extend from Bandung to Surabaya. And notice earlier the presentation made by the Vice Minister mentioning that one of the key elements to expanding the high-speed rail is to look whether it makes benefit or not. I think this is also part of what we are now currently discussing in government, that any extension has to take into account the economic benefit. Now after 2 years, and we plan the extensions to Surabaya will create around 772-kilometer high-speed rail corridor that will put us on the 13th longest in the world, surpassing the US and UK. Now, the third pillar of our economy is creating a dynamic national stability. Transportation is essential to national stability. Efficient system reduce logistic costs, enhance connectivity, and strengthen economic resilience. Due to congestion, however, a 1% rise in urbanization yields only 1.4% increase in per capita GDP in Indonesia, compared to 2.7% in East Asia and the Pacific. Logistic costs remain high at around 14% of GDP, partly because rail freight presents less than 1%. And the government is therefore investing in rail-based mass transit and providing targeted subsidy for both goods and passenger transport to strengthen stability and sustainability. So I want to end my presentation with two more slides. One is Indonesia's economic trajectory for the next decade demands continuous investment in transportation, and rail is central to that vision. Economic trajectory must align with climate responsibility, and I think the previous speaker mentioned about climate responsibility. Now, our coordinating ministry is overseeing the transportation ministry in overseeing the transportation decarbonization roadmap developed by the Ministry of Transportation, covering road, rail, sea, and air subsectors. And we hope that the roadmap, we will announce it in COP30 next month, and we will publicize the first draft by January this year. So will be our roadmap to decarbonization of the transport sector, and high-speed rail is part of that. And second, I think it is timely for global standardization of high-speed rail, covering safety, service, and innovation. We have IMO, we have ICAO providing standards for maritime and aviation. I think we have yet to see on the high-speed rail. So maybe it is timely, Sukuri-san, we think about a global standard sort of IMO and ICAO. And the next slide is, I want to show this best practice Japan consisting of high-speed rail. Japan has over 40 prime ministers for the past 60 years, but it maintains that vision. I think that consistency, that continuity and clarity of visions make it happen. And I think many countries envy that. Many countries sometimes when they change the head of states, they change the deviation, and Japan continues that. I think we can learn from Japan how to do it and how to maintain the national consensus, not only at the national level, but also at the local level. And this practice of Japan, I think it's an inspiration for many countries. And I want to end my remark by saying, because while technology drives us forward, it is shared vision that keeps us on track. So thank you, arigatou gozaimasu.
Thank you very much, Mr. Manu Hutu. As a Japanese, the last slide you showed reminded me of how many prime ministers this country has had. Now, our final speaker will be Lord McLaughlin.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is a great pleasure to be here at this International High-Speed Rail Forum. As has been referred by other speakers earlier on, this year in Britain, we mark 200 years of the world's first modern railway. In Japan, you are marking 60 years of high-speed railways that are admired throughout the world. In Britain, the celebrations that took place and are taking place included one very close to my own home in Derby. Among the trains on display at that celebration was a modern Hitachi train of a unit of the sort that will soon be running on my local line. It was built in a modern factory in Britain, which actually is just off the original line of 1825. In fact, as Secretary of State for Transport, I was very pleased to be there when they turned the first cutting of the first sod on building that brand new line. Hitachi's presence in the UK is a sign of the lasting ties between Japan and Britain's railways. This relationship runs back all the way to the first railways here in Japan in the 1870s, which used British technology. We are here today to talk about the future, but I would also like to suggest that the past really matters too, because it teaches us 3 points about investment, which I want to make briefly in the time I've got. The first point is that rail investment must be adaptable. The job rail has done in Britain over those 200 years has changed immensely. When people invested back in the 1820s, they wanted a cheaper way to carry coal. Today, we have moved beyond coal. Now rail plays a central part in supporting urban transport and inter-urban transport speeds and capabilities unimaginable when the lines were laid. I see this regularly in London. I was present when Queen Elizabeth II named the Elizabeth line, which finally opened in 2022. It carries passengers from one side of London to the other, including serving Heathrow Airport, 73 miles of it. Last year, there were 243 million passenger journeys on it, far more than what was originally anticipated when the line was being planned. It is incredible when you think about that. Rail has been able to respond so well to the needs of different generations and different technologies. It began in the age when horsepower was the only alternative. Now high-speed rail competes over huge distances with air travel, as is so quite vividly shown with Eurostar. It's a leading international high-speed rail service providing critical links in the UK on the continent, delivering journeys and strengthening cross-border connections. Eurostar serves major cities in the UK, France, Belgium, the Netherlands, and Germany, with high-speed trains transporting 19.5 million passenger journeys in 2024, and it is aiming for 30 million by the 2030s. Journeys account for nearly 5% of all passenger arrivals in the UK and contributes in excess of 2 billion to tourist spending. It is making a real difference. We don't know what the future holds and how demands will change again. So when we design for the future, we need to make sure that we create a flexible and compatible with all sorts of needs and possibilities. It is one of the key strengths of heavy rail. My second point is linked to this. High-speed rail does not sit in isolation. It is most powerful when it is part of a network plugged into the systems we already have. That might mean direct connections with existing rail networks, as is planned for High-Speed 2 now being built in the United Kingdom. Or it might mean interchanges with separate lines, such as here in Japan with narrow gauge routes. But the key thing is the same. High-speed rail is there to add capacity and cut journey times. But there are very few examples, perhaps Saudi Arabia is perhaps one, where it is starting from scratch. Sometimes I think we don't recognize this in talking about design of high-speed rail systems. It is a mistake that has happened with HS2 in the UK. It is a new line in an old context, but we ignore that context at our peril. My third point is that in doing all this, we need to think about the user and not infrastructure. What we build matters less than how people use it and how useful it is. Really great systems take a lot of investment and construction, but what counts is the way they transform journeys, not the stuff that's being built. Engineers and planners sometimes get this wrong by putting physical infrastructure before the needs of people and businesses. As a result, it can be underused or inefficient systems. Get the design right, as we have with the new Elizabeth line under London, for instance, and the results can be transformative. That going back was the case in the very first railways that I mentioned in 1825. What counted wasn't that the system of haulage was new, but it was that met business needs, created profit, and drove growth and further investment. 200 years on, that is just the case today. One of the things that can be so frustrating about rail investment and planning is the time it takes. But if we get the planning right, then we also get the service right at the end of the day. That is a challenge for us all, and it is a challenge for the future as well. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much, Lord McLaughlin. What I will do now is to raise one question each to each one of the panelists before opening the floor. Now, Mr. Terada, may I ask the following question? You showed us pictures of before and after. How much development can be made by laying out railway, high-speed railway. But you can see the benefits only in retrospect. How could you make a convincing case to those people who have not known anything about high-speed rail, about the consequences and benefits?
Thank you very much. Yes, that is a difficult question. I mean, showing examples is really intended to help people who haven't had exposure to high-speed rail and try to convince them by showing them the pictures. That was my intent. But in many cases, many people, maybe in a vague way, do feel that there's a lot of potential associated with high-speed rail, and that perhaps vague expectation is something that we can tap into, and we can share with them what we have done in Japan, what challenges we have overcome to get to where we are, and so that that vague expectation, hope, and idea about potential can be turned into conviction.
You said you have chosen a separate, dedicated track. What kind of opinions have you had, pros and cons, about that? And also, what about the NIMBY factor, not in my backyard factor? When it comes to creating something new, it always makes, it always invites oppositions from those people directly affected. Those are the two questions, if I may. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dedicated line, we have spent a lot of time meeting our peers across the world and made the decision that we need to achieve the consumer product that's been talked about today in terms of reliability. And we're looking at high speeds, reliability of over 98%. And this wouldn't be achieved with an integrated system into the existing conventional rail that exists within Australia. Importantly, though, what we have been very conscious about is, again, with a view to where passengers wish to travel, and in the case of the Newcastle to Sydney line, from central Newcastle to central Sydney, and certainly ensuring that the locations of the stations are convenient and would integrate through accessibility to other modes of transport. And so that has been the driving purpose in considering the dedicated line option that we've recommended to government. You make a great point on NIMBY, not in my backyard, and we've also been looking at and learning around the issues of noise and other impacts that construction and new rail corridors will bring. And in my conversation earlier, talked about consumer engagement. And I think the education of the communities that we will be operating in has been critical to bring about that understanding. So when we start to commence with the construction period and the designation of the alignment for high-speed rail, it's important to have that support from the local communities. I will say for Newcastle to Sydney, quite a significant part of the rail line will be underground, particularly around Sydney, function both of densification and also the terrain.
Thank you very much. If I may ask just one more question. You said you are expecting that the population will grow by 7 million. That's a large number. Can you tell us more about how you can expect this number? Immigration or birth?
Yeah.
What about that?
So it's a combination. It's a combination of both. The immigration in Australia, I don't have the figures right to hand on the exact numbers, but it is been a very significant part of the growth in Australia's population and natural growth in the population as well. And I think particularly in the regions that we are talking about, they are certainly attracting population growth along that east coast. So relative across the whole of Australia, we do see a particular skewing or emphasis on the east coast for population growth.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Mr. Kare, I was wondering if you have had a challenge of changing perception or image about train, because in not a small number of countries, trains don't necessarily represent tidiness or speed. Rather, it represents something unsafe, untidy, and slow. And the fact is, India, as you know, has been one of the earliest developers of train network. And so there are many, many old and conventional rail systems that have not necessarily generated the kind of image that you wish to have by introducing high-speed rail. What would you respond? What would your response would be?
Thank you very much. As you rightly put, untidiness is one of the area, and particularly country like India, where we have such a huge population. I'm sure many of you must have seen how the local suburban trains in Mumbai, they are heavily crowded, and in fact, making their travel possible itself is a big challenge. So keeping those trains in a tidy condition becomes a still bigger challenge. But we hope that with the introduction of high-speed bullet train between Mumbai and Ahmedabad, it's not the travel time alone, but it will bring a big cultural change in how the people will respond to the train travel system as a whole in India. When we interact with the people of that area in Gujarat and Maharashtra, they are very excited to see. And one of the experience which we have is that if we provide such kind of service to the people, they will really accept it and they will try to maintain it the way they should be maintained. So it's a question of providing facility to them. If we don't have proper facility, of course, things will remain untidy. But if we give them proper facility, I am pretty sure this is going to bring a big paradigm change once high-speed train is introduced between Mumbai and Ahmedabad.
The construction of infrastructure in India has proceeded rather smoothly. Are you advertising on that to further excite the people in India?
This is particularly with respect to high speed?
Yes, yes.
Yes, I think, but as I said that our first experience with Mumbai-Ahmedabad is going to be the benchmark to really decide on further things. But there are various state governments, not only state governments, there are people from that state who are very keen to have high-speed train in their region. For example, Uttar Pradesh, I know the Chief Minister has made many a times remarks to have the religious corridor of Banaras and Ayodhya, Ram Mandir, I think most of you would have heard, very keen to have high-speed connectivity there. So there are states, there are people who are very keen, and I'm pretty sure once Mumbai-Ahmedabad becomes a success story, we will see a few more corridors of high speed in India. And I hope that people would really welcome the high speed in India in many areas. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now about Indonesia, you mentioned, Mr. Manuhutu, that the two major cities will be connected in about 30 minutes. You're envisioning a creation of a mega city. And what kind of economic benefits can you envision by creating the seamless corridor connecting the two cities and making them as a single mega city?
Right, thank you. First, as in my slide, it shows that the corridor Jakarta-Bandung create an IRR of 12%, which means that there's an economic growth in those, especially in the two stations that pass through by the high-speed rail. Now, I think the key is not building the high-speed rail, but the key is for Indonesia, and this is how now we are drafting the government regulation, is that how we can speed up the process of industrialization through the building of high-speed train. I mean, we see that if we invest 20-30 billion US dollar for the expansion from Bandung to Surabaya, if we only build it and we don't have the, we don't get the knowledge transfer, the capacity to create new technologies, and the capacity of building new industries, then the 20-30 billions of investment will not be justified. This is now the discussion in Indonesia, the investment that we have for the Jakarta-Bandung. Now, for Bandung to Surabaya, we want to impress that the building of the high-speed rail is not only about connecting two cities, three cities, but it's about industrializations, it's about innovations, and it is about creating high capable human resources, because we understand, we look at Japan in the 60s when you invested a lot in the high-speed rail. It's not about connecting Tokyo and Osaka, but it's about building industries. It's about creating economic growth. I mean, the connecting one point to another point is that's the direct benefit, but I think the indirect benefit is the industrialization. And if Indonesia wants to achieve 8% of growth as directed by the president, and to achieve status of developed countries, we have to achieve a growth of over 8% for the next 10 years. And the building of high-speed train in Java or other part should be focusing more on industrializations and building new technology. That technology can be applied to other sectors. I mean, if we look at the internet was developed not for civilian use. It was used for the military during the Cold War, but then it was then used for the civilian. I think we have to have the mindset that the technology developed in the high-speed rail can be also applied to other sectors. As someone who probably in this room likes to watch Formula One, the ABS, the automatic braking system, was developed for Formula One, but then it was developed. It was used for the civilian. I think that's the key of the building high-speed rail. And before coming here about 2 weeks ago, I had someone, a good colleague of mine from another ministry, called me and was complaining to me about, why do you want to build from Bandung to Surabaya? It's like you can only afford to buy an electric car, and yet you want to buy a Ferrari. And I said, well, now Ferrari has an electric car, so it's about time we have to do that. So I think it's about a mindset, a leap forward, how to use the developing the high-speed rail is a leapfrog for industrialization, because otherwise it will be too expensive to justify to the society if you spend so much of your money on single track.
Thank you very much. Broadly speaking, there are three major providers of high-speed rail systems: Europeans, Japanese, and Chinese. As I understand, Indonesia has chosen to go with the Chinese. Can you share with us the rationale and the reason behind your decision?
I think that's the reason why, if you look at my last slide before the so many prime ministers in Japan, is that we need to have a unified standard. We can see, because my background is, I'm still a diplomat in the foreign ministry. I've worked over 20 years in the foreign ministry, then joining the coordinating ministries. I see the benefit of having a unified standard. I think that could reduce the costs, and I think that could we can speed up to have high-speed rail can be affordable to various countries. And I think the way forward, I think we have a unified approach like IMO or ICAO, so that the competition is not about any longer about this is mine, this is yours, but the competition is about standard. And when we have a standard, we see for the past 20, 30 years, when we have standard, then we can reduce the cost. I think the way forward is not about whether it is Japanese, Chinese, or European. I think the key is about having to have a unified approach on high-speed rail, because we know exactly the benefit. As in the 50s, 60s, 40, 50, 60, we don't have an international organization that's unified. And then after 60 years of development of the high-speed train, it's about time. I think we have the unified approach, global unified approach. I think in this room, we have plenty of great minds to realize that unified approach.
Thank you very much. Finally, Lord McLaughlin, high-speed rail takes probably 2 decades to be built. And in the meantime, there are many elections. And can you tell us how you can maintain political commitment in a very much contested political arena?
Yes, that's a very good question. We had huge political commitment right across the sphere in the early stages of HS2. I'm afraid that broke away when we had a change of Prime Minister who decided not to build what was originally anticipated, and I very much regret that, because I think that the problem of big infrastructure projects is that they are nearly always controversial until they get built. And then people ask the question afterwards, well, why didn't you do this a long time ago? and I think that is part of the problem, and it's part of the problem with some of the other questions that have been asked about NIMBYs, about sort of objections. Certainly one of the things I've learned as a lesson is the planning process needs, in the United Kingdom, needs to be changed. The present government are committed to doing that. It'll be very interesting to see whether that actually eventually gets onto the statute books. But I do come to this matter that I don't think I can't recall any big major infrastructure project that hasn't been controversial in the conception, with people saying why it shouldn't happen, and then once completed, people saying, why didn't this happen some time ago? So I think you have to be brave in the way in which you go forward with that. Yes, you have to understand the concerns. I'm not saying that the concerns of people whose lives will be disrupted, be it short term while the construction's taking place, or a view that they've long admired gets changed. But that's always been a problem with any big major infrastructure project, and we just have to try and put the case forward.
Thank you very much for your insight. That was encouraging. Thank you. Now, may I take 3 questions, very short 3 questions from the floor? Yes, gentleman there. And 2 more. Yes, gentleman over there. The final question will come from. Yes, the lady there. So first, second, and third.
Yeah, I'm Sutanto from Indonesia. I would like to raise some issue probably about the future of the high-speed train probably. You know, the high-speed train is something to do with the people movement actually, and we are moving actually with many different purposes. As well, you know also that the development of the ICT, the information and communication technology, is quite rapidly growing. And you know that most of us probably is working based on all data and information which is now can be distributed easily and timelessly. So any insight probably from the speakers to look at the future of high-speed train when people maybe no longer want to move because they got all data and information to work with. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next question will be, yes.
Thank you very much. It was an excellent panel. My question is related to the slide that the expert from Indonesia put, the last slide, which is political leadership. So I would like to ask, especially for the very first high-speed rail project, how important or how significant is the role of political leadership in getting it done and getting the trains run? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Finally, the lady there.
Good morning. I'm Natasha from Malaysia. I have a question for Jill. Your impressive presentation for the high-speed rail ambitions in Australia is very interesting and very exciting. My question to you would be, how do you expect to fund it? And I thought it very interesting that you intend to tunnel your way into Sydney. I'm assuming this is because of all the very, very expensive houses in Sydney. So I'd really like to know how your government plans to finance everything. Thank you.
Can I ask the gentleman that raised the first question to give us, again, a question so that each one of those panelists would easily answer? The gentleman, the first, yes, yes. You said about the future. Can I ask you to frame it as a question again?
Yeah, the frame, I think, how we predict the high-speed train ridership, because we know that the other side of this development, there is an ICT development where people working on based on data and information.
I understand. In the age of online meetings and so on, you don't necessarily have to move, right? Yeah. Okay. Who is going to answer that question?
Well, I'll have a go. I mean, the simple fact is one of the things that we've seen is that actually people want to travel. And even though there is a lot to be said for doing meetings over the internet and that sort of way, but actually that personal connection, we were told that you know, the pandemic would change everything. We'd never travel again like we did in the past. But actually we found that people like traveling. They like that one-to-one FaceTime opportunity. So yes, I think the modes and reasons for travel will change, but what we've seen is given the opportunity, and it is one of the things I think as well about high-speed rail is it isn't just about moving people. It is actually about the capacity on the network. So it's then that other things can move on the rail network. It's then that how do you get lorries off roads, because you can start moving more freight by railways. And you know, perhaps with high-speed travel, we talk more about passengers, but actually in the overall composition of transportation, we also are seeing a desire to get more freight on the railways to cut down emissions. So I think I think the problem we have in the United Kingdom is not one of sort of spare capacity. It's actually lack of capacity, and that's one of the reasons for building high-speed high-speed lines in the first place was being made.
Thank you very much. I'll come to you, Mr. Terada, for the second question of political commitment. But Jill, would you like to answer the question from our colleague from Malaysia?
Certainly, terrific question. Thank you. I might start with the question around tunnelling and access to Sydney. And I think in terms of access to Sydney, there is a significant amount of pre-existing infrastructure, underground, above ground. It's not only houses, and I think in the approach to Sydney, there's also National Park. And that combination has driven the recommendation around how we access Sydney, and that would be through tunnelling. And I would like to add that there have been more than a decade of very significant road and rail projects in Sydney. So the tunnelling expertise, the experience in Sydney, I've heard it referred to God's Rock, tunnelling through sandstone in Sydney. So we are very fortunate with the expertise in tunnelling that has been developed over the last decade in the region. In terms of funding, it is a very expensive project, ultimately 1,800 kilometres. We're waiting for the business case decision, and government, as part of that, will need to make decisions around stations and other factors. Government funding, we anticipate, for the infrastructure construction will be a significant component. And we have also, as part of the business case, and will continue to refine what opportunities might attract private sector funding and financing. And that would include, for example, stations, rolling stock, and other aspects. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I, for one, would like to know much more about what each one of the panelists would like to say, but may I just ask Mr. Terada to give us your final observation about political commitment.
Thank you very much. In a nutshell, political leadership, political commitment is extremely important. So with regards to developing a high-speed network, it is something that you can't do without. In Japan, about 50 years, there were a lot of discussions about high-speed rail.
As the former Prime Minister Ishiba mentioned, yes, I think that it is indispensable that we have political energy. But as Jill-san has mentioned, in reality, there is the issue of financing, the funding, and also technical challenges. So a number of issues that need to be dealt with. So these, under political leadership, should be promoted strongly. I think that in regards to the Japanese Shinkansen, it was like that and is like that. And I think also overseas, this is true. So we should cross border and try to demonstrate that political leadership will be significant.
Brilliant panel to start discussions for the rest of the day. May I ask you to join me applauding the panel? Thank you.
Thank you very much to our moderator, Dr. Taniguchi, and panelists of Session 1.セッション1にご登壇いただきましたモデレーター谷口様、パネリストの皆様、どうもありがとうございました。 Let's give another round of applause to members of the opening session. 皆様一度盛大な拍手をお願いいたします。We will now take a break. Session 2 will begin at 11:35. 11:35. For those here at the venue, refreshments including coffee, tea, and light snacks are available outside the hall. Please take this time to relax and enjoy. For our online participants, please be sure to rejoin us before the next session begins at 11:35. ここで休憩に入らせていただきます。次のセッションには11時35分より再開いたします。会場の皆様には会場の外にコーヒーやお茶菓子などのリフレッシュメントをご用意しておりますので、ぜひご利用ください。配信をご視聴の皆様は11時35分までにお戻りください。 We will now begin Session 2, Shaping the Future Together, Railway and Urban Development. これよりセッション2、鉄道整備と沿線都市開発の一体的推進を始めさせていただきます。Our moderator is Dr. Kato. それでは、モデレーターの加藤様、よろしくお願いいたします。
皆様。Good morning to you all. This is session 2, Shaping the Future Together, Railway and Urban Development. I have the honor of serving as moderator. This is Hironori Kato from the University of Tokyo. So we're going to look at the integrated development of railway and cities, and that should enhance the structure of the city. And we're going to hear Japan, Thailand, and Taiwan examples. So good development, railroad development, we're going to see the impact of that. And thank you very much for inviting me to this session. Chairman Shukuri and IHRA people, thank you so much. I want to do my best to make this a fruitful session. Before starting the session, or in starting the session, let me give you a small talk. So railway, especially high-speed rail, and urban development, the relationship between the two. Since I'm coming from university, from an academic perspective, let me explain about recent trends and the discussions taking place. And as mentioned already, the impact of high-speed rail on society and economy, various researchers have already studied that impact, and they have published such research. So shortened mobility time, that will have impact to accessibility and the mode of transport, and that would have a wide socioeconomic impact. That would include environmental impact, tourism impact, housing and land impact, and also labor market and economic performance impact. So this is how it has been organized academically. Now, in terms of numbers, we have already seen those reports. At our laboratory, we've looked at the past 30, 40 years, high-speed rail in Japan, how it has impacted economic productivity in various regions. And we tried to show this visually. So we did this kind of analysis. This shows from 1981 to 2006. Well, as you know, Japan's Shinkansen has been expanding its network over the years, but in the various prefectures, how has output changed per capita? That is what is indicated here. And you can see clearly with the colors, the areas along the Shinkansen lines, the color turns to red. So clearly there is the economic impact from the Shinkansen, and the impact spreads over a long period of time. I think that is what this indicates. So more recently, this kind of economic impact, measuring that directly, plus looking at high-speed rail, how that impacts intellectual innovation, is a topic that is deliberated often amongst researchers. This shows HSR's impact in terms of connecting various regions and how that promotes innovation. So this is a conceptual chart. And here again, in our research group, we looked at the Tohoku Shinkansen. So, and we looked at the patent applications because that is an important indicator of innovation. So it's an important variable that's often used. So how many patents applied, or how much has that increased in various regions is what we analyzed. And in doing this analysis, we did not just compare before and after, but we looked at where the Shinkansen access is good and poor. And so those areas near Shinkansen stations and with good accessibility, we see increase in patent applications. That means innovation is being generated. And as mentioned, innovation is an important driver to cause economic growth. So in that regard, Shinkansen is having an important impact. That is what we're starting to find out. So impact of Shinkansen is not limited to the economy and innovation. It also has various impacts to that regional community, especially agglomeration, that is higher density of buildings, and the state of development. It's been well known that Shinkansen has those impacts, and we see some examples already. This example comes from Kyushu. With the Kyushu Shinkansen line developed, how has the real estate development been activated in the areas around the Shinkansen station? So clearly you see that with the construction of the Shinkansen, you have higher buildings, so more dense buildings being constructed. And here, so my student has done this research about Hokuriku Shinkansen, so land prices. Well, that is an indicator to show the attractiveness of the region. So in which area are we seeing rise in land prices? That's what's been analyzed here. So from the station of the Shinkansen, close to the station, you see the significant rise in land prices. That has been confirmed with actual land price data. So areas around the station is impacted strongly from the Shinkansen station. That is evident from this kind of analysis. Now, so impact of Shinkansen high-speed rail, how can we maximize that through the station and the surrounding areas? And the well-known concept is the transit-oriented development, TOD. So in addition to the construction of the Shinkansen, on the city side, various development projects are undertaken in order to further enhance the impact of the high-speed rail. So it's an integrated development concept. Concerning TOD, there has been many years of research already. So let me just touch on the theoretical aspects just a bit. So TOD has several important concepts, often called 5Ds or 6Ds. And here I show density, diversity, design, destination accessibility, and distance to transit. So though in order to make TOD successful, these 5Ds are extremely important elements that has been found by various research. Now, not limited to TOD, but development around train stations. When discussing that, there has been this topic that's been debated for a long time in urban development. That is the concept of node place model. So you look at the station as a node. So within a network, it's a point, it's a node in that network. And the station is not just a node, but the also station is also a place. So it's an important facility within that surrounding community. So it has those two aspects. So you should not just focus on one, but to think about both aspects in a balanced way. And in that way, you'll be able to maximize the impact of the station. So the 5Ds that I mentioned earlier and the node place model, they are not disparate independent concepts. They are closely interrelated. For example, with the concept of node, the high-speed rail station and the surrounding urban area, that relationship is connected well by the railroad. So the first mile or last mile to the station, access, egress, how to do that wisely, and how to develop that with urban transport, especially urban rail. That's going to be an extremely important factor in making TOD successful. And also high density, mixed land use, and walkable design, and great transit. Those are important to enhance the value of place. So the 5D concept and the node place model complement each other, is what you can say. If you review the most recent research, place and node are extremely important concepts. I mean, that's the consensus amongst the researchers, but the recent trend is that there's another aspect that's added. The industry aspect should also be considered, as research have shown recently. So areas around the station, there should be what kind of industry, what size of the service is suitable, and what kind of industry should be located around the stations. That is an important factor in making TOD successful. So that's the concept here. So that was a very short talk, but it was an introduction. So HSR has impact to the community and society. I mentioned that there are many research that has looked into this, and also to maximize the impact of the Shinkansen development around the station should be conducted in conjunction with urban development. So TOD has been discussed by various researchers. That's another point that I shared with you. And the 5D and the place node model is another thing I explained. Now, amongst the researchers, they haven't come to a consensus about what kind of industry should be nurtured around the stations, and through what mechanism does that lead to the success of TOD. That part we do not have a full understanding yet. So after this, we're going to hear 4 examples, 4 case studies. So I think that they will be the success stories of TODs, and there's a lot to learn from them. I look forward to that. So that's my introductory presentation. So we will receive 4 presentations after this.
最初は、JR
So first, we will welcome from East Japan Railway Company, Mr. Fukasawa, Chairman of the Board of Directors, Mr. Yuji Fukasawa. And secondly, from Taiwan High-Speed Rail Corporation, Mr. Chen Chun-young, Director. And from the Department of Rail Transport, Ministry of Transport of Thailand, Director General Dr. Pichet Kunand Hamarks, and finally from the University of Toyama, Special Research Professor, Professor Yoichi Kanayama. And we will be asking you to go in that order, please. That's all for my introduction. Thank you very much. So thank you, and I will hand the floor over to the first speaker. I serve as the chairman of the board of directors of East Japan Railway Company. My name is Fukasawa, and I will be talking about transit-oriented development projects and JR East. And I'm very much appreciative of this opportunity to address you today. So first is the overview of JR East. We were established in 1987, and we due to the privatization of the Japanese National Railways, JNR, we took charge of the eastern side of Honshu Island, including Tokyo, and we've been operating for 30 years now. And we handle high-speed rail, urban transportation, and regional transportation, moving approximately 16 million passengers per day, making us one of the Japan's largest railway companies. And we have 5 areas in terms of our high-speed rail network, as you can see in that chart. And in terms of our business, we are a vertically integrated railway company, and we own all our railway facilities and rolling stock and conduct both operation and maintenance ourselves. Furthermore, we also are involved in non-railway businesses, including urban development centered on stations, lifestyle solutions such as station buildings and hotels, and IT businesses centering on our Suica IC smart cards. So in terms of our revenue, our railway operations accounts for about 2/3 and of total revenue, and non-railway is about 1/3. So in 1987 is when the JNR became bankrupt and we were established. And during that time, during JNR's day and age, the stations functioned solely as a place to board and deboard trains. But after the year 2000, we started promoting initiatives to review the station space from scratch, and we call this the Station Renaissance. And it's not only as a hub for transport, but also to become a service platform to meet the needs of our various customers. And we improved the convenience, comfort of the space, and we were proactively developing the space inside of the ticket gate. And in 2021 onward, we launched the Beyond Station concept. So the station is, of course, the hub for transportation, but going significantly beyond that, we wanted to become the platform for daily life. So that customers would come to the station other than to ride the train. So this is the concept we are promoting. Of course, we are promoting the development of the space inside of the ticket gate, which we call Eki Naka. And for example, other than that, we have Ueno Station and Akihabara stations where we have these very large signage. And we call a showrooming function that we have added to these areas so that it becomes an immersive environment. So this will increase the advertising impact, and we provide this to our clients as well. And here is our history of TOD, building stations and secondary development of the surrounding areas that I think could be referred to as TOD 1.0. Then planning and developing the station in the town in integrated manner would be TOD 2.0. And further integration of the station and the area through area management could be called TOD 3.0. And I think that that's where we are right now, including the Takanawa Gateway City. And this is what I would refer to as TOD 3.0. But then looking ahead, it's not just the station and the surrounding areas, but connecting suburban areas, regional hubs, and even internationally. That would be the future direction of TOD 4.0. So it will create flows centering on the railway transport, and it will lead to resolving social issues as well using this network. And especially in the city center in Shinagawa area where we are right now, we have the Takanawa Gateway City, which is going to be playing the central role. We are developing the greater Shinagawa area and integrating several stations and areas together for the redevelopment. Haneda Airport is quite close And we have the Chuo Shinkansen will be departing. It will be the terminal station at Shinagawa for Chuo Shinkansen. So these 5 stations will be at the center, and these stations will be connected, and there will be creation amongst them, and then further expansion. So that is what we are aiming for. And this is a greater Shinagawa area concept so that we can improve the appeal, attractiveness of Tokyo, and also the international competitiveness. There's also another station, Oimachi Station, 1 station away, and there's a significant development project underway, which is called Oimachi Tracks, and this will be open next spring. There will be a serviced residence and an open outdoor multi-commercial facility, and other various experiential spaces that will be available. And this is 250,000 square meters. The Shinagawa Ward's office, the ward office will also be included, and there will be open spaces, including the disaster preparedness area as well. There's also the rolling stock yard, and people will be able to enjoy the views as well. If there is some disaster, we need to shelter stranded visitors and commuters. We will be accepting them, and we have disaster preparedness measures in place, and we have major office buildings with 5,000 square meters per floor, which is one of the largest in Japan. So here we are right now at the Takanawa Gateway City. In 2020, the Takanawa Gateway Station right in front of this building was open for service, and this is the 30th station on the Yamanote line. It's a 1 kilometer long site and will become a mixed-use urban complex. 150 years ago, it was still used, but in 1872, Japan's first railway line opened in this area, and embankment was built, and the rail was placed on top of it. So this was really the birthplace of innovation in railway in Japan. So we want to use the Takanawa Gateway City as an experimental site to create enriching lives for the next 100 years. So 150 years ago, the embankment was constructed, and it was unearthed during construction. So we have inherited the memory history of the 150-year-old innovation, and we will connect it into future innovation for the next century as well. And we base that that is the basis for our community development. So that's all in terms for the first phase. On the left-hand side, we have the Link Pillar 1 that's already open for operations, and next spring we will have Link Pillar 2 and the cultural facility, Mon Takanawa, and then the residence where we'll have an international school as well. So those will be operational next spring. And for this project, it has been 20 years since it was first conceived, and there are 2 areas still remaining, and at least these 4 areas will be open next spring. So what are we trying to achieve? This is mutual global benefit. This is what we want to achieve. The key themes to achieve global mutual benefit is mobility, environment, and healthcare. And we are trying to address and solve these 3 major issues. So next, these are some examples of TOD in regional local areas. For Japan, we have a depopulation, declining birth rate, and for the local regional areas, they are seeing significant depopulation. So looking at the major cities and regional areas, We have, for example, converted old storehouses into hotels or have built processing facilities for their specialty chestnuts and invited hospitals and other facilities to locate there. And that is how we are trying to contribute to regional vitalization. At the very top north of Japan's main island, we have Aomori Station. And we built a beach in front of the station, and they're known for their apples. So we are building factories to build, or rather produce apple cider and have a new station building as well. And we also have a hotel. And this hotel is actually being managed by a local hospital. And it's positioned as a wellness hotel. And various medical exams can be conducted. And it's therefore a very new concept station. And we are therefore engaging in TOD that builds on the characteristics and features of the local region, and we hope to revitalize the regional community as well. That's all for my presentation. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
ありがとうございました。
Thank you very much. After privatization, you developed the inside station, and then you did the area management, so that you have tried to solve societal issues around railway. So that was a very grand TOD project concept. Thank you so much. Mr. Yang, please.
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my great honor to have this opportunity to make a speech to talking about the Taiwan High-Speed Rail and the experience in station district development. I think all you know that Taiwan High-Speed Rail is a successful BOT project. We imported Shinkansen system. Before my presentation talking about the station district experience, I would like to say something about our project. Taiwan is an island with a total length from north to south about 450 kilometers. We have a high-speed rail. That is a BOT project cooperated by a government and THSRC. I am director of THSRC. I'm also Director General of Railway Bureau in my government. The high-speed rail commenced to service in early 2007. Right now, we have operated almost 18 years. You can see the ridership still on very quick growth. I think the major problem to the chairman's is that people in Taiwan always say that it is very hard to get a ticket with seats to our high-speed rail train. So currently, we still play a very important role during to the intercity transportation. We also have a very good performance in safety, same as Shinkansen system, 0 deaths or functionally accident. And we also have a very good punctuality rate, about 99.5. And we also have a very good KPI in average delay time, that is less than second minute. You can see that we have 12 stations. In spite of Taipei main station, other stations all are located in the rural area. That means when we build our station, that surrounding areas are almost a greenfield. At that time, my bureau take the authority to make a new urban planning, make the original agricultural land into a commercial or residential and station use. Then we can get some land about these new urban areas. You can see that in the land labeled with red and blue and orange, that is owned by our our bureau. And Hsinchu, I will take the case to show you that how we development our station district. Hsinchu is 60 kilometers away from Taipei, and it is very famous for the semiconductor industry. Right now, you may all know that Taiwan plays an important role in the global semiconductor industry. TSMC also have a new plant in Kumamoto city in Japan. So I think you can know that Hsinchu Station is very important in Taiwan. And the science park is very important, a birthplace of a semiconductor industry. That science park is only 8 kilometers to our new Hsinchu Station. Okay, in the previous section, Mr. Tarado also show you that Shin Yokohama Station, a picture that when the Shinkansen opened to service in 1964, there's still a green field for this station, and after 34 years, you can see high-rise building and residential and the population surrounded in Yokohama Station. So that inspired us. This picture that I got from a consultant from Japan when we do the planning of Taiwan High-Speed Rail project in 1990s. So that inspires us that we should internalize the high-speed rail project benefit into our project, internalize the external benefit into our project. So we make same case in our 12 stations, only in spite of Taipei main station. You can see this a real photographic for Hsinchu Station involving the development of station area. The left one is 2007, which is the opening year of high-speed rail system. You can see a lot of the land in the new urban planning area is still greenfield. After almost 20 years, a lot of high buildings and population get into this new district. Okay, moderator also mentioned about 5Ds about the TOD. We have another TOD principles applied to our project. That is from the ITDPs. They talk about shift makes cycle work, connect, compact, transit, and density. Actually, that is the same principle with the 5Ds that the moderator just mentions. Okay, Hsinchu Station Business Land Project. You can see that with a light area, that is, we call that is diamond land in front of our high-speed rail stations. Surrounding high buildings are actually staying over there. But this land, because it is, we call it a diamond, hard core of our staging area, so we keep it as a final project. The bureau, my bureau just signed a concessionaire to a private company to make a development project, and they will total invest about US dollars of $500 million, which will opening in phase 1 2 years later. We have some comprehensive planning strategies. First one is we make green space connectivity. You can see the picture, the left one. Hsinchu Station and go to the west, there is a park. So we keep a green corridor to keep the station and the green park. And the second principle is we make the vehicle undergrounded. So to minimize the surface traffic on the road and keep more and more space for pedestrian and bicycle walk. And the third one is we make a strategy to maximize the open space. A TOD compartment in this development, you can see that we have 3 levels of development. The first one is for the public transit. We have a 3-rail platform to connect a high-speed rail, conventional rail, and the future light rail system. And we also have 2 bicycle rental stations for passengers and people to use. And we provide jogging road, and for the walk, we have a pedestrian bridge, and on the ground, we have a very friendly road for the pedestrian. Okay, for the shift, we make the vehicle circulation to the basement too. To minimize the traffic on the surface road, and we put a shuttle run in the basement too to provide the bus and taxis for passengers to use. And as you know, that the Hsinchu station and the park, we keep all of the functional space in the south and the north space area to put our buildings to provide commercial and retail usage. And lots of the space will keep for the platform and for some canal for people to have lecture and funding. Roads from station and green space. The Bureau owns both sides of the land of the Hsinchu station. So we have another, we call it Old Tree Park in right of the pictures. So we have a pedestrian bridge to connect to Hsinchu station and connect to what I just mentioned, the Forest Park. Okay, this project will make 2 new high tower buildings. They provide office and restaurant and retail and department store. So make the function and for the commercial and the development. Future of Hsinchu. I think by this project, Hsinchu will not, these two tower building will not only play the gate of Hsinchu, but will make Hsinchu a core of a new future. In Taiwan, we have another many stations. For example, in Taoyuan, Taichung, Jiayi, and Tainan, we have same project for station area development. You are more than welcome to visit us, and not only in IHRA meeting, anytime, THSRC and my bureau will welcome you and introduce our station area district development experience. Thank you for your listening.
Thank you very much, Mr. Yang. It's a lot of efforts over the 18 years. Learning from the Shin Yokohama station, that was very impressive for us. And it seems that you're expanding further beyond Shin Yokohama and what they've done. So we would like to move on to the third speaker, and I would like to welcome Mr. Ipshet to the stage, please.
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here again. I can remember last 3 years I stayed here in Nagoya to talking about the IHRA Forum 2022. A good time, good memory. This session is to share the Thailand challenges topic in railway and urban development. In this strategic framework, with the support of JICA, we can develop the Red Line commuter train project that we can already see this strategy working, what happened. Krungthep Aphiwat Grand Station or Bang Sue Grand Station in Thailand, we confuse to transfer Thai to Thai. Krungthep is Bangkok, Aphiwat is better. Krungthep Aphiwat is Better Bangkok Gas Station. This station is the scale 1/3 of Suvarnabhumi Airport. The scale station is around 300,000 square meter in total functional area and can accommodate more than 600,000 passenger trips per day. And on the basement, we also provide a lot of parking lot and connect to the subway Blue Line. The first floor is concourse area. The second floor is the platform 1 to 4 is for the red line services. Go to the north, go to the west. And this year, we'll extend the red line extension to the Thammasat University and west to Mahidol University, big generator trip university. And for sure, the train in this picture is by Hitachi Rail Technology. And the second floor also provide platform 5 to 12 for the long distance service to connect to the nationwide network, north, south, east, west, also connect to our neighboring countries with the Vientiane station in Lao PDR, and also go to the south to connect to Malaysia. And we also provide a retail shop and store area, the old shop product, one tambon, one product, to sell our local product to the passenger also. This is the scheme is Japanese style, to sell the product to the local product to the passenger, like a bento or local community product to the passenger. The third floor, we provide 12 track for the high-speed train and airport link to the north, south, east, west. We hope that in next 4 years, the northeastern line will stop here in the third floor. This connectivity will significantly enhance travel options for both domestic and international passengers who will journey through Thailand. Additionally, is expected to boost tourism and support local economy. And the location, Krungthep Pivat Gas Station, is linked hub for mass transit master plan. Also, again, working with JICA to making the master plan. It acts like a center of Bangkok rail network, and we hope to develop the railway systematic to make the city travel more comfortable. And we do hope that next 10 years, this master plan will complete it. Can connect the commuter line, metro line, high-speed train in this station. We also would like to apply the TOD concept to the area nearby station. This is a tough job, very hard to do. Because of the new station, this is the TOD concept. Everyone talking about it, TOD concept. But the what we can do is, the big job to do is, like we stay here in Takanawa Gateway, but in the Tokyo city is the CBD, is far along from CBD. In Bangkok also we have already CBD. In Center Point, Siam Square, Anusawari Chai, we have the old CBD. But we built a new station, the Chin is the new. Then how to connect with the CBD to the new station. This is a really challenging. As the Professor Kato say, that how we can connect between the CBD to the new station. This is the big job. And we do hope that we can develop the transport area nearby Krungthep Pivat Gas Station. We also study and make a master plan with UR, Japanese agency again, in 9 zones, A, B, C, D to I, with the developed phase in T state, and do hope that next 15 years we complete it. We do this station, make a study like a starting point, as same as Takanawa Gateway. With tomorrow, we will see what happened. The IHRA forum setting for the technical visit to make area development nearby new station. This is amazing that how to make the urban development with the new station. And to share with the JR East, this is the best case study, or they are the world class to make a business with the railway development and the new urban development. We will see what happened, and we try to learn how to share the experience with the Japanese experience to make the new station with the new urban development with the success rate. This is amazing and challenging. For the more detail, it should be the Q&A session to share the experience with you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pichet. So with support from JACA and UR, you're moving forward. Krumtek, well, I think Krumtek is part of the long name of Bangkok, so that reminded me of that. And so I hope that you're very successful as you follow the Japanese style of development. So fourth presentation, we're going to hear about the Japanese example. We're going to hear from Dr. Kanayama, please. I'm with Toyama University and also JTTRI. I'm going to talk about the effects of HSR on cities, a case study of TOD in Toyama City. Toyama City is the capital of Toyama Prefecture, located on the Sea of Japan side in central Japan. That red area is Toyama City. Population about 400,000 and area 1,242 square kilometers. It's also the only city in Japan selected by the OECD as one of the 5 leading global cities for sustainable urban development. So let me explain about the Toyama city situation. Before the Shinkansen was built, there were 2 issues. One, there was the delay in the development of the northern area due to the division caused by the national railway line running north and south. Issue 2, sprawling urban structure with low population density caused by the spread of motorization. So Toyama City's TOD initiatives triggered by the decision to construct the Shinkansen. So in 2003, the year Hokuriku Shinkansen construction began, Toyama City started studies on elevating the conventional railway line to address issue 1, announced the conversion of the JR Toyama port line to an LRT system to address issue 2. So this is Toyama City before Shinkansen was built. So you see the blue line, the conventional line, and the red is the projected Shinkansen line. As you see, there is a division of north and south. And you see this eye showing the perspective. So let's get a cross-section of the station. So the A is before the Shinkansen was built. So left-hand side is north, right is south, and you see it's divided. And this blue box is the station building. And B is you have the elevated Shinkansen. But if the conventional line still is on the ground level, it would not solve the problem of the north-south division. Number 3, the red one, this is the Toyama Port line, and that was converted into LRT. They had 70-meter wide land, and if it was to be elevated, it would be very long. So it was decided that they would be moved out, and the bottom is how it was finished, elevated for both Shinkansen and the conventional line, and you can have direct access from north and south. And so About the LRT project, let me explain a bit. So this is Toyama Station again. So from 2006, there was the Toyama Port line that was converted to LRT. Then in 2009, as you see in the left, where you see in red, the additional line was built to make it a circular line. And then in 2019, south and north were connected. South green is a private line, and there's a yellow LRT. So those two LRTs were connected at that time. So let's go to Toyama Urban Development Policy. So basic policy is TOD, compact urban development. So by revitalizing public transportation, especially rail, and concentrating urban functions like housing, commercial, business, and cultural facilities, Toyama aims to build a compact transit-oriented city centered around public transportation. So you see dango, it's a confectionery sweet. It's made of rice. I hope you enjoy it. So dango, this rice pudding on skewer. You see red, white, and green dangos on the skewer. And so this the square is the public transport, and each of the dango shows the urban areas. And so three measures were introduced. One is to activate the transport, and then second is to promote living alongside the line. And this is so this is a 7-kilometer line, Toyama light rail. And as I said, part of it was made into the light rail. And so 25 minutes from end to end. And so it was not just made into LRT, but service level was enhanced quite substantially. So this shows that left-hand side is the previous JR Toyama Port Line. Right-hand side is Toyama Light Rail. You see, left-hand side, you don't know when the train is coming, depending on the time of day. Very difficult. But the right-hand side, it follows a pattern every 15 minutes. So people can go out whenever they want. And after they go out, they can do shopping as long as they want, and they can always go back and hop on the light rail. So this is the Toyama Light Rail impact. You see the bar chart on the top. So ridership per day, blue is weekday, red is weekend. So number of users increased 2.1 times on weekdays and 3.3 times on weekends. Quite substantial increase. And so this is, well, generally the city center has a high land price, so usually build buildings there, but Toyama City took a different approach. To revitalize its urban core, they developed an all-weather multi-purpose plaza called the Grand Plaza. It's a fully glass-covered open space where people visit the city center, and they can stroll, relax, and enjoy, and it creates a lively atmosphere. And Toyama City made various public spending investments. So the plaza and the museum were built, and that served as a catalyst stimulating private investment through urban redevelopment projects. So commercial facilities, residential buildings were developed. This shows alongside the public transit, well, blue is the central district, red is the areas along the transit, and living is promoted. So those operators who provide high-quality residents and also residents themselves, they can get subsidy. So this shows the support of 300,000 yen for construction of a detached house for citizens under the system. So this is a compact city policy, shows the result. So upper part is central business district, lower part is transit-oriented residential areas. So it was declining for a long time. It's now turned positive. So compact city policy is seeing these kinds of success. Now in Toyama City, there's a commuter pass, odekake commuter pass for the elderly. So if you travel and get off in a central area, it's 100 yen. But if you get off a little before the central area, you have to pay 1,000 yen or more. So Emlet says that each step walked means 0.72 yen less medical fee. So there's 1,400 users per day. So, and they tend to walk 2,100 more steps when visiting the city center. So that means multiply that by the number of people, that's 79 million yen of medical fee expenditure may be reduced. And this shows the status of care and the usage of that commuter pass. Red is those who maintain the status. Those who use the commuter pass, 70.6% maintain the status, but those who do not, less than half, 44.6%. So blue is where it's deteriorated. So only 28% for the pass users, but the non-users, 52.8%, more than half. So the odekage commuter pass has the impact of preventing people's health condition to deteriorate or care status to deteriorate. And land prices in regional cities have been declining, but in Toyama, land prices along the loop line have continued to rise. And the third aspect, the revitalization of the city center has made a significant contribution to public finances. So the city center occupies only 0.4% of the total area, but that generates 22.8% of land-related tax revenues. So this tax revenue indicates that investment in the central area has created a financial foundation that benefits the entire city of Toyama. So I'd like to summarize. First, HSR has an impact on urban development in regional cities. And the second, regional cities tend to become depopulated, but TOD brings vitality to regional cities, revitalizes the economy, and creates compact urban structures, so it makes cities sustainable. Number three, TOD is effective when combined with comprehensive urban policies, such as improving the convenience of public transportation, such as railroads and subsidies for living along railway lines. Number four, TOD also contributes to walkable cities and also reduces medical expenses and mobility by car. So you don't have to move north and south using cars. So that means less accidents, less CO2 emissions, and enhanced well-being for those residents who don't have licenses. And HSR connecting cities will contribute not only to the development of large cities, but also to the revitalization and sustainability of regional cities, thereby making a significant contribution to the sustainability of a nation's economy and development. That's all. Thank you very much.
金山様ありがとうございました。北陸新幹線の富山駅開発を事例にお話をいただき、先ほども石破前総理大臣もお話しされてたように、地方創生は我が国にとって非常に重要な政策アジェンダでして、新幹線を通じた地域の活性化が可能。
It's extremely important to this, and so I think it was very important, valuable insights that you shared with us. Thank you very much. And so we heard from 4 speakers now. And from here, I would like to start the panel discussions, and we will focus in on some specific topics. So the development of railway and cities, this seems to be effective, and that seems to be true, but having integrated development of various aspects may be challenging. So what kind of challenges were there in terms of the various systems and schemes? And perhaps we can hear from Japan and Taiwan about these different projects that were put in place. So perhaps I could ask Mr. Fukasawa from JR East to start. Thank you very much for the question. For Takanawa Gateway City, as I mentioned before, this was originally a rolling stock depot, for sleepers. And so it was home to locomotives and sleeper cars, and it went to 22 hectares, and we were able to generate significant land from this, and it went from depot to actual land, and we had to change the tracks and how they were laid out on the site, and also we had a lot of construction work in terms of the railways themselves. We had to make sure that services were not suspended during construction work, and that actually took a lot of time. It took more than 20 years for this project, but it took a lot of time with the reorganizing the rail yard or depot. And in terms of the systems, IHRA, the Urban Renaissance Agency, took the lead on infrastructure development and various administrative consultations, and we JREs worked on the building construction. So with this setup, we were able to move smoothly through the various administrative consultations, and we had a system in place that made things move smoothly. And I think this was very significant. Thank you very much. That was very insightful. And let's hear from Taiwan then next. Mr. Young, if you could share the Taiwanese experience.
Okay, thank you. I would like to say that the biggest challenge is that the Railway Bureau is not the lead, not only leads the overall and the development strategy, but also take responsibility for its implementation. Actually, normally in Taiwan, that the urban planning and urban design review belongs to local government. That is not the authority to my bureau. But when we want to push this high-speed rail district get TOD, transit-oriented development, that is a very important strategy. We should to combine all the authority to central government. That belongs to my bureau. So that we get more efficient and we get more easy for us to apply our strategies. As I just mentioned about the maximize the open space and pedestrian friendly corridors, and to compact all the surrounding buildings that could be easy to apply to our project. So I think the most change and what we have done successful in this project is that we combine all the authority to my bureaus. Thank you.
はい、ご説明いただきありがとうございました。
Thank you very much for the explanation. Mr. Fukasawa mentioned that you had to do development without stopping or suspending operational services, and I think that was quite significant, and you had to be very creative in the way you went about that. For Taiwan, you talked about how the Bureau actually took things under your authority in an integrated manner, and in another sense, that could be a challenge if that doesn't actually occur. So I'd like to move on to the next question. It's related to the first question, but when we think about the integration of the development of railway and urban development, there's private and public organizations that are involved. How do you coordinate among stakeholders? How did you work to develop consensus? So I would like to ask each of the speakers to talk about your thoughts or your experiences one by one. So I'd like to start with Mr. Fukasawa, please. As I mentioned before, working together with partnership between the public and private, we worked with the IHRA organization. And during this development project, we found this historical artifact 150 years old. So it's this yellow line in this drawing where we had this historical artifact that was unsurfaced. We knew that there was going to be embankment in this area, but on the left bottom, it's the 7th bridge. And we saw that what we saw in these very old pictures was actually in reality, and we had discussions about how to handle this. What we did was, at the end, to look at our plans for construction and infrastructure development, and we had to change these various plans. The red portion was going to be conserved. The blue was going to be transplanted and conserved. So that's how we decided to move forward with this. Link Pillar 2. This is the building next to us, and we actually had to move the building a little bit in order to conserve these historical artifacts. And towards the Tamachi Station and Shinagawa Station, this is a KQ railway company that is doing major development as well. And we thought that this will be the second step, but for the Tamachi side, we decided to do a two-step or two-stage development work, but it's within 1 year. And we were able to keep this within 1 year. And we worked with the Tokyo Metropolitan Government, the Minato City Ward, in order to work things out. Thank you very much. So with Tokyo, with a very long history, these things happen. And I think it was great to hear about that cooperation. And next, moving on to Taiwan, please.
Okay. I think I just mentioned that the Bureau make a new urban planning. So how did we get all the land of this new station district? So we use a method that called the wrong acquisition. That the original landowner get 40% of their land back. The rest of the 60% of the land will belongs to government. So that my bureau could provide business development land to a private sector for them to make development project. The second one is that we get another superficies concessionaire to a different private party. For example, we have a BOT project with THSRC. We also have another concessionaire to land development companies, so that we could make the station area developed. The third one is the government should provide laws and regulations for PPP. That is very important, especially when you want to acquire the fund and the investment from a private sector. The fourth one is that, very important, is the Bureau got the authority to review the urban design. Originally, this kind of authority belongs to local governments. So lots of our principles and thinkings could not be applied to our station development. Then about the private sector, I think they should provide walk, bicycle, and the transit, and more green and open space. Because this will be reviewed by the Bureau, so actually they are very cooperate with their governments to do this. So I think Gate of City, PPP role in division is what I mentioned, these two parts. Thank you.
はい、ありがとうございます。
Thank you very much. The public and private partnership with laws and also leadership of the Railway Bureau. Thank you very much for that. And what about Thailand, please? Mr. Pichat, please.
Oh, thank you very much. As everyone knows that the two guys already suggested what is can to apply to TOD concept to develop the urban area or the new station area development. The big job and a really important stakeholder is investor, land developer. The government, the public side just provide everything for them, the area, the handicap, tax-free session, preparing for them. After that, let them develop the land together and should have some experience to develop. As a JIS example, this is a world-class case study how to develop the area nearby station. As you can see in Shinjuku, Shibuya, that is very crowded, very successful. And when you to make an area development in Shinagawa or new station, this is a big job for me. If you would like to transfer the CBD condensed economy development, really impact them, transfer to be here or separate to be here, it's a big job how to do it. As Professor Kato said, that we should link or connect from CBD to be here. What is the key success? This is the experience. And if some guy of GI is retired, please come to Bangkok to make everything is happen to the new station. This is because experience is very important. Like Professor Paul Cookman say, this is a gravity model. If somewhere is success, how you can share that success to another area. This is gravity, like a gravity model. Then land developer, investor, experience, how to make it happen. This is very key success.
はい、非常に
Thank you very much for the very provocative comment. And JR East, I think there was a very strong request for their cooperation for ex-JR East people, perhaps. But I think your comment was that it should be private-led development. Okay, then finally, Kanayama-san, if you could talk about your experience with Toyama.
Yes, Toyama. The compact city policy. The reason why it was successful was because they activated public transport. So transportation business in Japan, the basic principle is that you manage with the ticket income. So you can provide convenience in large cities, but not so in regional cities. And some railways only have 4 times service per day. But Toyama City, as I showed you, earlier, during the daytime, they had less than 1 train per hour, but they wanted to have more people come out to activate the economy, but the railway was not helping. So they established a 3rd sector, and so the public funds could be used to increase the frequency of service. And although I didn't explain today, there is the existing line, another line, and for that, public funds have been used to enhance convenience. I think that's the unique characteristics of this project. So I think this success case, well, it's quite unique, not so many other examples. So reactivating the public transport, I think, is a key for Japan. Also, public-private sector collaboration. Toyama Light Rail is a 3rd sector, so it has involvement of the public sector. But the south side LRT is a private sector, so there's a lot of coordination to try to connect the two and for the scheduling. And then Hokuriku Shinkansen Construction Bureau, I am the deputy director, and so I was involved in the construction of Shinkansen. So they broadened the distance between the pillars of the elevated Shinkansen line so that the conventional line can pass through. So to vitalize the regional transport, the high rail transport structure was modified. I think that was another improvement that was made. Thank you, Dr. Kanayama. So third sector, that's a unique system in Japan. That's a public-private company. So there's investment from public sector as well, and they participate in the regional public transport. So there's support for that. And so the first last mile was supported. I think that was very effective, was what was explained. So basically, railways are operated by private companies, but there was support from the public sector that was quite effective. That was explained. And also, based on the circumstances in each region, the design of the Shinkansen station, which is developed by the national government, was also modified, adjusted. So there was a collaboration amongst the various parties that led to that. I think that was a very enlightening comment.
Finally, I'd like to ask one last question. So in all of your case studies with the TOD, what kind of functions do you want to incorporate in the future? Or perhaps if you have any future visions or some other things that you're thinking about and working on. And I would like to ask each of the speakers again to address this. So I'll ask Mr. Fukasawa first. Thank you. So with the Shinagawa area, the Takanawa area, it is a bit further out than the CBD, and so we have to understand what the concept is, and we decided to make it the global mutual benefit, and academia or companies that support this idea are joining us. So, for example, University of Tokyo is going to develop the planetary health campus, and the Singaporean University and Pascal Institute is also having offices here as well. And also yesterday, or rather tomorrow, you will have an opportunity to see this, but we have RIS, which is a business innovation hub, and startup companies will be invited, and also the Takanawa Fund with 10 billion yen has already started, and there will be companies that will be have homes here, and academia and startups all in place for potential fusion. So it's human talent and healthcare and hydrogen and green transformation are things that we're going to move forward with in an integrated manner. Also, because it's community, entertainment is necessary as well. And the smaller building there is a cultural facility, and nighttime economy is also something that we're working on. 2,000 capacity hall is also being built. So it will be able to accommodate entertainment facilities and commercial facilities that focus on entertainment as well. The JW Marriott, the high-end hotel, is also part of the complex. So we're trying to build this area in a new way, and also to connect back to the local Takanawa area. This evening we will go to Happoen, where the reception will be held, and working with the various local facilities, we hope to have further expansion. Thank you very much, and we'll move on to Mr. Young, please.
I think TOD should be a very important policy for Taiwan. My bureau takes the TOD development as a very important job in my bureau because we don't think that we are a bureau for railway construction, not only for railway construction. So from the experience that we learned from New Oklahoma Station and the trend in all of the stations in Taiwan high-speed rail, we think that TOD is a way that we should keep on going. And I think from my experience right now, because we have different private parties to join our station district development. So how to make connection, especially for example, for pedestrian bridge or underpass from our development case to get connection to other buildings or get connection to stations, that will be a challenge because that take care about the benefits for different parties. And the second one is that I think in the future we should put more and more bicycle around our station area. So in our urban design review, we always ask the private sector to put more and more bicycle rental stations. That's my opinion.
ありがとうございます。じゃあ続いて様の方からタイのお話。
Thank you very much. Dr. Pichette then.
Thai style, nah? Because when you thinking about Bangkok, what you thinking for is funny, lively. Okay, I would like to go to Bangkok because of it funny. The restaurant is good. Then when we think about urban development, area development, also we thinking about how to make that area funny, lively. It should have some luxury amenity like a 5-star hotel, duty-free shop, Thai massage, the luxury department store over there, and comfort and easy to link to airport, to any business area that you would like to go there. This is the concept. In our CBD, we have the best experience because of everyone would like to go there because of the food is very nearby lunchtime, very delicious, oishi. Thai food is quite good. When you go to anything, you would like to shopping, it will be there. Academic also, if you would like to go to Bangkok, you're talking about the excellent healthcare. You're going there to say that your health is quite good. This is a component that developer urban planning should looking for. This is the Thai style would like to share to you all.
はい、ありがとうございました。
Thank you very much. And finally, from Professor Kanayama, please.
それでは富山はですね、先ほどのご説明を少ししてませんでしたが、新設区間においては公設民営という、そういう制度をですね。
Well, there is public built and private operated for the LRT that was made possible with the support of MLIT for that new build. And so there are some examples in other municipalities, but that has not led to a more frequent service. So enhancing the service level, that is the assumption or the target for TOD. So that is what you should focus on. So I talked about the third sector where the municipality invests. And that's one way, but publicly built and privately operated, that's another way. And it's a very balanced way that can capitalize on the private sector vitality. So publicly built and privately operated, that leads to sustainable system. So railroad, it's a device of the city. That's what Emily said in 2000. So railroad and cities, they cannot be separated. And so you need policies that cover both. That will be rational. And so in publicly built and privately operated facilities, the government should commit to the service level. And then that would lead to more unification of the urban policy. So I think that's one option that you should consider. So thank you for the answers. It's we're running behind, but it's a great opportunity. So I think I'd like to take some questions from the floor. Are there any? If you have questions, I can't see because of the light. But if you would raise your hand, we'd like to take a question.
Any questions, please? I think everybody can't wait for lunch. Okay, so if there are no questions, it seems that nobody has raised their hand. But if you do have any questions, please feel free to ask the speakers offline. And during session 2, we looked at the station and the integrated promotion of the wayside development. And we heard from concrete examples. And thank you very much for the valuable information and insight based on the learnings from Japan. And we see that in other countries as well, there has been this integrated development. And we hope that this will further promote high-speed rail development. So I hope that the related personnel will continue on in this endeavor for development of high-speed rail. And thank you very much for the significant contribution made by all of the speakers in this session. Thank you very much once again.
To our moderator, Dr. Kato, and panelists of session 2.セッション2にご登壇いただきましたモデレーター加藤様、パネリストの皆様、ありがとうございました。Please give another round of applause to the members of this session. 皆様、今一度拍手をお願いいたします。Thank you very much. We will now break for lunch. Lunch boxes have been prepared for all participants here at the venue. Please refer to the map on the front screen. For those who indicated dietary restrictions upon registration, your lunch boxes are available inside the hall at the left of the room. For those without any dietary restrictions, lunch boxes are available outside in the lobby area. For guests with name cards placed on their seats, our staff will bring your lunch directly to you, so please remain seated. Session 3 will begin at 1:40 p.m. 1:40 p.m. For those joining us online, please be sure to reconnect in time for the next session. それではここで昼食休憩とさせていただきます。会場の皆様にはお弁当をご用意しております。前方スクリーンをご覧の上、参加登録の際に食事制限を登録された方は、会場中ほどステージ向かって左側に、食事制限を登録されなかった方は、会場外のロビーの前と後ろにそれぞれ設置しております。各自ピックアップをお願いいたします。なお、席札が設置されているゲストの皆様には、スタッフがお弁当をお配りいたします。席でお待ちください。この後のセッション3は、午後1時40分に再開いたします。午後1時40分に再開いたします。配信をご視聴の皆様は、お時間までにお戻りください。 Let us now begin Session 3, Present State and Future Outlook of HSR Projects. Moderator and panelists of Session 3, please come to the stage. これよりセッション3、各国の高速鉄道プロジェクトの現在地と今後の展望を始めさせていただきます。モデレーター、パネリストの皆様はどうぞご登壇ください。Our moderator is Mr. Joseph Schmelzeis Jr. The floor is yours. それではモデレーターのジョセフ・シュメルサイツ様、よろしくお願いいたします。
Test, test. Okay. Welcome to Session 3, the present state and future outlook of HSR projects. Listening this morning to our friends from Japan, Taiwan, and Indonesia talk about high-speed rail, I'm tempted to ask, what's not to like? If we can shrink time and space, collapse travel times, increase economic efficiency, productivity, and GDP growth, reduce the pressure on the housing markets, eliminate traffic fatalities, dramatically reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and indeed, if it can be as enjoyable as a festival, as Premier Modi was reported to say, why isn't everyone doing this already? HSR sounds too good to be true, like a dream. Indeed, as Professor Taniguchi described this morning very poetically, high-speed rail is how nations generate dreams, combining politics, capital, technology, skills, and maintenance. But unfortunately, we don't live in a world of rainbows and unicorns, and if it were that easy, it would have been done long ago. It turns out it's not that easy. Those who have done it are glad they did it, but as my Japanese colleagues tell me, there is something called umi no kurushimi, or the pain of giving birth. Never having given birth, of course, I don't presume to really know what that means, but I consulted my wife, and she gave me permission to use the metaphor. In fact, I was reminded of when she gave birth to our daughter, and within 30 minutes, she said, and I quote, "That was the most painful thing I've ever done. I want to do it again." I want to thank our distinguished panelists. They represent countries that have taken the leap of faith. From India, Mr. Pervez; from Thailand, Dr. Pichet; from the US, Mr. Laobi; and from Vietnam, Mr. Nguyen. They are at various stages of taking the dream and converting it to a vision, a plan, and a reality on their paths to construction, as Terada-san described earlier this morning. Each is grappling with issues such as public versus private, dedicated versus shared, national versus regional, import versus local, passenger versus freight, underground versus overground, planned versus entrepreneurial. They will speak of vision and compromise and emotions that range from excitement to despair. There's a lot to learn from them for those of us embarking on our own HSR journeys. I'm going to ask each of the panelists to speak for approximately 10 minutes, and then I will open up to Q&A. Mr. Pervez, would you be so kind to start us off with a story from India?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. At the very outset, I express my sincere gratitude to IHRA for inviting us to make a presentation on MHSR project in India. For a 508-kilometer long project, 10 minutes is too less a time, but I'll try to stick to the time and be punctual. I'll do very less talking here, and I'll let my project speak for itself. I request to start the video, please. Thank you very much. The viaduct around 325 kilometers out of 350 kilometers in the state of Gujarat have been completed. And we have laid around 100 kilometers of track bed, and the track link has started. The overhead equipment installation has started at site, and we are progressing at a satisfactory pace. I'll just give you some insight into challenges and the opportunity which is throwing us. See, it's 508 kilometers passing through different zone of country, having different seismic zones, different soil strata, from a typical black cotton soil in the state of Gujarat, which is very soft soil with a typical swelling and hardening features, to very hard strata in state of Maharashtra, where we are passing through the Western Ghat. So all these have thrown up challenges of many varied design to us, and we have designed all of them. 92% of the track is elevated. This was a choice we made to reduce the land acquisition, and the land acquisition is to the strength of only 17.5 meters. Unlike normal conventional railway track, double line would require 35 to 40 meters of land width. We have restricted to 17.5 meters without affecting the movement of the people nearby. Full span, as you have seen in the video, we have adopted for the first time in the country, and the process is very, very fast. At its peak, we were doing 10 kilometers of viaduct every month. Tunneling, there's one 21-kilometer long tunnel, and then we have another 8 tunnels, totaling around 7 kilometers, and work is progressing in all of them. J-slab, which is a Shinkansen technology, have been adopted for the first time. And at present, we have cast around 240 kilometers of J-slab. This is an important one, Project SMART. This is an acronym of Station Area Development for Mumbai-Ahmedabad Rail Transport. This is actually the TOD, or Station Area Development, which you call it. And with the help of JICA, we have been able to drive home the point to municipal authorities to plan the area around the stations. And it has been going on for a couple of years, and it is very heartening to say that almost all the municipal authorities around our stations have tried to modify their plans. And in the master plan, they have indicated the high-speed station, metro connectivity, and they have told us that they will be finalizing the master plan and make it law within the next 1 or 2 years. It was very heartening. Out of 12 stations, around 5 are greenfield stations here, like Thane, Surat, Virar, and all the municipal authorities have modified their master plans. And within a year, they will modify the master plans, and we can see the development which has happened in Japan. Japan case of TOD is a textbook case. Ideally, it should happen that way. And it is very heartening to inform you that in India, local authorities have realized the importance, thanks to JICA and their team, and we are changing the master plans of all the cities. This is the one Sabarmati multimodal hub, which was there in the video also. That multimodal hub have been completed, and it has been leased out. And the lessee has involved Marriott, which is coming up in one of the block there, and the rest of the block will be for retail spaces and offices. This will be functional by end of this year. On the project, we have digital monitoring. In fact, the complete project management information system is online, and there is hardly any paperwork involved in the project. The only paperwork we do is we take the physical copy of bank guarantee from the contractor. Rest, none of the work is done physically. It's all online. There are a lot of cameras involved all along the project, and we are using AI for seeing the safety hazards and taking corrective actions. This we have started on a pilot project because around 50,000 workers are working at any point of time. And it's very difficult to monitor the safety aspect of it individually. So that's we are harnessing AI here. And it is drone-based. Every month we take the progress of the work through a drone, and we get reflected on a dashboard. And this is correlated with the real-time data being fed by the contractors at each side. They correlate each other. The vision of India, as of now, only 508 kilometers under construction. And the government is intending to build around 7,000 kilometers of high speed. And out of 7,000, we have prepared detailed project report for 5,000 kilometers. And maybe within a year or so, we may see announcement of few more lines in the country. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pervez. Thank you so much. It's heartening to see that the example of Japan was useful to you, but also that you have taken advantage of technologies that I don't think were available to the Japanese in 1964 when they opened, including AI and digital things. So you got the best of the best, so congratulations. I think during the Q&A, we want to come back to you and ask about what was hard. You make it look too easy. All right, now, if we may, move on to Thailand and Dr. Pichet, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Lucky to see you twice. This session is afternoon session that I mentioned in the morning session that we're preparing the station for the high-speed train. Right now, the high-speed project is coming. High-speed train is not just infrastructure in the meaning of Thailand. This is motivation for transformation. We're looking for some economic booster to boost our economic and is the backbone for the future railway network. Our primary, I have so many projects in our master plan, but in our primary focus in high-speed one, like in UK, this is the ASEAN regional indication to connect ASEAN together. The project is 50% is progress and expect to open in next 4 years. This is a picture. We did not prepare video. No? It's just a picture that the column foundation already finished. Elevated track. Also have the tunnel, so many areas. And to make the station. And connect from high-speed one. In this February this year, the cabinet already approved high-speed 2 to construction from Nakorasima to connect to Lao PDR border, to connect to southern area of China. Already approved, and we do hope that open the bidding for next 2 months for the contractor to construction. The high-speed 2 is designed to operate 250 km per hour and must be compatible to the both of high-speed 1 and link to Lao PDR and China network. Also construction the new bridge because of we have the Mekong River between Thai and Lao PDR, then to construction the new bridge to connect in the border between Thailand and Lao PDR. The business last week, I just come back to Vientiane to have the meeting with the DG of Railway Transport Department of Lao PDR to negotiate that, okay, in Thailand area we pay for, after that the Lao PDR, would you please pay for in the bridge that stay on your land, and how to make construction together and how to funding the bridge together. This is the topic that we talking about. And this is connect, because in ASEAN we really complicated in gate side. Because of ASEAN, most of ASEAN country we should mitigate, but high speed is standard gauge. Then the bridge, it including one mitigate and standard gauge, 4 tracks in one bridge. Then the construction should be complicated, and turn out between border to border also very complicated. This project, how to funding, how to finance, how to make the operate, we're talking in a Q&A session. Joseph already prepared question for me. Where the money come from, how to operate, how to maintain in the Q&A session. After that, high speed 1, high speed 2, and after that, we also have the study with the Emirates from Japanese also to Chiang Mai, another lovely city. Try to use Shinkansen, but not so easy to funding. Should have a lot of things to thinking about. The route is designed for 300 km per hour. Estimate travel time about 700 km. The journey is just 3 hours, but not Bangkok and Chiang Mai can get the benefit, but the city along the line can boost up the economy together. Ayutthaya, Phitsanulok, Lampang, Lamphun, another lovely city for tourists is still waiting for. We're looking for unlock the massive economic potential, and this is the economic connector. But design is already designed in Thai style culture. In conclusion, not forget about connect to South, because of Malaysian friend Natasha sitting here also. She also asked when Thailand would like to connect into South to Malaysia. From Bangkok to Padang Besa, it's quite long, 1,000 kilometers, then investment a lot. But we already set up in master plan, but project by project. But the big issue is how to funding the project, because of burn a lot of money, and how to get the return for the economic, in also in for the financial return. This is a big issue, for the big challenge for us. But in conclusion, Thailand is committed to the success of the high-speed train program, to the comprehensive medium-term plan, significant investment and global partnership, because of, as I told you, that project in Thailand, not just stick any technology, we open for everyone coming to help, to work, to thinking together how to design the station, how to operate and maintain. We looking for technology and also learning from our friendship country to learning together and transfer technology something to Thailand, to make sure that when the high-speed train project is operate the day one, our Thai people can operate by ourselves, can maintain and can check the track by ourselves. This is the we're looking for. This is the case study that in Thailand we would like to share to you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Pachet. Very interesting. From the get-go, you talk about your high-speed rail as an economic boost for the country. It's not just transportation, it's development, and proactively using high-speed rail for regional integration. I think in Japan, Taiwan, even Indonesia, we're not talking about cross-border, but you in several instances referred to integration to another state, and go all the way down to Malaysia. So that raises issues of finance, also the standards, engaging. So you're at the frontier, I would say, in Asia of doing that sort of project. So I am going to come back to you in the Q&A and ask you about money. All right. Dr. Labi, Mr. Labi, please tell us about the United States.
Okay, I'd be happy to. It's always wonderful to have the first session after lunch, you know, and the lights are dimmed. Right now it's about 1 a.m. in Washington, D.C. UK, it must be about 5 a.m. or so. So if you're sitting next to somebody from Europe or the UK or the US, you know, please give them an elbow in the ribs and wake them up so they can listen to this. First of all, thank you for having me here, Chairman Shikuri, members of the International High-Speed Rail Association, and honored guests. Thanks for listening to me today. I'm very impressed with today's presentations that described a variety of nationally important projects, either in the planning or construction stage. I only wish the United States was prepared to make such a commitment to high-speed rail. We're not there yet, but we're going to continue to promote high-speed rail as the transportation mode of choice. So today, I want to provide an update on 5 U.S. high-speed rail projects. The 5 projects I'm going to cover today quickly are the new generation Acela train sets for Amtrak's Northeast Corridor, the California High-Speed Rail Project, the Bright Line West High-Speed Rail Project between California and Las Vegas, the Baltimore-Washington Superconducting Maglev Project, and the Texas Central Railway High-Speed Rail Project. These are probably the most important projects in the U.S. There are other plans in place, but these are the ones that have had traction up till now. Let's start with the Acela service. The new generation Acela train sets are for Amtrak's Northeast Corridor. And I saw an advertisement for these trains, and they called them the future of high-speed rail in America. So I'm not sure if that's true or not, but we'll get to that. The first 5 train sets entered service last month, about 4 years late. The Acela train set was originally called Acela 2021. They didn't change the name, but you can see how that happens. Additional train sets, and this is an important lesson when you pick out these names. You may want to think about it in case things don't go as planned. Additional train sets will gradually be added to the fleet by 2027. The new generation Acela trains operate between Washington, D.C. and Boston, a distance of 457 miles or about 735 kilometers. At the maximum speed of 160 miles per hour, they are the fastest trains in America. The Alstom train sets use a crash energy management design to comply with Federal Railroad Administration Tier 3 requirements. Tier 3 allows the train sets to share track and rail corridors with conventional railroad equipment. The Acela train set shares a crowded Northeast corridor with conventional Amtrak trains, with 7 assorted commuter railroads and 2 freight railroads. So it's a very busy corridor. The right-of-way is well over 100 years old and has many curves as it winds through the most densely populated region of the United States. The excessive curves and competing trains limit the 160 mile per hour maximum speed to only 32 miles of track along the 457 mile route. Scheduled trip time between Washington, D.C. and Boston is about 7 hours at an average speed of 65 miles per hour or 105 kilometers per hour. Although the Amtrak Acela is somewhat poor example of high-speed rail, I think, it's popular among riders and it does enjoy some consistent support from the federal government. It is the only profitable line operated by Amtrak. Let's move on to another project. California High-Speed Rail. This project has been active for the last 17 years It is defined as 2 phases. Phase 1 connects San Francisco and Los Angeles, and Phase 2 adds connections to the cities of Sacramento and San Diego. Cost estimates for the complete project have escalated from $33 billion to about $135 billion. Construction is underway in the Central Valley of California for a 119-mile section between Merced and Bakersfield. This segment is scheduled to be completed and operational in 2033. However, the California High-Speed Rail's own Inspector General does not believe that that completion date is possible. In July 2025, the federal government pulled support for the project when Secretary of Transportation Duffy rescinded $4.2 billion in unspent funding from the project. Secretary Duffy was not very complimentary about the project. He called it a waste of taxpayer money. The governor of California has pledged to complete the project without federal funds, but has not yet identified adequate revenue streams to fund the ever escalating project costs. Let's move to another project, Brightline West. Brightline West is a little bit of a better story. Brightline West is the latest reincarnation of a project that started in 2005 as Desert Express and then Express West. The Brightline West project proposes to build a privately owned high-speed line connecting the city of Rancho Cucamonga, California to Las Vegas. Construction is already started. Construction right now consists of maintenance facilities at either end of the alignment. MetroLink commuter rail service currently connects downtown Los Angeles to the Rancho Cucamonga station, potentially providing a 2-seat connection from downtown Los Angeles to Las Vegas. The cost estimate for the project in early 2025 was $12.4 billion US dollars, but as of October 2025, the cost estimate has grown to $21.5 billion for the 218-mile, 350-kilometer line. In 2024, the United States Department of Transportation awarded Brightline West a $3 billion grant as part of the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. In September 2025, the company applied for a $6 billion loan from the U.S. Department of Transportation's RIF program. Revenue service is planned to start by about September 2029. The Brightline project seems to have the support from the U.S. Department of Transportation, and provided that costs are kept under control, may be the first truly high-speed rail system in the United States. So let's move on to the next project. The next project is the Baltimore-Washington Superconductor maglev project. The proposal is to construct a 40-mile or 64-kilometer long maglev guideway between Baltimore, Maryland, and Washington, D.C. Maglev trains, as you know, will operate at speeds up to 311 miles per hour or 500 kilometers per hour. The project was intended to be the first segment of a planned Washington to New York Northeast maglev project. The project was in the planning stages in August 2021 when the Federal Railroad Administration and the Maryland Department of Transportation paused the environmental review process to study project elements, funding, and next steps. Just this summer, in July 2025, FRA rescinded the notice of intent for the maglev project. FRA stated that the maglev project was no longer feasible because project alternatives were likely to be unresolvable. FRA's actions to rescind the notice of intent and not continue the EIS process made it impossible for the project to continue. The only way to recover is probably through an act of the U.S. Congress or FRA reconsidering its position. Neither alternative is likely in the current political environment.
The next project I wanted to talk about is Texas Central. In 2013, the Texas Central Railroad proposed high-speed rail link between Dallas and Houston. The high-speed line would use N700S Shinkansen technology and would operate at a maximum speed of 300 kilometers per hour. The project, as presented, was to be 100% privately financed. As the project advanced, however, the estimated costs escalated to about $30 billion for the complete project, and 100% private financing was probably no longer feasible. Texas Central sought direct assistance from the federal government, but federal assistance never materialized. However, in 2023, Amtrak began working with Texas Central to potentially revive the project, including submitting applications to federal programs for grant funds. In August 2024, Amtrak was awarded $64 million of federal grant to continue planning the rail line. However, in April 2025, the U.S. Department of Transportation withdrew the $64 million federal grant and redirected the funds to other rail projects. The Department of Transportation stated that rising cost estimates, now exceeding $40 billion, led to the department to reconsider the federal support. So, I've had lots of occasions to speak to IHRA about the status of high-speed rail projects in the United States. And my most recent meeting was in 2023 in Osaka. And my emotions have gone from excitement for the completion of the Texas Central Rule of Particular Applicability, which would have allowed it to operate in Texas, to optimism for Texas Central teaming with Amtrak, to a little bit of a despair as Texas Central and other projects seem to be put on hold. Throughout my career, and I'm going to be 73 years old in January, throughout my entire railroad career, my dream was to see high-speed rail trains operating in the U.S. And unfortunately, that dream seems to be fading. The current administration has not been helpful on high-speed rail. However, in the U.S., we have a new administration every 4 years. And the prognosis for high-speed rail may be quite different in just a few years. I believe that most of the actions that I recommended in 2023 are still valid, except for the top one there. So if we are interested in moving forward with high-speed rail in the U.S., and I think we are, now is probably the time to act. It's really time to get busy. Transportation has usually been a bipartisan issue that enjoys support from both political parties. We need to identify the appropriate political leaders and develop them into high-speed rail champions that we need to get these projects moving. We really can't afford to wait around and hope for the best, hope for a better day. In my opinion, we really need to start work today to make high-speed rail the transportation mode of choice in the United States. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Labi, not just for your presentation, but for your decades of work trying to bring high-speed rail to our country. I share a little bit of the despair, but in your presentation there were some rays of hope. The Bright Line project looks like it might be a discrete something that actually happens. And there's been a lot of good work done on the other projects. Being from New York, I'm disappointed that on the East Coast we have, is it only 32 miles of actually high-speed train? We should be able to do better. I think we're doing better in space than we are on the ground. Yeah. But I'm going to come back to you in the Q&A and just ask more about what good work has been done and what we should do more specifically to prepare for the future, for the next chance. So, Mr. Nguyen, tell us about Vietnam, please.
Konnichiwa, Minwa. Dear Mr. Masafu Mi Sukuri, Chairman of IHRA. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, My name is Nguyễn Tiến Thịnh, Deputy Director General of Vietnam Railway Authority, Ministry of Construction of Vietnam. It is very great honor to represent the Ministry of Construction of Vietnam to attend the IHRA Forum 2025 today and present you about the master plan for railway network development in the period 2021 to 2030, the vision till 2050, and the status of ongoing national major railway projects in Vietnam. In my presentation, I would like to brief about the current status of the railway network in Vietnam and introduce about the master plan for railway network development in periods 2021 to 2030 and vision to 2050. And finally, present on the status ongoing national major railway network in Vietnam, as well as a special mechanism and policy dedicated to railway project implementation. Firstly, regard to the current status of the railway network in Vietnam. In 1881, it means 144 years ago, the first railway line opened in Vietnam. Nowadays, on the national railway network, the total length is about more than 3,100 kilometers with 7 lines, in which the north-south line is the longest. Length is about 1,700 kilometers. And there are 2 cross-border connect to China and transit China to the member of country of OSJD organization. On the urban network currently, 3 lines in Hanoi and Ho Chi Minh City is in the total length about 40 kilometers has been put in service, in which Bến Thành Suối Tiên has completed last year with the ODA assistance from the Japanese government. For the specialist network in mining, industry production facilities, there are about more than 250 kilometers. There are some key figures on national railway networks. We have more than 250 diesel locomotives in operation and capacity about 400 to 2,000 horsepower, and have more than 900 coach and more than 4,000 wagons. And Czech consists of 3 types: 1 meter gauge, standard gauge, and dual gauge. And dual outdate of the dedicated system, the transport volume in 2024 is 7.1 million passengers and 5.2 million tons, accounting for less than 1% market share. Yeah, it's missed. Having India identified the railway plays an important role in the transport sector, and one of 3 straight breakthrough to be a priority for the invest. Our Prime Minister has approved the master plan for railway network development in period 2021 to 2030 and Vision 2 to 2050. The object includes to 2030, the existing network about more than 2,400 kilometers should be repaired and upgraded. And while carry out the planning and investor preparation for the investor, 9 new lines with total length about 2,360 kilometers, or electrified standard gauge. In the new project, North-South high-speed rail will be in implementation. And I will give more the detail about this project in the next slide. Till the 2050, all the lines shall be complete and put into operate while remaining service on the existing network. I would like to present about the current status of our wing mega railway project, the North-South high-speed railway line has been approved by the National Assembly in November 2024. The scope of the project includes 1,541 kilometers in length, double-track railway, standard gauge, electrification, design speed about 350 kilometers per hour, H-load of 22.5 tons. The total estimate cost is 67.34 billion US dollars, utilizing state budget and other legal funding source. Feasibility study start in this year and complete in next year, and then the construct shall be in periods from the 2027 to 2035. The project is approved with the 19 special policy with a view to both the presentation and construction. The second ongoing mega project is Lào Cai Hà Nội Hải Phòng standard gauge project. The main purpose of this line is connect with the Hải Phòng deep seaport in Vietnam to Kunming, China, to both cross-border transport. The scope of the project includes 390 kilometers in length, single-track railway in phase 1. Standard gauge electrification design speed in 160 km per hour. For passenger train and for the freight train is 120 km per hour. The total estimate cost is 8.3 billion US dollars funded by the state budget. Feasibility study start in this year and complete in June 2026. And then construct shall be in period from the 2026 to 2030. The project is approved with the 18 special policy with a view of both presentation, preparation, and construction. In this slide, I would like to introduce about the urban railway system and planning in Hanoi and Ho Chi Minh City, two biggest cities in Vietnam. In Hanoi City, there are two operation line in length of 21.6 kilometers. Meanwhile, the planning to set to construct 10 lines with a total length is 413 kilometers and estimate total about 18 billion US dollars. And in Ho Chi Minh City, there are one operation lines in length of about 20 kilometers. Meanwhile, the plan is set to construct more 8 lines with total length is 172 kilometers and estimate the total investment about 18.2 billion US dollars. For urban railway system investment, a special policy are also applied, especially TOD model and different funding, shock mobilization, and most important, their planning are set to complete by the 2035. In June this year, the National Assembly has passed the new railway law, which will become effective since January of next year, 2026. The new law dedicates a chapter to regulate a special policy for railway infrastructure development for both national railway and urban railway. Just name a few. The first, regard to the regulation of mobilizing resource for the railway invest, the law regulates on the TOD model, where land funds around the station are optimized for development. Finance resources for the railway development should be limited, not limited to state budget, but to include non-state invest capital. The second, with a view to shorten the timeline to production for the railway project invest, special regulation has been made such as a project division, feasibility study implementation to parallel with the FIT design. Thirdly, in the new law, the regulation on the ensures and corruption and waste elimination are also legalist with effective supervisor measure. Then science and technology, human resource developed in the railway sector are regulated to ensure technology transfer. Railway industries develop a situation, stimulation in this end. Domestic goods and service are priority to bidding process, and joint venture are encouraged among the domestic and foreign investors. In conclusion, this is the golden time for the international investment to and business to participate in the Vietnam railway market, with more than 111 billion US dollars in the next 10 years. Welcome to my beautiful country and beautiful welcome to Vietnam. Last but not least, once again, I would like to express to our deep peace thanks to Mr. Chairman of IHRA, have extend warmest invitation to the Ministry of Construction of Vietnam to attend this forum. And thank you all so much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Yang. Well, we are so privileged to have you share visibility into the very ambitious plans of Vietnam for rail. If I understood you correctly, not only are you upgrading more than 2,000 kilometers of your existing rail, but at the same time, you're going to build almost 3,000 new kilometers, all by 2035, with, trying to do the numbers here, just under $100 billion. I'm coming back to you to ask about money later, but thank you so much. All right, I'm going to take the first round of questions, exercise my privilege, and ask one question each to the panelists, and then I'll open to the floor. So let's find out what's really happening. In India, Mr. Pervez, I had the good luck to be able to visit Mumbai 14 months ago.
And I saw that construction site that you showed us. It's a wonder of the modern world. I was so impressed. I didn't know it was 32 meters deep, but it's several baseball stadiums of excavation that's gone on. And then the tunnel that you're going to put under the water for the first 20 kilometers. It's a huge engineering feat, and I'm just so impressed. And you make it look easy, and that's not fair. So how did this come about? When did you know it was moving off the paper, the planning stage, and that this would actually, you'd actually be able to break ground? What was the trigger? What event or what happened? Can you take us back in time and give us some clues?
Such a capital intensive and a complex project doesn't make a business sense on a paper to start with. So you need a strong leadership to take a decision. And when you have the first project, thereafter everything kicks off. You can have subsequent projects and so. So the first project always criticized and very difficult to decide on, as I can see with most of the countries. But thanks to our strong leadership here, I took a call and we have started again. And the way we are moving, definitely we're going to have few more lines sanctioned, as government was very keen on carrying out the survey, and we have done the survey, and we hope to see. To answer your questions, one-liner, you need a strong leadership to start the project. First one, subsequently it takes over. As it happened in India with Metro also, when it came up in Delhi, again with the cooperation of Japan only at that point of time, it was criticized and people had doubts, skepticism. But after the first section was open, now you have series of metro in almost every city of the country. So this is how the project takes off, a project of this kind. Thank you.
Yeah, you spoke of leadership. What would a leader appeal to? Because the money, the taxes, it's the noise, the construction. How do you, and it's only for one part of the country at the beginning, not for the whole country. So how do you get everyone to sacrifice for this initial step? Do you recall the debate at the time?
I'll draw an analogy from America, like the motorway movement by Eisenhower. Or
Eisenhower, you're talking about in America?
Yeah, America, or flight to moon by Mr. Kennedy. This caught the imagination of the people. And initially, nobody goes to the logic behind it. But the leader who builds the narrative, and it hits the people's imagination, and it takes off. Probably it is what has happened in India with Mr. Modi there. And as for this project is concerned, in aviation parlance, if I say, we did hit some air turbulences, but it is almost weathered down now, and we'll see the project being commissioned by 2027, the first section. And thereafter, I'm sure about it, you will have many more lines sanctioned in India, that's for sure.
Okay, very interesting. So Eisenhower and Kennedy. I'll take that. All right, can we go to Thailand? Dr. Pichette, help me understand sort of the financing aspect of these ambitious plans. You've got multiple projects going on at the same time. How do you make that work?
Okay, thank you, Joseph. Before I answer to you, I should be carefully answer because of Ministry of Finance of Thailand. She's sitting here in this floor also. She's listening what I say. The project high-speed one, we finance by our domestic loan, and pay back by national budgeting for every year.
Sorry, domestic loan backed by?
By budget.
Budget.
By tax.
Okay.
Then we finance by our own money, in Thailand money, in domestic loan. High-speed 2 also, we did not use yen loan or Chinese loan, no, use baht loan. We finance by ourselves. High-speed 2 also, we carefully thinking about public debt of our country also. Because of Moody, S&P still watching that what you're doing about your public debt. If we do the wrong things, Moody will Moody. Thailand have the credit, blah, 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 blah. Then should be carefully. And But our project starting before COVID-19 pandemic. After that, COVID-19 is coming. The project is stopped. Then we have a time, 3 or 4 years period time to stop and raise the money again. And the project, we also copy scheme, PPP scheme from the metro construction line in Bangkok. The government public side, we investment about 70%, and 30% is by private company, operator investment by themselves, and 70%, 30% copy the term, something like this. High-speed 1 or high-speed 2 also, the cabinet already approved in May this year that we will use PPP scheme, that the construction is paid by government, but operation and maintenance for 30 years, we give the concession to the private operator. Okay, you please survive by yourselves, by this ticket price, and please survive by yourselves in 30 years. Then we hiring the operator by the private side, install the system by themselves, and operate and maintenance. This is the concept in Thailand. But for the government agency like me, DG of Rail Transport Department, we so worry about a turn back. Right? It means that internal rate return for the economic and financial also. Because Warren Buffett, he said that price is what you pay for, but value is what is you get for. You get, then the value of project of high-speed rail, I should get it to pay back for the price that we pay for. But the high-speed train is like an economic multiplier when we construction. The construction, the worker, they have a job to do, blah, 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 blah. And the city, by city, can get benefit in next 4 years when the project is complete. This is called regional development that we never do last 50 years. The Bangkok is bigger and bigger, but the city, another city is smaller and smaller. This is urbanization. Bangkok is big and big and big, like a backhoe. We cavity everything to Bangkok. Regional development is never occur. But you can see in Japan, every city have economic development to the regional. This is the main things, the main value that we're looking for. Thank you, Joseph.
So is it fair to say the Thailand model is the government takes the risk of the construction and the alignment?
Yes.
And then you go to a private operator and say, would you like to run a train on this alignment?
Yes.
And who provides the rolling stock? Is that, if I'm the private operator, do I choose my own rolling stock, or are you telling me what to buy?
High-speed 1, the government pay for, but high-speed 2, by the private.
Okay, so there's different patterns.
Yes.
Okay, and does the private operator then pay a lease to the government for the use of the alignment?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. All right. Well, that helps. Okay, I understand. Thank you very much. Mr. Laube, all the decades, all the projects, all the hours, all the feasibility that we spent in California and Texas, the Northeast Corridor, do we have anything to show for it? Is there anything salvageable from this? And what could we, you know, they say the night is darkest just before the dawn.
Yes. Well, it's pretty
and there
dark
might be a
right
light
now.
there might be a light at the end of the tunnel, and we hope it's not a train coming the other way.
That's right.
Give us some perspective here.
Well, you know, it is pretty dark right now. But I think these are valid projects that are out there that have their own particular issues. But I don't see that they're never going to happen. They're not going to happen this year, but I think in the big picture, I think they have to happen at some point. We had a very interesting discussion with Ambassador Schieffer from Texas about the growth that they're going to see in Texas, where basically the Dallas-Fort Worth, Texas section of Texas is going to be one of the biggest metropolitan sections in the United States. And you know, when those things are coming at you, even though it's 75 years away, when those things are coming at you, you have to make the decisions now to make sure that you're in control of that situation when it happens. And you know, these technologies are in the right place, but they've got to be developed in real time to support that type of growth.
Is there anything in American history we can look back on and say, hey, we've done this before?
Well, yeah, you know, the gentleman from India pointed out a couple of good examples, and President Eisenhower in the 50s decided that we needed an interstate highway system in the United States, and he got support for it, and there was a master plan for interstate highways in the United States, and in fact, we're still building those connections out. And I'll tell you just a short story. You know, back when I was about 12, my relatives lived in the middle of the country, and we lived in Virginia, and my father and I were going to go out and visit relatives. And so we got in the car, and we drove out to Omaha, Nebraska. And my father, who had never experienced interstate highways before, was just thrilled because he went over 1,000 miles and never encountered a traffic light. And this was just amazing to him, because before that, everything was secondary roads, and you go through little towns and everything else. So it's a game changer. But because of that commitment, you know, we have a wonderful interstate highway system in the United States that maybe needs some help with high-speed rail to get some of the traffic off, but it's there. And certainly, you know, another national program to put a man on the moon, that was put out there in front of the citizens. Everybody got on board, and they did it. And this is one thing that's missing with high-speed rail in the U.S. There is no national high-speed rail plan, and there's bits and pieces of it, high-speed rail corridors they like to call it, but it's really pretty wishy-washy. I don't know if they can translate that or not, but it is. Yeah, but again, there needs to be a national plan, because the government has to be involved. Everything I've heard today and all our experience, the Japanese government was involved with Shinkansen at the very beginning. It was their vision. The Germans were involved with ICE. The French were involved with TGV. Every project I've heard about here at this forum, whether it's Australia or Canada, the government is behind it. They have the plan, and they're going out and making it happen. And we're just not there right now in the United States. We don't have that plan. Instead, projects are coming to the government and asking for money. And the government scratches their head and said, yeah, okay, we'll give you some. It should be the opposite. The government say, we need this route, and here's some money, make it happen. It's going the wrong direction. And until we understand that and get that fixed, I think we're going to continue to have these programs that are on today, off tomorrow, on today, off tomorrow.
Well, the government's going to get behind it. They have to see the vision of, I guess, economic growth, right? And so that justifies it from the taxpayer perspective. But the government's not used to looking at things that way recently.
Right.
Okay, well, maybe we'll get some examples from this conference. When you come to Vietnam, since we're talking about money, can you help us understand the Vietnam model for these multiple projects, existing rail upgrades, high-speed rail, new lines in the metro area? What is your model?
Yeah, well, as you know, in our master plans for the next 10 years, we will develop more than 2,400 kilometers for the national railway. Includes the high-speed railway and electrification conventional railway, and more than 700 kilometers for metro line. So with the total invest about more than 111 billion US dollars for the 10 years. That is very, very big budget for the invest. For that, our government to beside to traditional invest by the government, by the state, we are calling to the investor from the domestic investor and international investor by the approve and also the complete the policy for the railway lines, railway laws. In that, I already to introduce with you about in the new railway law have one chapter for the open for and convention for invest for the shorter TOD model and shorter process for the project. In particular, the new law continue to have a preferential and special support from the state for the organization and individual participants in railway business activities, such as the exemption of site clearance costs, preferential corporate income tax, exemption of import tax, and on the machine and equipment that cannot be produced domestically. Support for the loans for railway invest. Yeah, and nowadays we continue to complete the policy in Vietnam to be more open and more convenient for invest.
Very interesting. So Vietnam has mechanisms to encourage, support, and reward private investment in public infrastructure.
Yeah.
Remarkable. Thank you very much. I'd like to open up now, and I think I'll borrow a technique from moderator Taniguchi. If we could take 3 questions, give our panelists time to think about the 3 questions, but we have the lights and some help, some hands raised. Gentleman in the back, if it is gentleman. Yes, in the back middle.
Good afternoon, distinguished panelists. My name is Rafael. I'm from Indonesia. And when we're thinking about developing the master plan for high-speed railway projects, we cannot discount our direct competitor, which is short-haul air travel, and to some extent can cause even resistance to the development of high-speed railway. And in your opinion, how do we address that? Thank you.
Sorry, the competitor is what kind of traffic?
Short-haul air travel.
Oh, short-haul air, okay. Well, if we don't have a second question right now, does anyone have a response on your 500-kilometer Mumbai-Ahmedabad? But is there an existing rail competitor? I know in Australia this is a big issue. Could be.
The
Melbourne.
optimal distance for high speed is around 300 to 800 kilometers. Below 300, the roads are going to compete with you, and beyond 800, air is going to compete with you. Between 305 and 800, probably nobody can beat high speed. As far as time is concerned, the advantage of high speed, it changes the unit of distance. When you say how far is Mumbai from Ahmedabad, you say 500 kilometers. The day we have high speed, you will say it is 2 hours. The unit changes. So between that band, this is the ideal mode of transport. It has to be. It can't compete. Nobody can compete with high speed at that moment.
The space-time continuum.
Yeah.
300 to 800 kilometers. Good question, good answer. Other questions for our panelists? Sir, Andrew, Rob? a mic? Do you have a mic? Can we get a microphone to the gentleman in the front, please? Here he is.
Thanks very much. I've had the benefit of the answer to this question myself directly with Mr. Perez, but I think it's a great story to communicate to the room. From my experience in India, with more from mining point of view and others, as soon as you look to deal with land, it is an extremely difficult issue. You end up in courts forever and all sorts of things because of the number of people. You know, it's very highly populated everywhere. What you've done with the farmers in particular is a great story as to how you've achieved their cooperation. I think it's saved you about 15 years of problems. Could you just share that with our audience here today? Thanks.
The land acquisition for our project is a success story, I'll tell you. Compared to any other projects in India, as of now, we have acquired 100% of the land. In the state of Gujarat, probably it was the smoothest one. And in Maharashtra, for political reasons, we did face some hiccups initially, and the land acquisition got delayed by 2 years. But as of now, we have got complete land with us. To answer your question as to how did it happen was the compensation. The compensation was revised probably in 2013-14. And probably in the rural areas, the farmers who were losing land, the amount of land they're losing was minimal, but the amount of money they're getting was too much, because otherwise their land in rural areas cannot be sold. There's no market for selling those land. For parting away with slight land, they were getting huge sum of money. This was one of the reasons. And second was the local administration, the state administration, they engaged with them thoroughly. We had meetings in villages, in panchayats, at local level, explained them the benefit of that. We had it at the level of villages, panchayat, and district also. Several rounds of meetings. And when the people realized the importance of the project and the amount of compensation they were getting they agreed. And I can say that there are hardly any court cases all along 508 kilometers, except one court case that was also by a big business house. They were losing small land. The compensation was very big, but that's the only court case we had, and still going on, but we have the land as of now. Ordinary people, common people, they never went to court.
Other questions for the panelists? Question for India, Thailand, Vietnam, United States? Yes, sir. Ambassador. If you raise your hand, we'll get a microphone to you. For an extra charge, we'll turn it on.
Thank you. This is a kind of extension of Andrew Robb's question, which I was going to ask generally where your publics are on these. Are they bought into the dream of the putting the man on the room kind of dream, or are they worried about the costs and what it means for their future tax payments and about the disruption while the building work is carried on?
Would you like to start with India? Okay. Anybody want to start?
Others can start. I'll be last now.
Okay, you'll be last. So, yeah, let's start with the least successful so far, Mr. Lavie. Where's the public or publics?
Well, the public doesn't know what they're missing. You know, it's not been promoted to the point where they understand it. They're again saying that the Amtrak Northeast Corridor service that takes 7 hours between Washington and Baltimore, or Washington and Boston, and saying that's the future of high-speed rail. You know, the reaction is, who wants it? I mean, they don't know what they're missing. They don't know the advantages of it. Their experiences with trains is less than stellar. They love airplanes, though. You know, with a grain of salt. Everybody has problems with airplanes, but in the U.S. we fly. In the U.S. we drive our cars we don't take trains unless we have to. And you know, once citizens from the U.S. and other places come over to Japan and ride the train, they say, wow, why don't we have this? You've heard that over and over. Well, those few people that make that trip, you know, they tell a couple other people, but unless you're going to send about 100 million people over to see that, you're not going to get that groundswell. So it's really up to the experts to try to package this and talk not just about, you know, do you want to take the train or not, but do you want a new job? Do you want economic stability? Do you want, you know, new development in this area? I mean, that's how it has to be sold. And right now, that's not happening in the U.S., and the government's not doing that type of promotion either.
Thank you. Mr. Nguyen, if I were to go to Vietnam and ask people that I meet, do you support rail? Do you support more investment in building high-speed rail? Would they say yes, no, or what are you talking about? Are they aware? And is this something that people are excited about?
Yes, we are prepared for the high-speed runway for about more than 20 years. So our Vietnam people very want to have the high-speed runway now and they also understand about it's the best way for improve the economies of Vietnam is by improve and complete the transportation in that have the runway, high-speed runway. So we are very happy to develop the high-speed runway in Vietnam.
So it's an accepted common understanding, not subject to debate or controversy.
Yeah.
All right. Thailand. Do the average people in Thailand support these massive projects that you're doing? The Eastern Corridor, connecting to China with high-speed rails. Everyone knows and they support?
Our people love the project. Any kind of project, they love it. If transport project in high-speed train project is faster, clean, green, and efficiencies, when they're listening something like a political guy say something like to them, they will love it. But when they ask about the payable effort, the ticket price, blah, 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 they will have the complaint reply. Like so many metro line in Bangkok, it's green, it's faster, punctuality, it's good for them. But when they see that, oh, the pricing is quite high, they will complain to the government. The government will subsidy something to them. Every country do something like this.
In America, we call it buy now, pay later.
Yes. Every country, every people thinking about that. But if you think that this is the way that the good thing for them, educate people, say that, oh, even higher price, more pay, but make the world is better, green for our community. Then, okay, I will pay for. This is the way that we should communicate to our people, that even higher price, but it's good for them, and they can understand or not. This is our job.
Okay, thank you. And now finally, Mr. Pervez.
To answer your question, in India, for the last 25 years, we have seen expansion of motorways and expressway in large number. The speed has increased, and the people have become aspirational. They're talking of speeds on rail also. What about you? Are you going to stick to 110 kilometers, which you have been doing throughout the country? So probably people are excited about it. You do hear criticism about it, but that is from a section of population. Could be political reasons for they criticize because of the political reason. But the public at large, I'll say that's very supportive. And they are actually asking us when. Why are you getting so late? That's a problem we are facing. Thank you.
Is there any last question?
This one over here.
Some hand, that side.
To the right.
So right.
Thank you. Please, sir.
Hello, sir. My name is Venkatesh, representing L&T from India. We are one of the lead contractors in the Mumbai-Ahmedabad high-speed train.
Because the question is not at me.
I don't think I'll take this one. Go ahead.
Yeah. So my question is, we are seeing from a lot of countries who wants to do the high-speed, even for the first time, looking for the PPP model. Despite discussing that, the first one is always the difficult one, and also the high speed is not only about the economical returns, but also the collective development which happens in the area. So we are seeing that a lot of new projects which are supposed to come are getting delayed looking for this model. So any view of the panel members on this and the suggestion for that?
Start with me. I'd be slightly personal here. As far as capital intensive project like this kind, PPP will not be successful. It has to be the government which will come forward and expanding here. And the benefit you earn, that will be much later, and which government can only afford, no private party can afford. So PPP, as far as I'm concerned, may not be successful in high speed.
For the rail itself, or for the value capture for the real estate around?
Value capture, it's very long drawn. Probably that kind of patience the private sector may not be having it.
Okay. Well, in the interest of time, I'm going to close the session with this observation. Mr. Laube, you and I are the Americans up here. I know the answer, how the Americans are going to finally get there. They're going to go to Vietnam. They're going to go to Thailand. They're going to go to India, Japan, Taiwan, China, and Australia, Indonesia, Malaysia, Singapore, and they'll see high-speed rail, and they say, oh, that's what that is. We need that. Okay, thanks, everybody. Thanks for our panelists.
Thank you.
Thank you very much to our panelists, moderator of Session 3.セッション3にご登壇いただきました皆様、どうもありがとうございました。Let's have another round of applause for the members of Session 3. 今一度拍手をお願いいたします。Thank you very much. 皆様どうもありがとうございました。We will now take a break. Session 4 will resume at 3:25 p.m. Please feel free to enjoy the refreshments available outside the hall. For those joining us online, please reconnect in time for the next session at 3:25. ここで休憩に入らせていただきます。次のセッション4は午後3時25分より再開いたします。会場の皆様には会場外にコーヒーやお茶菓子などのリフレッシュメントをご用意しておりますので、ぜひお楽しみください。配信をご視聴の皆様は3時25分までにお戻りください。 We will now begin Session 4, Driving the Evolution of HSR Technology and Talent. それではこれよりセッション4、高速鉄道の進化を支える技術と人材を始めさせていただきます。Our moderator is Mr. Larry Kelterborn. Mr. Kelterborn, the floor is yours. それではモデレーターのラリー・ケルターボーン様、よろしくお願いいたします。
Yes, good afternoon to session 4. My name's Larry Kelterborn, and I'm from Canada. And just to start out by saying, for my many Japanese baseball fans, that's the home of the Toronto Blue Jays, where Otani-san will join us later this week for the start of the World Series. This session is titled Driving the Evolution of High-Speed Rail, Technology and Talent. We're very fortunate to have 4 railway experts from Japan and the UK on our panel today. They will discuss a few of the latest initiatives in both technological innovation and human resource development. While approaches differ in those countries, they both rely on technology and people to support and upgrade their rail systems. Japan and the UK are both leading nations in the field of railway, particularly in technology, operations, and safety. As was mentioned several times in the earlier discussions today, Japan and the UK have a long history in rail, as Japan's first rail line was introduced in the UK in 1872. It ran through Takanawa between Shimbashi and Yokohama. So the issue we have is that the world today is currently facing a global shortage of skilled labor, driven by factors such as the aging workforce, in part due to a significant number of skilled workers nearing retirement. The shortage is also affected by rapid technological advancements and a mismatch between available skills and job demands. In this case, for many industries, including the railway industry, it is particularly true for countries planning to implement high-speed rail for the first time. The skill levels that are required for high-speed rail for professionals, inspection and maintenance personnel, and even the regulators are well beyond those required for conventional railway operations. There is a growing need for advanced inspection and maintenance, labor-saving measures, and the use of cost-effective technologies. At the same time, securing and developing human resources has become a major challenge. In this session, representatives from the railway sectors in Japan and the UK will introduce some of their latest initiatives in technological innovation and human resource development, along with philosophies behind those efforts. So our speakers today are Mr. Ushi. He's a Corporate Executive Officer, Central Japan Railway Company, JRC. Dr. Tamai, Chief Railway Technology Officer, Japan Railway Construction, Transport and Technology Agency, as we know, JRTT. Mr. Bruin, Chief Director, UK and Ireland, Hitachi Rail. And Mr. Robertson, Chief Executive, National Skills Academy for Rail in the UK. I'd like to invite Mr. Yushi from JRC to start his first presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the introduction. I'm with JR Tokai. My name is Usui. I'd like to talk about the Tokaido Shinkansen, the technological development and human resource development that supports the Tokaido Shinkansen. So I'd like to first give you the overview of the Tokaido Shinkansen, then talk about technological development that supports it, and 2, principles, two key principles that we really cherish. And also we talk about the human resource development for our technical engineering staff. First, about the Tokaido Shinkansen. And this has already been mentioned several times. It started operation in 1964. It's the first high-speed railway in the world. Our market area you see in the map, in terms of area, it's only 24% of the landmass of Japan, but in terms of population, it accounts for 61.5%, GDP 65.8%, and it connects Tokyo, Nagoya, and Osaka, the three largest cities in Japan. So it is truly the backbone or the artery of Japan. So characteristics and strengths of Tokaido Shinkansen, 5 points. First, safety, and then punctuality, high speed, and high capacity and frequency, and environmental performance. So these strengths come from the fundamental safety and other specifications that has been in place since 1964, but also since the privatization and the Shinkansen operation transferred to JR Central, various development has been accelerated, so we have continued evolution, and that has resulted in these strengths. So how were we able to realize these evolution? So two principles that we cherish for evolution I would like to explain. The first is integrated capabilities, comprehensive capabilities. Railways are massive integrated structures. We have operations, rolling stock, power, signaling, communications. So it's a comprehensive system of all of these components. So it's essential to have total optimization, not partial optimization of each subsystem. To this end, well, we have 160 engineers in one place near Nagoya. It's called Komaki Research Facility in Komaki City. So across organizational barriers, they have discussions across departments, and they understand each other well, and they try to solve various issues through comprehensive capabilities. So second principle about evolution, that is focus on the actual thing and actual place, and conduct a thorough verification. So in the field data, first we acquire that, and then from the data we extract the issues, then we consider the solutions. And as you see in this chart, we do computer simulation and theoretical analysis. And then a third, this is really unique about us. At the Komaki Research Institute, we have the large-scale testing equipment. So we do various bench testing in a thorough manner. And then we do the field validation on the mainline testing. So we have this cycle that we really place emphasis on. The third part of this cycle is the large-scale test equipment. On that, I expand more in the next slide. With a railroad, you have a complex system. To do R&D for that, you have to be able to simulate the actual situation in a more accurate way. That kind of testing facility is necessary. So you have rolling stock and ground equipment. They're all large. So all the facilities also become very large. So at the Komaki, we look at rolling stock and civil works, electricity, tracks. We have very large testing equipment that can simulate the actual thing. I won't go into the detail of each, but you see the three in orange, and I will explain them in more detail later. And here we talk about the research themes that we're working on: safety and reliability. Second, service quality. So this means shortening of traveling time, and then increasing efficiency of our work, and then environmental soundness. So those are the areas where we do research. Amongst these, I'd like to focus on the part in orange, safety and reliability, and environmental compatibility, 2 examples of our development. First, to enhance our safety when there is an earthquake, to prevent derailment, we have developed anti-derailment guards. There's a lot of earthquakes in Japan. In 2004, there was a Chuetsu earthquake in Niigata Prefecture, and on the Joetsu Shinkansen for the first time, there was a derailment of a Shinkansen train. Fortunately, there were no injuries or fatalities amongst the passengers or crew. However, with that accident, we started to develop the derailment prevention guards that would work during an earthquake. And you see in the chart here, lower left. So this is without the derailment guard, number 1. You have the earthquake, there's a big ground motion, and the left-hand wheel rises, or is lifted, that's number 1. And then number 2, the ground moves, so then the right-hand side wheel derails. Now on the right-hand side, you have the derailment prevention guard. So 1 and 2 the same, but number 3, the right-hand side wheel hits the guard and does not shift further to the left, and that prevents the derailment. So next slide, we show the video. Oh, it's already playing. So it's full-sized facility equipment. So red is the car, yellow is the axis or axle. Same video again. So we simulate a big earthquake, and you move the track, and you see the wheels on the left and right are raised, but with the guard, derailment is prevented. Because of time constraint, I cannot show the video without the guard, but I can tell you that without the guard, the rail, the wheel comes off the rail, so there is derailment. So what kind of setup did we have to develop this? It's in this one slide. So needless to say, the performance of that rail and the maintainability both have to be satisfied. And at the Komaki, we have experts in both aspects, the rolling stock and the tracks. So they collaborated for the development. The rolling stock experts looked at the mechanism analysis and pursued the performance of the derailment prevention track. The track researchers, they focused on whether or not the guard will impact the track, and there was frequent communication between the 2 teams, and development was conducted. Through this kind of collaboration, we had the overall optimization. So we had a numerical analysis and a large testing facility or equipment, and the final specification was decided, and now we're constructing these. By 2028, it will be installed in all lines. Another example, this is about the environmental compatibility. So concerning energy saving, this has been our achievement in development. So 2050 carbon neutrality is a target that we're aiming for. So we are trying to reduce CO2 emissions. It's a global issue that all are working on. Now, railroads, they have very high energy efficiency, but we want to improve that further. So we've been doing various development. Left-hand side, you see that Series 300, introduced in 1992, compare that to the N700S, higher maximum speed, but about a 30% reduction in energy consumption, so it's 72%, compared with airplane on the right. So 1/12 per passenger. So it's very good for the environment. How are we able to achieve these kinds of results? I explained that in the next slide. So reduction of energy consumption is achieved by the various technologies shown on this slide. So the underlined part on the top, running resistance reduction. So we improved the tip's shape, and we had wind tunnel facility was very helpful for that. Of course, numerical analysis was thoroughly done. We tested various shapes, and we found the best shape. And the lower left, you see another underlined part. So car body tilting system to enhance the speed entering a curve. And this improves the comfort as well. And you don't need to decelerate and accelerate at the curve, so it helps to lower power consumption. And the lower left, the vehicle dynamics simulator was used to evaluate the riding comfort. And on the right-hand side, there's a rolling stock field test simulator that was used. And finally, different topic, how to develop the human resources. So it's a cycle. People cycle through the various fields. First, frontline, you actually learn how the equipment are used and how it changes over time. So they learn through their hands and their eyes. Then the people have experience at the design or maintenance. So based on the understanding of the actual situation in the field and of the product, they are engaged in the design or maintenance planning. And then some part of the team go further to the research and development department to hone their skills. Some people go into this cycle twice, the second cycle, so they have a broad experience so that they can be a more well-rounded engineer. And recently, we handle large volume of data, so we are also making great effort in data science. This will be the final page. It's a summary of what I explained. So the Tokaido Shinkansen, I talked about its 5 strengths. And then to maintain and enhance these strengths, we place emphasis on 2 important principles, I said. One is comprehensive capability. The other is our emphasis on real-world observations and thorough verification. And at Komaki, I talked about the 2 development cases that was done at Komaki. And as for human resource development, we cultivate well-balanced engineers that have experience in various fields. And finally, by strengthening these efforts further, we will continue to enhance the Tokaido Shinkansen, the backbone of Japan, make it even stronger. That's all I have prepared. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Usui. That was extremely interesting. You explained extremely well what we refer to as the systems approach. Do you need your earphone in? Yeah, you explained very well what we refer to as the systems approach to achieving safety and performance, and ultimately how the complete system is optimized as a whole. I've looked at other projects, the new starts that are looking at things, and we're going to use track standards from here, we're going to have a vehicle from here, and we're going to have signaling from here. And this is why in Texas we elected to take the whole Shinkansen system, because it's all optimized together. So that was, I think, extremely informative and helpful for people to understand the need to take a whole system, as opposed to, as my good friend Bob Lobby calls Mr. Potato Head, getting different things from different places. So thank you. Yeah, our next speaker is Dr. Tamai.
はい、鉄道運輸機構の玉井。
This is Tamai from JRTT. Thank you very much for this opportunity to speak at the IHRA Forum. JRTT has been working on construction of the railway, so I will be speaking from the perspective of infrastructure construction. This is the network of the Shinkansen high-speed rail in Japan. And Mr. Ishiba mentioned at the onset that the Shinkansen in Japan started with the Tokaido Shinkansen in 1964 with 515 kilometers. And by 2024, last year, the total length has been extended to 3,000 kilometers. So this drawing shows you the history of Shinkansen construction by year. Each bar represents the period from the groundbreaking of each section to the opening of each line for commercial service. On the top, we have JNR, Japanese National Railways, and from the middle onwards, this is current JRTT, Japan Railway Construction Transport and Technology Agency, and JRCC, Japan Railway Public Corporation, our predecessor that has constructed the Shinkansen. So as this shows you, until recently, construction of several lines was carried out in parallel at the same time. But currently, on the right-hand side, you can see that we only have construction of the Hokkaido Shinkansen. And Mr. Terada talked about this morning as well. But the Shinkansen has a separation of infrastructure and operation called vertical separation. JRTT is responsible for construction and ownership of the infrastructure, while on the top you see that each JR company are responsible for operating the trains and maintaining the infrastructure. Therefore, we, JRTT, we do not perform any maintenance, but building infrastructure without any consideration for maintenance would not be sustainable. The primary expectation for infrastructure is safety and stability. However, with the declining working population, there are also expectations for maintainability, meaning that there's labor savings for maintenance and less frequent maintenance activities. In addition, infrastructure construction itself must also be more labor efficient. If these were all to be achieved, we will be able to realize a safe, stable, and sustainable high-speed rail system. So I would like to show you some examples of infrastructure considering labor saving in maintenance. First, I'll look at an example for civil engineering structures. Since the Shinkansen line is entirely elevated, structures are needed to raise the tracks. Shown on the left, traditionally, embankments have been used to do this. Embankments are indeed inexpensive, but they are prone to deformation, and every time that there's rainfall, it requires repairs each time. So as you can see on the right-hand side, instead of using soil embankments, there's concrete viaducts that have become the standard structure for elevated railways. However, they are more expensive than embankments. Therefore, when a reinforced embankment called geotextiles, GRS, geotextile reinforced soil, was developed. cost is between that of a conventional embankment and a viaduct. The GRS is highly rigid and resistant to deformation, so it requires little maintenance. On the right-hand side, slab tracks. Slab tracks are developed to reduce the labor for track maintenance, but it has become the standard for Shinkansen track structures. But slab tracks require a highly rigid roadbed. Thus, the GRS is suitable for laying slab tracks as well. This photograph shows you the construction process for slab tracks. As you can see in the photographs and in the previous session, the construction of India was shown with videos and photographs, so I think this is easier for you to understand. But in India, the same process is being used for the construction. The slab track is systemized and mechanized in terms of its construction, achieving labor savings as well. The next example is electric pole and trolley line. On the left-hand side, this is a conventional Joichi Shinkansen photograph. We have concrete poles and heavy compound catenaries that consist of wires, auxiliary catenary wires, and contact wires. But that has been replaced to what you have seen on the right-hand side, which has a combination of steel pipe poles and a simple catenary without auxiliary catenary wires. So we've been able to reduce the weight of the components and number of parts as well. This thus saves labor in construction as well as maintenance. Also in Japan, in cold regions, we have heavy snowfall during the winter, so snow removal is also part of maintenance activities. Conventionally, snow removal and disposal were done using snow plows and manual labor, but this required a great deal of effort. Therefore, a water sprinkling snow melting system was developed. This system is designed to prevent snow accumulation on the tracks by spraying warm water using sprinklers. It detects when snowfall starts and automatically starts as well as stops the system. It also takes energy conservation into consideration by reusing or circulating the melted water. Japan is also a country prone to natural disasters, so recovery activities after disasters are also part of maintenance activities. Therefore, before even attempting to streamline recovery activities, it is important to build structures that are highly resistant to disasters. And Mr. Terada also mentioned in his speech, but in order to respond to earthquakes, we have had seismic design standards, and existing structures were also reinforced. We're also developing highly seismic resistant structures as well. And the GRS that I mentioned has higher seismic resistance compared to the conventional embankments. And also on the right-hand side, the reinforced embankments and bridges, integral bridges have been integrated, and these are extremely resistant structures as well. And also the steel pipe electric poles. It's lighter than concrete conventional poles and are less likely to resonate with the vibration of viaducts during an earthquake as well, which then improves the seismic resistance of the overhead line systems. And to understand the needs and expectations for infrastructure, it is necessary to exchange opinions with railway operators. JRTT and JR exchange opinions at sites and during meetings on numerous occasions. In some cases, technological development is necessary, and JRTT, RTRI have worked together in a cooperative framework as well to build good infrastructure, it is necessary to develop human resources within JRTT as well. On-job training is the most effective method, but as I mentioned before, there is a lack of Shinkansen construction sites currently, and therefore it is necessary to document and transfer that experience. On the other hand, with JRTT believes that in order to reduce the labor required for infrastructure construction, operation, and maintenance, we need digital transformation, or DX. JRTT is proposing a construction DX vision, envisioning a future idea and promoting digital transformation. To achieve this, it's necessary for us to incorporate and utilize external technologies. And this is showing you DX and construction site, and this slide is showing you the digital transformation, or DX, of office work that supports the on-site work. And finally, this is showing you the operation and maintenance and other phases in terms of the digital transformation. That is all for my presentation. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Dr. Tamai, thank you very much. I just want you to hear my comment that, first of all, that was very, very informative, that presentation. Many improvements have been made since the Shinkansen was first initiated, and it's great to see that this type of work and research continues in Japan, and the commitment to do so to continue to improve the system. So, very informative, thank you. Our next speaker is Mr. Bruin from Hitachi Rail.
Good afternoon. Firstly, let me congratulate Chairman Shikori and the IHRA team for today's forum. It's been exceptionally interesting, and it's a pleasure and a privilege to be here. I'd like to start just by covering the heritage of Hitachi in terms of our legacy in terms of high speed. This is a blended legacy, which the principal reference is from Shinkansen here in Japan, with local manufacturing of rolling stock and components all the way back to the first Shinkansen Series 0 in 1964. Through merger and acquisition activity, Hitachi's built and got a blended portfolio of high-speed references. Now with the ETR reference in Italy, as well as ongoing work in the UK for High Speed 1 and High Speed 2. My role here today, however, is not to go into detail of the legacy and the history. It's actually to talk about the UK rail business and how we're adapting our technology based on our contracts that we have in a large maintenance organization to drive digital transformation from a global standpoint in support of Hitachi's broader ambitions. So the first contract that we had in the UK was for Class 395, which was the Javelin train for the 2012 London Olympics. Post-delivery, that was built here in Japan, built in Kasado Works. All 29 train sets were shipped from Japan to the UK and successfully went into passenger operation 6 months early. Since that time period, and since 2012, between 2012 and present day, we've continued to be successful in terms of an intercity fleet of trains which operate the length and breadth of the UK rail market. So what you can see there is a very important map in terms of this is Hitachi's map and Hitachi's reach within the UK marketplace. So of 300 plus train sets that currently operate in the UK, which were built by Hitachi and are fully maintained by Hitachi, you can see all the way from northern Scotland to the south of England, we cover every major artery across the UK reference. We've built up a portfolio in the UK which is the #1 position of intercity fleets. We've built a workforce from what was 4 people in 2005 to now 3,400, moving to 4,000 with the acquisition of Thales Ground Transportation Systems. We have 22 major facilities in terms of depots, and we have one major manufacturing facility in the northeast of England, which supports our global manufacturing footprint. The reliability of our fleet is 2.3 times the UK industry average, and the scale of our maintenance really had to be a focus in terms of how do we, in such a short space of time, build a maintenance organization with some inherited staff from different operators and some recruited staff to be able to support such a vast network. So one of the biggest challenges for us was consistency and application and touch time of the trains that we operate every single day. So my job every morning is to make sure every train is in the right place and we're meeting the needs of our customers. So what we had to do was look at digitally, how could we work condition-based maintenance into our systems, into our strategies, which is an evolution has built us towards the HMAX system, which we've developed digitally, which gives us real-time information from each and every train set that we operate within the UK. So the data foundation, HMAX. So HMAX is Hypermobility Asset Expert. For reference, the architecture, the data foundation, was effectively the train and effectively fleet maintenance. So we understood that we needed to make sure we were focused on delivering maintenance without much touch time. In the UK, the availability requirements of our contracts can be as high as 95%. So we had to focus on areas and systems, in particular around bogies and wheel sets, to make sure that we understood and got information directly from each and every train set to build the idea around how we can optimize our labor force and maximize our efficiency of performance in reliability and in availability. Since that time, we built, the HMAX system has become like a mobile phone app. So we've built different systems and different abilities, which allows our engineers to build on applications. So the first element of that is through data integration. Each train effectively provides data on its own. So the systems itself, where we look at the best and worst case performance within each and every train set. The unified data lake then builds all of that data from all of the train sets together, and we make further comparisons in terms of performance from the trains themselves. We're using algorithm AI now to build the pictures that you can see in terms of some of the other areas and the detail which our engineers can go into to look at performance in terms of reliability and availability. All of these systems are currently active within our UK fleets at various levels, and we've now developed the user interface where our engineers we are trying to attract. We've got an aging workforce in the UK, and we need to attract young engineers to our industry. So balancing digital and hard engineering, the hard physical tasks of changing brake blocks, etc., balancing these two things makes us an attractive employer. So the case study that we've got referenced here is around the Great Western Railway. We utilized vibration monitoring equipment through Hitachi's Perpetuum equipment, where we wanted to look and develop vibration monitoring solution focused on bogies, bearings, and wheel set management. Over the life of the assets that we have, we know that we've saved 491 extra days per year of train availability by early detection of wheel defects and bearing failures. What we didn't realize, and inadvertently, that we were getting track vibration information as well. So what we started to understand is we were developing capabilities around our own needs, but we could also provide information to infrastructure owners around what they need in terms of where there might be rough track, or they might need maintenance information to support their own management systems. So we decreased planned maintenance, and what we mean by planned maintenance is really heavy maintenance, so overhauls, etc. Through the life of the asset, over 35 years, there's a certain amount of overhauls that we need to do. We realized that our evaluations in the design process were conservative. And the real-time information that was coming back from each train set means that we could extend the mileage before bogie overhauls are needed to take place. So we've managed to decrease the planned maintenance, optimize our labor force in relation to delivering high quality, availability, reliability, and less touch time on each train set. That brought us to another challenge, however. So since 2016, we've been monitoring over 2,000 train carriages and 200,000 systems. The level of data became a challenge for us, and we realized that it was going to be impactful in terms of our ability. So we needed to turn and look at how we manage that data, how we turn that data into useful information for our engineers on the ground. So this was one of the elements in the challenge. We had a huge amount of data to deal with, and that led us to the engagement with NVIDIA. So the HMAX system and our engagement and conversations with NVIDIA is around edge AI enabling real-time data analytics. So the principle here is that trigger elements send us information when we need them. We developed enough understanding from our initial HMAX approach, where the data came into us, that we had enough understanding of what edges we needed, what triggers we needed to tell us where things and where we needed to focus, but also when we needed them triggers. And NVIDIA and their systems have enabled us to look at edge computing in terms of providing the right data at the right time to the right people. So that was a significant step forward in terms of where we are in terms of the rollout of HMAX supported by NVIDIA AI edge technology. So this is one of the examples. We mentioned bogies. We mentioned that inadvertently we understood that the vibration technology could help in terms of understanding the track condition. So the next element that we focused on was interfaces with the infrastructure. And the next obvious place to start was catenary. So I'll show you a very simple video of the kind of thing that our engineers are looking at in terms of flashover on catenaries. So the cameras on the roof that we've installed effectively highlight where there's flashovers and where there's potential incidents. So in the UK, we've seen, unfortunately, some areas where the pantograph have pulled down the overhead wires, which is a significant cost to the industry and significant delay for passengers. What this technology provides us with, understanding where flashovers are taking place, recording where they are, and as each train goes past each point, we can understand very clearly if it's a train issue or if it's an infrastructure issue, and discuss that with the infrastructure provider, Network Rail. This allows us to get their maintenance done before failure and saves ultimately money for the customer and ourselves in terms of our performance metrics. So what's next? Digital twin synthetic data generation. And that means working again with NVIDIA on the Omniverse. We're looking at building a digital twin capability. So for example, we will have data on failure references. We'll have data on flashover for the catenary, for example. We can now build a digital twin of each railway. And for example, we could see if we can run more trains. If there's a timetable change, we can do it synthetically on the digital twin. We can check what that would mean in terms of performance, reliability, and impact to the railway. If we wanted to double the amount of trains on a specific route, we can check that now using the digital twin capability and model it at a very significant level using digital equipment based on real-time data and information that we've recorded and is within our data lake and capabilities. So with that, why HMAX? HMAX is an incredibly important product for us. As I mentioned, the UK, we have an aging workforce. And by 2030, we'll see quite a significant levels of retirement, which is in the public domain in terms of what that might mean. So moving forward, we're looking how we can attract younger people to the industry. We're looking at how we can optimize our labor force. And honestly speaking, I can confirm that our young people, our young engineers, their ability, we're inspiring and motivating them with the information that we're receiving from HMAX in terms of developing, understanding the industry with things that are real. So they're looking at trains each and every day with information that gives them a real understanding of the products that we have, a real understanding of the systems, and it's inspiring them to think further out of the box and what we could do further with this system. So HMAX as a level of sensors, as a system, is available to our customers now that we could fit to other train fleets in order to support their own maintenance operations. So it's a very powerful tool, and we're delighted with it. At Hitachi, we don't try things on our customers, we make sure they work. We are using HMAX ourselves for our own benefit. The IHRA team came to North Pole Depot in London last November to see it in action. So we are using this system, it's available for use, and we look forward to the next generation as it comes forward. So with that, I'll say thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Jim. That was a really informative presentation. It really tells the group a really success story of what you were saying, how Hitachi started with a small group in the UK and where it is today, so congratulations. Yeah. So Neil, I'm going to ask you to do your presentation now.
Thank you, Larry, and thank you very much for the invitation to be here. I would like to add my congratulations to IHRA for a great event, and a particular thank you to Chairman Shukuru for his invitation. So, ladies and gentlemen, some chairmen go for lunch, but Chairman Shukuru came all the way to London to come and check out my little office in Ensar to check we were right. So, thorough verification of the speakers. Thank you, Chairman Shukuru, for visiting us. In a sense, my presentation fits very neatly with where Mr. Bruin just left off, which is to talk about the people to make this all happen and how we ensure that we have them now and in the future. I learned from Wabi Sabi that we should love our imperfections. Well, one of the imperfections of high-speed rail is it's very expensive. And one of the reasons for that is we have lots of expensively skilled people. But actually, on the flip side, and it was probably another wise person that said, make the most of your weaknesses. On the flip side, that means we are employing lots of skilled people. That means we are an economic benefit right now. So if you think about slab track, we will see the benefits of slab track in 70 years' time. Now, we've got politicians here, and they don't normally think that far ahead. But actually, to create all of that, we are creating skills jobs now. And my thesis this afternoon is that we need to make more of that in our marketing of high-speed railway, and it's certainly what we've done in the UK. So don't think of skills as training. Think of skills as a means to a number of ends, all of which we've heard about today. Safety, the ability to change, the productivity examples we've just heard. And then how do we get the return on investment from this? Well, overall in the UK, we've prioritised this. National Skills Academy for Rail, which I look after, was set up when Lord McLaughlin was the Secretary of Transport. And we've developed various strategies over the years to try and bring science to workforce thinking. And we score ourselves about 5 out of 10 now. So we're not talking from a position of excellence, but we've made a few, we've gained a few insights along the way. It's compulsory for me to have pictures of old stations because the UK railway is 200 years old, and I'm told to remind you of that every day. But actually, we are thinking much more about the future. So I want to say something briefly about recruitment and the social value that we bring, how we achieve that social value, and how we get the managers to implement that. Recruitment. We heard from Mr. Bruin how he excites He excites his young staff with interesting propositions. The rail industry in the UK set up a website called Routes into Rail to promote careers in the rail industry, because we were fourth choice. 3 other sectors were ahead of us, and that wasn't good. We were getting the level 2 talent. We have skill shortages. So this becomes a really important thing for us because it creates cost, because we have skill shortages. And as Mr. Bruin said, we also have an aging workforce. So the Routes into Rail website talks to young people in ways that they understand. People like me, they don't want to listen to us. They want to listen to lively presentations given by other young people or animation. They live in a digital world. I'm a dinosaur, but they live in a digital world, so we need to communicate with them in ways they understand. And we sometimes shake our head at some of the things we're doing, but it's shown to be effective. We've talked today about marketing of high-speed rail and how important that is. Well, we need to market our careers, and it works. The 2 graphs there show you when we invest in marketing campaigns, we get the return in terms of website visits and people checking out careers. So it's worth doing. Ladies and gentlemen, that's a hat. That is a cap of a Glasgow rolling stock engineer, also the cap of my uncle. And he now has dementia, and he's in a home, and he doesn't say much. The only time he is animated is when I show him pictures of steam trains, actually. But I have that in my office to motivate me every day, because my uncle was a very happy rolling stock engineer. And then my grandmother, who was otherwise a wise lady, said to him, "Don't be a rolling stock engineer. You've got to have a job with a white collar." And she forced him to do a really dull finance job. But his love was there. So that's, ladies and gentlemen, this is what we're up against. Parental understandings. The railway is seen as old-fashioned. And Mr. Bruin told us, if you talk about the modern aspects of the railway, not steam trains, people get excited. So that's what motivates me every day, as well as my very strict chairwoman. Now, how do we do that? Well, we do on-the-job training like here in Japan, and we have gradually increased the number of apprenticeships to, our on-the-job training is called apprenticeships, and we have increased that to 2,500 now per year, but we need 5,000. We have detailed data, workforce planning, that helps us understand exactly how many we need and where we need them. And we've developed a new service to help the smaller companies do this. Our biggest problem is digital and data science, and in recruiting the kind of people that Mr. Bruin was talking about. We are the 3rd best industry to invest in if you are the Ministry of Finance. We're not first, we'll never be first. Second, sometimes manufacturing, the manufacturing of rolling stocks in the 2nd category, but mainstream railways is 3rd. But that's quite a good place to be. But if we get better at increasing recruitment from people further from the labour market, we will improve what we call social value. I'll put that another way. People who do not participate fully, and this is more of a Western problem, I appreciate, people that don't participate fully in the labour market cost the government money. So if we recruit people who would otherwise perhaps not be in a job or not be in a very good job, that we save the government money. And we have now developed a methodology to prove that, which is now central to the business case for high-speed rail. They've had many goes at killing high-speed rail in the UK, many goes. One of the recent goes was the Okavi review. But for the Okavi review, we produced information that said high-speed rail is a very good recruiter, and we promise to recruit lots of people from disadvantaged areas. And that helped get it over the line. Patrick helped as well, thank you for that. But that means we need to think earlier so we need to plan our workforce. And we've developed software to do that, to analyze, and we've been helping colleagues in Australia and other countries all around the world with this software. How many people do you need? Where are you going to get them from? How will you reduce the risk of wage inflation. Now, we've got to convert that theoretical opportunity into a reality, and procurement is how we do that. The government forced HS2 to have procurement mandates to drive that recruitment. And ladies and gentlemen, one of the biggest successes of HS2 so far, it's cost far too much money, but one of the biggest successes is that they have delivered on that. We have delivered the most socially valuable railway yet in the UK, and it's set a new benchmark, and we're raising the ambition. And one of the things we had to do was to start with work experience before. Don't just expect people to come, go out and find them, pull them out of areas where they're doing less well, the ones who do less well at school, and bring them into jobs. And with that, we save a lot of money. We save £750 million per year by doing that kind of activity. That's quite a good business case and a good return on investment for our work. It's 3 times more expensive to leave it to the market. 3 times, as we have found in the UK and others are finding. Safety is a given for all of us. UK has a good safety record like Japan, and we do that by checking the verification, and that needs skills as well. And our approach is a very practical approach and has received World Bank and ADB recognition. The last point, digital. We need lots of people with digital skills to do the many kinds of things we've heard today. To use AI, data science. If your children or grandchildren don't know what to do when they grow up, or you're a retired minister and you're not sure what to do data science. It's the right approach. There are 9 vacancies for every candidate. And Mr. Bruin has shown how you can integrate that into a modern railway. But, ladies and gentlemen, we have managers just now who do not know how to do all of this stuff. They don't know how to understand the business case for slab track or implement it. They don't know how to think, do I have slab track? Do I have the alternative ballast? How do I use data? Should I buy things from Mr. Bruin or not? I don't know if it's good. How do they understand all that? So we've developed a competency model to drive productivity, digital, and social value. And it's really helping people assess the competence of their managers. We've got a new strategy now, which is to do more of really the same things that we've been talking about, and particularly take this model and bring it into the other aspects of the railway, not just high-speed railway, to make sure that the metros work like this as well. And it's proving successful. So I will report back to you in 2 years' time, I hope, on our progress. But thank you very much for listening to me today.
Thank you, Neil. That was really refreshing, what you've said. And I think it gives a lot of us here what we need to start thinking about this. This is such a critical area for all of us. And you've really framed it really well. So thank you. So now I think we're getting to time for some questions. So I have a few questions for each of the presenters here individually, and then other questions they'll put for any one of them that would like to answer, and then hopefully, time permitting, we'll open the floor for more questions. So, Mr. Usui, I'd like to ask you about earlier this year, you had mentioned that JRC retired Dr. Yellow. That's the specialized train set that conducts automated inspections of the track and other facilities along the right-of-way. So automated inspections will be conducted going forward using the N700S passenger train sets. So what factors contributed to the decision by JRC to retire Dr. Yellow and incorporate inspection and testing features on revenue train sets?
Thank you for the question. Dr. Yellow. So within the 10-minute presentation, I was intending to talk about it, but it's good that I saved it. Now, Dr. Yellow is something that only runs infrequently. So when you see it, you feel very happy, or some people say. And so some people said that it's being retired. It's being retired because it's getting old. And the reason why we didn't build the next generation Dr. Yellow, because due to various technological development, we have found that the various functions can now be put on the passenger trains. There's a function to measure the track shape. And on the Dr. Yellow, from the reference, they measure the distance and they measure the deformation of the track. But there is a deformation on the vehicle, and that impacts the accuracy. So Dr. Yellow's, there's a laser light on the bottom of that car. I mean, the height is different from here and on the floor. So it's like there is a laser in the front-back direction. And so if you do that, you will be spoiling the space for the passenger cars. So in the past, we could not do it, and so we had a dedicated car for that. So we came up with a different method. The new method, rather than having the laser light, we have small sensors on the bogies, and then they look at the inclination of the bogies, and based on that, we can accurately measure the tracks. So after many years of development, we have developed that. So without spoiling the passenger car space, we're now able to measure. So that's why we can do it on passenger cars. And also the pantograph measurement or trolley line measurement. With Dr. Yellow, in addition to the ordinary pantograph, we had a measurement dedicated sensor attached to pantographs. However, with now development of image processing, we can take a video of the pantograph with a camera, and we can analyze those images, and we can understand the condition of the trolley line, and also we can check the metal parts on the lines. So we were able to retire Dr. Yellow, and we can now do the necessary measurement in passenger cars. And so 2027 is when we'll start doing this with the passenger train sets. So Dr. Yellow used to run only one out of every 10 days, but the passenger train set one will run every day, so the precision should rise.
I find that extremely interesting because on other high-speed projects I've worked on, the capital cost of having equivalent equipment, and one of my first projects was from Europe, and that was very, very costly. As you know well, in Texas, when we were looking at the cost of the system, the cost of a Dr. Yellow was significant. And we knew at that time that JRC was working on this technology and priced it into the project at the time, knowing that you were very, very close. So we thought we would be the first one to use it, but our project kind of got slowed down a bit, so clearly JRC will be the first ones using it. Dr. Tamai, I have a question for you. It seems to have come up a few times in the presentation here, but this is one that's close to my heart. You pointed out that the new lines constructed in Japan now for the high-speed use lap track, and rather than ballasted because of the lower life cycle cost. Do you have a rough idea of how many years it takes to offset the initial capital cost, looking at the maintenance costs?
Thank you very much for the question. The slab track is one of the Shinkansen technologies and one key point. Thank you very much for the question. In Japan, it's said that it takes 10 years. This is a little dated information, but there was some research done 30 years ago. The results showed that the initial cost for slab track is about 25% higher than a blast track. However, with a slab track, the maintenance cost is lower than a ballast truck. So within 10 years, you actually reverse the life cycle cost. So the slab track actually becomes cheaper than a ballast track. However, the technology to maintain the ballast track is also improved as well, and there's also changes and variation in the numbers that are used for financial calculation. So this 10-year time frame might be different now, but the overall consensus is that the slab track has a more advantage in terms of life cycle cost compared to ballast track.
That's an answer I've been looking for quite some time on projects I'm working on. Most projects, when they're starting out, the real thing that decisions are made on is the capital cost. And as engineers, we often try to tell the projects, you need to really look at the life cycle cost. And this is one area that I feel very strongly about, that people need to look at that very, very closely before they make that decision. We noticed today in India, there was clearly slab track for the new system. Well, thank you. The next question I have is for Mr. Bruin. Does Hitachi conduct training programs for railways and/or car builders that have implemented the HMAX system? And if so, are those training programs readily available, or do you develop those specifically for each user?
Training in the UK. In the UK, we obviously train our own people effectively. So we'll write our maintenance manuals, and we have trainers and train our own staff, etc. In terms of the full maintenance provision, including the ability with HMAX, which I'll come back to in a second. If there's a contractual requirement where a customer has their own maintenance staff, we would still provide the manuals, and commonly we train the customer's training team to allow them to train their own staff in that principle. I think from a HMAX perspective, though, the engineering element of it, anyone can understand that. So our customers are engineers in a similar way, and engineering is a common language. So from a HMAX principle, our training package is around training the IT system, the user interface, how to navigate HMAX and work through the applications that it contains. So there's a balancing piece between that. So certainly, we're very keen to support and offer our own technical capabilities based on what we've learned to our client base. But we can look at different options and bespoke training and bespoke different applications depending on our clients' needs.
Yep. So aside from HMAX, for Hitachi vehicles that you provide, do you provide the training then for the personnel, the railways, or the third parties that would maintain your vehicles if you don't have the contract to maintain them?
Yeah, correct. Yeah, we can do that way. Yes.
Yeah. Very good. And I have a question for Mr. Robertson. Countries that are planning to implement high-speed rail for the first time will require personnel to have different skills in several areas than those currently working in conventional railway operations in those countries. Do you have advice on how those new high-speed rail operations should recruit and implement training programs?
Thank you, Larry. And in fact, we should start with a confession, which is a shameful thing for us, but now with Wabi Sabi, I'm happy about it. But we spent a lot of money on high-speed rail colleges that nobody wanted as part of our strategy. And what we found was the industry said, actually, the contractors said, no, high-speed rail is not a thing in itself. It's a selection of competencies, all of which are recognizable to us, as Jim said, the engineers recognize them, but they're to higher tolerances. So instead, what we did to make the training viable and sustainable is instead of creating a whole new set of training standards, we broadened our existing standards, our training standards. So we broadened them to include the tighter specifications that you need for high-speed rail compared to mainstream rail, compared to metro. Just like we included our standards, you could do slab track or ballast. It's the same standard, but then different manufacturers exploit different aspects of it. So that was the first thing we did. The second thing we did, but of course it has to be good because safety is very important. So we increased the quality assurance of the training to make sure people did it right. Thirdly, we had to reskill our existing engineers. This didn't go very well. We thought we'd managed to reskill 2/3 of them, but actually we only managed to reskill 1/3 of them. And we have a phrase in the UK, you can't teach old dogs new tricks. Well, it was true in this occasion, but there was an upside to that, which was, so they just retired because they had good pensions. But it gave us the chance to bring in lots of new engineers, younger ones, who of course are much more comfortable with the digital aspects. So it really has been refreshing our workforce, although it has to be said, traditional rail companies, traditional ones, have not been very good at supporting digital apprentices. We also had the challenge of the unions around implementing new technologies, and we're only 1/3 of the way through this, in fact, and there's lots of opportunities we'd like to pursue that we're not yet making progress on, but there are two things have helped us make progress. The first is safety. Condition-based monitoring of the sort that's been talked about makes it safer for the workers on the track. And the unions agree with us on that. The second is nobody needs to lose their jobs over new technology. We have skill shortages. The roles might go, the roles might change. No individual will lose their jobs. And then lastly, we've had to have innovative partnerships with innovative manufacturers, and we've had a very good case study of that, but also innovative partnerships with universities and specialist providers. And in fact, we've brought new providers into the supply chain as a result of that, because some of the traditional railway, been around for a long time, were perhaps slow to adapt to this new environment. So we have had some change in our supply chain, and by and large, that's been a good thing.
Thank you, Neil. That was a question I was going to ask to the group also regarding the labor unions. A lot of us have dealt with that over the years, and I'm not sure if any of the other panelists here can share any experience they have with labor unions when you're implementing new technologies or requiring new and higher skills than they've used before. This is also something in North America when we're developing regulations and the input from the labor unions on how they react to when we're trying to bring these technologies or different skill levels in. Does anyone else have experience on this group on that?
I think from my perspective, the unions have been positive in relation to that technology and understanding of it, because we're upskilling existing staff effectively, and from a digital, they're using as much a spanner as they are a laptop now. So from this perspective, the upskilling element of it is positive, and I agree with Neil ultimately that there's an element within this that we do have an aging workforce, and the transition over time, we're going to have to change as an industry. We're going to have to understand that. Absolutely. And I think the openness and the technology allows us to have that conversation openly and frankly around moving towards a new way of working effectively.
Mm-hmm. Very good. Any other thoughts?
Hi. If I may. Usi from JR Tokai. Well, with the labor unions, we have a very thorough communication. We explain to them what are the issues, challenges that we face as a company, and what should be the future path forward, so that we share our views and we have a consensus. So with the declining working population, we have to have a more efficient way of work, and we completely agree on that point. So what people are doing, take pictures and do image analysis. That's one thing that we're focusing on right now. So that kind of development, we share roles with the people in the field. And so the component to judge whether it's good or bad, we're building a software algorithm for that. And we have people on the ground working on that. So they're working on computers, developing the algorithm themselves. And then we create a venue for them to present their efforts in such R&D. So we have these corporate issues and challenges, and we share that with the labor union and have a shared view about the future. So it's the same for introducing technology. So sharing information is going on well, and we're moving well smoothly with the labor unions.
Excellent. Okay. Just looking at the time here, I have a lot more questions here of this group, but I'm not going to ask them because I think I should open the floor to people here if there are questions that you would like to ask our specialists here. As other speakers said, I can't really see out there. Do we have questions? We have about 5 minutes for questions.
I have a question for Mr. Jim. This HMAX, is it available off the shelf, or to use it we have to engage Hitachi? HMAX.
Sorry,
is that software available off the shelf, or we have to purchase, or to use HMAX we have to engage Hitachi?
No, you have to engage us. It's our software, yes. Ultimately. So the clever piece around that is you know, our IPR and what we've developed, etc. But we're looking for collaborations. We're looking across different elements. Specifically, high-speed rail is very interesting to us. So we're looking to engage and look how we can support and work with other clients in respect of HMAX and giving the benefit that we're receiving ourselves to our client base.
Are you restricting yourself to only Hitachi rolling stock, or you can do it for any other rolling stock?
No, it can be adapted to other rolling stock for sure. So there's an element of sensors that we need to fit effectively, but then there's, depending on the conversation and without getting into commercial discussions here, it's more around sort of the services that we can provide on the back of that sensor provision. So yeah, there's a sensor element, and then there's an ongoing service support element that we'll be looking to work with our clients and demonstrating. I mean, please come to the UK and see us, because we're using it, and we can demonstrate it real time in terms of the benefit, and you can speak to our people, etc., in terms of the benefits that they're enjoying from it. So yeah, it's a service-based provision that we can provide to our client base, and we can discuss other rolling stock as well as our own.
I'm not a rolling stock engineer. Bear with me with the second question. It is totally out of context. How HMAX is different from Maximo, which is available there in the market?
I don't know Maximo.
No, okay, sorry. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Boon Chow. I'm from Singapore. Just a question on the HMAX for Jim. Typically, when we procure the rolling stock, in the initial years, the OEM will recommend either a time-based or mileage-based maintenance regime. And so to move towards your condition-based maintenance, you will need to collect data to set the respective algorithms or thresholds in order to make the maintenance to be condition-based. So for the case of Hitachi, who decides when is it ready to move from a mileage-based or time-based to a condition-based? Is it recommended by Hitachi? That's my first question. My second question is, when we move from a mileage-based to a condition-based, there is the need to change work processes of the maintenance staff. Is this also being assisted by Hitachi when we need to change the work processes of the staff from a mileage-based to a condition-based maintenance regime? Yeah, thank you.
Yes, for sure. So I mentioned that we write and develop our own maintenance management systems effectively. And there's two elements to HMAX that we're considering internally. There's a retrofit element, which I've mentioned we can fit to other rolling stock or all the rolling stock that Hitachi have produced in the past. But we're working on the principle now of HMAX being factory fitted on any new Hitachi rolling stock elements. So it will come with our rolling stock if you were to procure it from ourselves. In terms of the decision making, it's a conversation with the client in terms of what their provision is, and we can demonstrate and model what it would look like from a condition-based maintenance element, and we'd write and support our manuals associated with that for maintenance and training.
Are there any more questions? Yes, please.
Thank you. Can I thank all the panelists? I thought all their contributions were incredibly interesting, covering a wide range of subjects. I just wonder whether Mr. Ushi could say a little more about the anti-derail mechanisms which he's installing. Is this specifically for the earthquake scenario position? And if is he retrofitting this? And what are the sort of costs, therefore, involved in that retrofitting?
Hi. Thank you for that question. So the question about the derailment prevention guard. So the question was, is it just for earthquakes? As I explained, well, after the 2004 earthquake, we introduced this. So basically, it is to protect the Tokaido Shinkansen since 1964. It's been established as a safe mode of transportation, but because we had that earthquake experience, we added this. And certainly, it would probably be effective for things other than earthquakes, but what we're thinking is we install this for earthquake countermeasure. And was it a retrofit, you asked? The answer is yes. We introduced this as a retrofit because Shinkansen has been operating from 1964, and there was the derailment incident in 2004, so we established the specification, and we're now doing the construction right now, installing. And so that you would place a hole in the sleepers, and then the guard will be applied there. So actually, we will exchange the sleepers with those holes, and then we would install this. And the final part of the question about the cost, I don't have the numbers with me, so maybe we can talk directly later. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have time for one more question. Yes, back here.
This is a question to the last two panelists who talked about training and also sharing passion to join the rail sector. Question is related to, I want to understand how you handle mobility in and out of the sector, like after you train people and then they leave the sector, where do they go, and how do you handle people coming into the sector during mid-career for various reasons, how you adapt your training programs, and how do you keep the labor force in your sector? Thank you.
We used to run, thank you for the question, very good. Things are changing, and we have to get better at this, is the headline. We used to run the railway as a hermetically sealed system. Well, once you came in, you were there for life, and then you died. And that was kind of it. And it's changing now. And it's changing for three reasons. One is competition for scarce skills. Last year in our data, we saw the first time we significantly lost our electrification engineers to the energy sector because they paid more. And it's a real problem. It's happening increasingly in our digital aspects as well. The training we use for some of our digital signaling staff is the same generic digital program that 6 other sectors use. So we have to adapt ourselves to these technologies and have better. We've got HR colleagues from Eurostar here who I know are thinking very much about this. We have to have what they call a better employee value proposition. The whole package that keeps you here. It's not just the pension, especially for young people. And young people are our challenge. Young people want to be in London, eating an avocado sandwich, talking to their friends, drinking coffee from Guatemala. They do not want to be in a freezing cold depot in Preston. They do want to work for Mr. Bruin because he's nice, but other freezing cold depots, they don't want to be there. So we have to sharpen our employee value proposition. And the problem is we're trying to persuade people who are used to the railway being a life that actually the reality has changed. But the data is what helps us persuade them. So we lost 9% of our workforce last year. 5% went to other sectors, especially energy. So the other thing we have to do is, as I mentioned earlier, attract them. So do more to attract them. Don't wait for them to come. We compete for them with other sectors. We have to be more honest about what we offer. And actually, when you look at it, it's quite a good employee value proposition. But just like high-speed rail, we need to market it a bit better. So investment in websites. I have to make the case every year for people to invest into routes into rail. They say, why do we need to invest in this? Won't they just come? The answer is no. And it's much more expensive to buy them in later. And then your last question is, how do you bring them in from other sectors? Well, not very well. It takes 3 months for an electrification engineer to move from rail to energy, but 9 months for them to come back. Now, why is that? You know the answer to that. We overcomplicate it. So we have to simplify what we do a bit as well. Good question, thank you.
I'd just like to make a couple closing remarks here then from this group. So what we can see today that the approaches may differ depending on the country or the organization. The essence of railway operations being supported by technology and people remains unchanged. Drawing from today's examples, we hope that each country and organization will continue to advance the initiatives tailored to their specific circumstances to foster the development of railway technology and talent. I believe the countries introducing high-speed rail for the first time, like many of us, will be able to learn from countries that successfully developed and implemented these initiatives for high-speed rail. That learning will need to be on both the technological and the training fronts. So on behalf of IHRA and everyone here today, I'd like to thank our panel for the time and effort they took to develop these presentations and for the excellent presentations themselves and to share their expertise with us. So thank you.
Thank you very much to our moderator, Mr. Kelterborn, and panelists of Session 4.セッション4にご登壇いただきましたモデレーターのケルターボーン様、パネリストの皆様ありがとうございました。Let's give another round of applause to members of Session 4 and all of our speakers from today. 皆様、セッション4、そして本日の登壇者の皆様に今一度大きな拍手をお願いいたします。This concludes all of the programs of the IHRA Forum 2025. 以上をもちまして IHRA 国際フォーラム2025のプログラムを終了いたします。It is our pleasure now to have Mr. Danny Broad, Chairman of the TrackSafe Foundation and former Chairman of the Australasian Railway Association, to close the forum. 最後に元オーストレージアン鉄道協会 IHRA トラックセーフ財団会長ダニー・ブロード様よりご挨拶をお願いいたします。
You're right, you can't see anyone. On behalf of all attendees here today, I'd first of all like to say thank you to Chairman Shikuri, all the members of IHRA, and especially the IHRA Secretariat for inviting us to attend and participate in the 5th IHRA Forum. Please put your hands together. In particular, thanks again to all the moderators and speakers for their obvious preparation and professional presentations and Q&A sessions today. Please put your hands together. We have certainly learnt a lot today, especially from Indian Prime Minister Modi. Riding a train is like a festival, a quote that I will never forget. I think we are all of the opinion that high-speed rail is a vector for safety, connection, transformation and progress, and that high-speed rail has so much potential to contribute to all our nations. Rail is not only a mobility solution, it is a powerful lever to shape a more connected and sustainable society for national transformation and economic growth. However, as we have heard today, investment in rail must be adaptable for different generations and different technologies, and high-speed rail does not sit in isolation. It needs to connect us with other modes, collapse travel times, and provide connectivity. But we need to think about the user. What counts is how transformation journeys while meeting business needs, growth, and transformation itself. What do passengers really want from high-speed rail? No doubt safety, speed, comfort, reliability, and simplicity. Now, high-speed rail must meet these expectations of tomorrow and not the standards of yesterday, seamlessly blending technology, sustainability, efficiency, maintenance, and empathy. The national dream achieved to date in Japan by high-speed rail, growing journeys from 60 trains a day to 383 trains a day, with around 3,000 kilometres of track, has been a game changer and a great role model to other nations and our imaginations. Mind you, having 38 Prime Ministers with the same vision for high-speed rail as the nation's new main railway over 60 years is certainly of help, as political commitment long-term by leaders and governments is essential for delivery of high-speed rail. As we all know, big infrastructure projects are controversial until they are built. But once built, everybody asks, why wasn't this done before, and how did we live without this? We all must be brave to deliver this dream. High-speed rail investments can provide positive impacts on the environment, tourism, housing, employment, and others, as well as economic productivity through innovation, agglomeration, and property values. And of course, the positive impacts of TODs, including the 5 Ds we heard of today: density, diversity, design, destination accessibility, and distance to transit, while applying the place, mode, and industry approaches. We heard today of 4 concrete examples of TODs: the Takanawa Gateway City and the Toyama City here in Japan, Shinshiyo Station District in Taiwan, and the Bangkok Grand Station in Thailand. TODs provide the opportunity to revitalise and make more sustainable both cities and regional centres. Progress of high-speed rail projects worldwide vary, as we've heard today, from representatives from Australia, the United Kingdom, even Scotland in the last session, Thailand, I forgot to mention, in India, always love those videos. Please keep bringing them. Thailand, Vietnam, and USA. Hang in there, Bob. Keep dreaming. And maybe the approach should be, let's make high-speed rail great again. The future performance improvements of high-speed rail are dependent upon continuous research and development. And interesting to see today, and we in Australia are very jealous of your Kamashi test facility. R&D to address earthquake challenges and energy savings are commendable, and resource development as a means to an end, a challenge for all of us. The use of data, AI, and digital transformation are essential as efficiency, maintenance with less touch time, and high performance are essential for the reliability and availability of high-speed rail. Finally, as a mark of respect, we lost a dear IHRA friend this year. The late Roderick Smith, Emeritus Professor of Railway Engineering, Imperial College, London. If Rod was here, he would have presented, I'm sure, and kept us amused. And no doubt his input would have been as informative as it was last year in Taiwan. And may I quote from Rod from then. The railway is composed of elements of vehicles and infrastructure, information and control systems. But importantly, in the middle of that are people. And people really are the centre of this gravity. Significant financial investment is required for mega transport projects, and convincing the public to support these initiatives is essential, as public funds are limited and there are many competing claims. Raising private capital is challenging due to the risks like inflation and long payback periods. Public opinion is influenced by various factors, including financial arguments, land use, environmental impact, noise, and inconvenience during construction. Gaining public support is crucial for the success of high-speed rail projects, as governments are more likely to back popular initiatives. Engaging politicians, planners, designers, constructors, operators, maintainers, and passengers with well-constructed and truthful arguments is essential to demonstrate the benefits of high-speed rail for the people and the country. Thank you, Rod. Thank you all again, and may the innovation of high-speed rail continue to grow worldwide.
Thank you very much, Mr. Danny Broad. 元オーストレージアン鉄道協会 IHRA 会長ダニー・ブロード様よりご挨拶いただきました。